simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Chu Yang, Yunlin Sect, I will protect it. All parties are shocked. On the square at the top of the mountain, the Yunlan sect disciples were all panicked. Even Yun and Nalan Yanran looked gloomy. Even someone as strong as Yun Shan was dead, and the remaining people, facing the aggressive Xiao Yan, would undoubtedly become fish at the mercy of others. Moreover, the soul of Xiao Yan's teacher was also indirectly captured by the mysterious man, because of their Yunlan sect. At this time, Xiao Yan's emotions were very unstable, and no one knew whether he would let the entire Yunlan sect be buried with him in anger. After a moment, Xiao Yan finally calmed down, took a deep breath, and looked at the people of Yunlan sect with cold eyes. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, although Yun was unwilling to face Xiao Yan, she still gritted her teeth and took a step forward. What do you want? Xiao Yan sneered angrily. What do I want? The Yunlan sect kidnapped my father, destroyed my Xiao family, and now caused my teacher to be captured by the Soul Palace. What do you think I want? Yun frowned. Ever since Yun Shan came out of seclusion and took power, the Yunlan sect had indeed done a lot of wrong things over the years. She had no way to refute it, so she could only sigh and say, Xiao Yan, now that the Yunlan sect has become like this, can't you just stop? Stop. Xiao Yan's eyes were red, and he roared angrily, as long as the Yunlan sect still exists in the Jama Empire, I will not stop. The blood debt of my Xiao family can only be washed away with blood. The two were in a stalemate, and finally, in desperation, Yun drew out her sword. As if she wanted to destroy the Yunlan sect, she would have to step over the body of her leader first. Xiao Yan was already at the end of his strength, but he stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth, asked others not to interfere, and fought with Yun alone. At the edge of the square, Aizen Heiboden looked at the ancestor of the Jama royal family, frowned and asked, why hasn't Yaoyi gone up the mountain yet? Jia Xingshan muttered in confusion, all the strong men of the Yunlan sect are here, the outer defense must be weak, and it is impossible to stop the imperial army. Did something unexpected happen? In the center of the square, the battle between Xiao Yan and Yun did not determine the winner, because Nalan Yanran got involved, and was easily clamped by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, do you have to kill them all? Yun's face was a little pale. Xiao Yan stared at her and questioned, I only ask you one question, who will pay the blood debt of the Xiao family? Yun looked sad, then let me pay it. As she said that, she raised her hand and slashed the long sword towards her neck. But before the sword could cut his throat, Xiao Yan suddenly stepped forward and grasped the sword. Blood flowed down the sword and ripped onto the ground. Disband the Yunlan sect within 1 month, otherwise, no one will be spared. Xiao Yan threw the sword on the ground and turned around without looking back. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The voice was very soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. This is not okay. Everyone was stunned. Even Xiao Yan was a little surprised. He thought that the Yunlan sect might try to resist, but he never thought that at this critical moment, someone would dare to say no to him. With his current strength and the foundation of the Xiao clan, let alone the current Yunlan sect, even in the Jama Empire, this can be rampant. Yun and Nalan Yanran turned their heads suddenly. While they were shocked, they also became a little nervous, because they were all familiar with this voice. Didn't that guy escape down the mountain under the cover of several elders? Why did he run back again? Isn't this a trap? Doesn't he understand what it means to live a life of ease? The most important thing is, it's fine if he just comes back, but he actually dares to challenge Xiao Yan. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure slowly coming up the mountain road and finally stepped onto the square on the top of the mountain. Chu Yang, wearing a moon white robe, looked no different from an ordinary Yunlan sect disciple. If you had to say what made him different, maybe it was he was a little more handsome than the other male disciples. Is it you? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. Chu Yang, stop fooling around. Although Yun Yun was scolding, she kept giving Chu Yang a signal to leave quickly. Nalan Yanran's eyes were rolling, and her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. Not far away, Queen Medusa was annoyed by the entanglement between Xiao Yan and Yun Yun, and she was randomly rubbing Xian's hair. At this moment, Chu Yang happened to run into her gun. Queen Medusa immediately stepped forward, stared at him and asked coldly, "You said no?" Chu Yang walked slowly to Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran, shrugged and said, "I don't care about the grudges between you, but I have joined the Yunlan sect since I was a child, and it has been 10 years. After all, I have inherited a sense of protection. So I will protect the Yunlan sect." His voice was gentle and calm, but in this situation, it gave people a feeling of being domineering and arrogant. Even Yun Shan, a Daozang powerhouse of the Yunlan sect, died in Xiao Yan's hands, and the mysterious Daozang powerhouse of the Soul Hall fled. Even if Xiao Yan is now at the end of his strength, he can't stand the Queen Medusa who is at the Daozang level standing behind him. In this situation, Chu Yang dared to threaten to protect the Yunlan sect? If it was a new face, everyone might really be bluffed, but how many people in the Jama Empire didn't know Chu Yang? One of the twin stars of the younger generation of Yunlan sect, he reached the Dowling realm at the age of 16. But genius is not the same as power. No matter how good his talent is, Chu Yang is only a Dowling now. Even if a Daozang powerhouse comes, he is not qualified to say this, so what right does Chu Yang have? But Xiao Yan found something wrong, staring at Chu Yang and asked, "Are Xiangang and Isha dead?" Xiangang and Isha are the two Daowang powerhouses who are chasing Chu Yang. These two people came from the Blackhorn region. They temporarily joined the Xiao sect for a generous reward, and followed Xiao Yan back to the Jama Empire for revenge. Hearing Xiao Yan say this, Heibodong and others were all stern. They didn't feel the violent Daoki fluctuations coming from the foot of the mountain before. That is to say, if Xiangang and Isha died, they must have been instantly wiped out by a certain powerhouse. You know, Xiangang and Isha are both 6-star Daowang. Even an ordinary low-level Daohuang may not be able to kill them without anyone noticing. Jia Xingshan became even more nervous, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Chu Yang, what did you do to Yaoyi?" He had now realized that the reason why the Imperial Army had not arrived yet was probably because they encountered Chu Yang on the way up the mountain and were blocked by the mysterious strong man behind him. It was even possible that something had happened. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "I did kill the two Daowangs, but I did not make things difficult for Princess Yaoyi. I just asked her to take the Imperial Army to rest halfway up the mountain." Hearing this, there was a sound of gasps in the square. Two 6-star Daowangs were actually killed by Chu Yang. How is this possible? Exclamation mark. Previously, everyone subconsciously thought that there was a mysterious strong man hiding behind Chu Yang. Because just 2 months ago, the Jama Empire was still in an uproar because of Chu Yang's breakthrough to the Dowling. How could a young man who had just broken through to the Dowling kill two 6-star Daowangs silently? Chu Yang, you. Yun Yun's eyes were a little dull, not understanding why Chu Yang's personality suddenly changed so much. Could it be that someone has taken over his body? You know, Chu Yang had always been extremely low-key before, and he wanted to minimize his presence. Compared with the current arrogant and domineering, he is completely different. She naturally didn't know that Chu Yang's low-key before could even be called the extreme, completely because he didn't want to be involved in the dispute between Xiao Yan and Yunlan Zhang. But now it's different. After sharing with the selves in various worlds, his strength has changed dramatically, and he no longer needs to hide and develop. Arrogant. Queen Medusa, who was already in a bad mood, snorted coldly and rushed towards Chu Yang in a flash. Since he is an enemy, what's the point of talking nonsense? Be careful. Yun Yun's face changed slightly, and she wanted to step forward to rescue. But then, her pupils suddenly shrank, because she found that she couldn't move at all, as if her whole person was locked in space. Facing the aggressive Queen Medusa, Chu Yang just raised his hand lightly. The space above the square suddenly trembled violently, and even the entire Yunlan mountain was shaking slightly. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a strong wind suddenly rose in the square. Queen Medusa flew out backwards like a kite with a broken string, spurting blood, leaving a scarlet bloodline in the air. Before everyone could continue to be shocked, they saw thunders falling from the dark clouds, a blue storm raging, and a vast ocean covering the sky. The vast ocean was half blue sea and half fire waves. The square was cracked, and sand and rocks were flying. The 5 wonders of the world. Chu Yang used the 5 wonders of the world to materialize the power of the 5 spirits and affect this world. Although compared to directly exerting the power of the 5 spirits, the power is weaker, but the momentum is more powerful. He did it this time, not to kill people, but to establish his prestige. He had to scare these guys away, to solve the problem once and for all, so as to avoid troubles coming one after another. Although Chu Yang's strength is comparable to that of a low-level Daosheng, after the fusion of Dao Qi and Juan Qi, his cultivation has only reached the level of a low-level Daozang. Most of his methods are based on skills and methods, and his moves are killing moves. If Xiao Yan and his gang are all killed, who knows if it will trigger a chain reaction? Apart from other things, Xiao Zuna, who has the entire ancient clan behind her, is not someone Chu Yang can deal with at the moment. His cultivation is not deterrent, and he cannot use 2 strong methods, so Chu Yang took out the 5 wonders of the chaos. After a while, when all the strange phenomena disappeared, the square was in a mess. Except for the disciples of Yunlin sect, everyone disappeared. Yun came back to her senses and asked nervously, Chu Yang, did you kill them all? Chu Yang glanced at her and pouted, don't worry, sect master, Xiao Yan is not dead, I just sent them down the mountain. Hearing Chu Yang directly point out that he was concerned about Xiao Yan, Yun's expression was a little embarrassed. Yunlin Mountain, the foot of the mountain. The group of strong men looked around in confusion, most of them were filled with fear. But when they confirmed that they were not dead, but had already gone down Yunlin Mountain, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pale-faced Queen Medusa swayed a few times, as if she might fall at any time. Xiao Yan stepped forward to support her, looked at the top of the mountain with a serious look, and asked with gritted teeth, what kind of power is that? Queen Medusa shook her head and said, I don't know, but that Chu Yang is definitely not a Daozang. Not a Daozang, it can't be weaker than a Daozang, right? In other words, that guy might actually be the legendary Daozang strongman! Exclamation mark. Jia Xingshan glanced at Yao Yi and the soldiers in the distance, who were also sent down the mountain. Although they were not in danger of their lives, they were in a coma. Stepping forward and patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder, Jia Xingshan sighed and said, if he wanted to kill us, I'm afraid we would all be dead now. Chu Yang just said that he just wanted to protect the Yunlan sect and had no intention of interfering in the feud between the Yunlan sect and the Xiao family. I think it's better to stop here. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, veins on his forehead throbbing, glanced at Queen Medusa, whose face was as white as gold paper, and gritted his teeth and said, if we stop here, how can the dead souls of my Xiao family rest in peace? I don't care whether Chu Yang is a Daozun or a Daosheng, this revenge will be avenged sooner or later. In fact, Xiao Yan was originally contradictory. He hated the Yunlan sect, but he couldn't bear to push Yun too hard. So after the death of Yun Shan, the culprit, Xiao Yan no longer had a main target, and his resentment was reduced a little. After all, whether it was to slaughter those minions or to embarrass the Yunlan sect leader who had a close relationship with him, there was no point. But the appearance of Chu Yang made Xiao Yan clear about his goal again. Xiao Yan couldn't bear to kill Yun's Yunlan sect, but if the person in power was someone else, he would be able to kill without scruples. Whether it was Yun Shan or Chu Yang, it was the same. What's more, not killing people to the point of bloodshed, but letting Yunlan sect disband, was already Xiao Yan's biggest concession, but now that Yunlan sect is still there, can he let go of the blood feud? Let's go. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, took a deep look at the top of Yunlan mountain, and then, regardless of Queen Medusa's cold eyes, he directly picked her up by the waist and flew away. The other strong men looked at each other and could only shake their heads and sigh, and followed closely. The leaders of the major forces in the Jaiamar Empire knew that the failure of this crusade against Yunlan sect would mean that everyone's life would be difficult in the future. The Yunlan sect, where Daozong Yunshan was in charge, was so arrogant that it even wanted to control the entire Jia Empire. Now that there is Chu Yang, a young and scary monster who seems to be Daozong, to what extent will Yunlan Zong's ambition expand? Now they can only hope that Chu Yang or Yun Yun will not do things as extreme as Yunshan after taking over Yunlan Zong. If things get to the worst, they can only choose to abandon their ancestral foundation and flee the Jia Empire. As for resistance, don't make a fuss. Today, so many strong men have no power to fight back in front of Chu Yang. What can they use to resist? But just after the major forces left the scope of Yunlan Zong and were anxiously planning their retreat, a piece of news came out from Yunlan Zong. Yun Yun, the leader of Yunlan Zong, declared, from now on, any disciple of Yunlan Zong, once he goes down the mountain, it means leaving the sect. This news made all the forces in the Jia Empire feel relieved. Yun Yun was obviously making it clear that Yunlan Zong would stay away from the world and there would be no more disciples or elders bullying others. Because once they leave the mountain, they are no longer members of the Yunlan sect. But they don't understand why the Yunlan sect wants to do this. Is this Yun Yun's intention? Or Chu Yang's intention? Chapter 302 A troubling worldview. A demon beast suspected to be from the universe. On the top of Yunlan Mountain, in the Master's Hall, Chu Yang looked at Yun Yun, shook his head and laughed. Why do you have to do this? Being isolated from the world can certainly avoid disputes, but it also means that there is no way to go out to obtain cultivation resources. Yun Yun smiled and said, didn't you say that I would be the master? If you want, you can take the position of the master. Even if you overturn the rules I set, no one dares to say anything. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, I don't have the time to manage the sect. You gave a favor to Zhao Yan, but he may not buy it. Yun Yun sighed and said, this is what Yunlan sect owes him. After saying that, she paused and asked tentatively with some curiosity, what realm are you in now? She did not ask why Chu Yang's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, because everyone has their own opportunities and secrets, but just wanted to figure out Yang's realm. I said it was Daozong. Do you believe it? Chu Yang shrugged. Yun Yun's mouth twitched slightly. If you don't want to talk, forget it. Go see Yanran. You should know what she's thinking. She just walked out of the gate of life and death, and she has experienced the family and the sect turning against each other. Your comfort is much more effective than my teacher. Chu Yang shook his head and said, I'm going to retreat for a while, so I'll see you when I come out. But Yun Yun wanted to say something else, but Chu Yang had disappeared without a trace. Deep in the Warcraft Mountains, a huge python with two bulges on its head, curled up in front of a cave, poked its head into the cave and looked twice, eyes full of grievances. Damn. I was practicing in the cave, but a human suddenly came and drove it out without saying a word. It's okay for a cuckoo to occupy the magpie's nest, but that guy actually let it guard the door. It's a great shame. But the python didn't dare to disobey the human's wishes, because the other party's strength was too strong. He was a 6th level peak demon beast, and could barely fight against some Daozong masters among humans, but in front of that man, he had no power to resist. Deep in the cave, Chu Yang sat cross-legged on a piece of bluestone, and practiced with his eyes closed. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. It took him nearly half a day to finally successfully transform the source breathing into a practice method of Daoki continent. Although strictly speaking, breathing method is also a practice method, this is Daoki continent after all, which is different from the Demon Slayer world. Chu Yang named the practice method the source formula. Practicing the source formula is nearly twice as fast as practicing directly with the source breathing, and it can also convert Daoki into source ki. After thinking about it, Chu Yang once again took the source formula as a basis, made some simplifications, and created a pure Daoki practice method. But even so, the practice speed of this method is also higher than that of the heaven level method. Then Chu Yang tried to use Pangu to carry out wormhole calculations, and tried to transport through wormholes. The final result was a failure. The spatial structure of Daoki continent is completely different from that of the super god world, which means that all the wormhole algorithms in Pangu's database are useless here. to fully analyze the space of Daoki continent and create a new algorithm. The amount of calculation required is too huge. At least Pangu can't do it now, unless there is a wormhole master like Morgana to help. Chu Yang alone may have to wait until the Pangu computing group is built before he can try one or two. What surprised Chu Yang was that, although most of the algorithms and technologies could not be used, they could use solar nuclear fusion technology to a certain extent to trigger solar flares. Daoki world has no concept of stars, but there is the sun. Chu Yang doesn't know how the sun in Daoki world was formed, and Pangu can't make a comprehensive analysis. But since the star drive technology can't work, it means that the sun in Daoki world is not a star, or it can't be considered a star at all. But even so, it is still the sun. What a headache-inducing worldview. Chu Yang was a little helpless. If we put aside the issue of technology, Chu Yang can undoubtedly maximize his own strength in Daoki world. Whether it is martial arts or magic, they can shine here and verify each other with the power of the Daoki world. The Super God world has allowed the technology of the Soul Palace to enter the cosmic level. The Daoki world can allow the power system of the Soul Palace to step into the realm of fantasy in one fell swoop. While Chu Yang was practicing in seclusion and combining various means with the power of the Daoki world, a sudden storm swept the entire Jaiama Empire. The Zio family, which was originally like a lost dog, suddenly rose strongly and established the Yan League. The major forces of the Jaiama Empire, even the royal family, joined it. For a while, the Zio family seemed to have become the master of the Jaiama Empire. But even so, no one dared to ignore the former overlord Yunlanzang, and even in the eyes of many people, Yunlanzang was the real emperor. The young strong man who was suspected to be Daozun was too deterrent. Moreover, this kind of thing could not be concealed at all. There were too many people who witnessed Chu Yang's action at that time. Unless they were all killed, the news would be passed back sooner or later. Zio Yan had no way to deal with this, and could only let it go. After all, Yun Yun has already said that Yunlan sect is not in conflict with the world, and any disciple will leave the sect after leaving the mountain. Zio Yan naturally knows that this is Yun Yun's compensation for the mistakes that Yun Shan has made over the years. Otherwise, with the situation that Yunlan sect has Daozun sitting in the seat, Yan League will never be formed. In the current Jaiama Empire, everyone is talking about two people after dinner. One is Zio Yan, who was a loser who made a comeback, fled in a panic at the beginning, and now has strong revenge. The other is Chu Yang, a young genius with extremely evil talent, but who acts low-key. He obviously has the strength that is invincible in the empire, but only reveals part of his cultivation. Not only ordinary people, but also the heads of major forces, and even Zio Yan thinks so. After all, no one would have thought that Chu Yang in the past was really only in the Dowling realm. But now Chu Yang can indeed be called an evil spirit. After completing the sharing of the Soul Palace, his talents with his own in various worlds are superimposed, and now his cultivation talent is terrifying. With the help of the source formula, even the geniuses who have awakened the top bloodline and the 7 ancient clans with Daodi bloodline cannot compare with his cultivation speed. However, what is surprising is that these two young geniuses who are at the forefront of the storm and have attracted much attention have disappeared after the Yunlan sect turmoil. Deep in the Warcraft Mountains, Chu Yang touched the head of the giant python and said with a smile, "I will return the cave to you. Since you are so sensible, if your life is in danger in the future, you can go to Yunlan Mountain for shelter." The giant python hesitated for a moment, shaking its big head like a wave drum, and then rubbed Chu Yang's legs affectionately, speaking in human language, "I want to follow you." Chu Yang has been practicing in seclusion recently, but it has caused a lot of noise in the Warcraft Mountains, and even formed a small energy tide. In the eyes of the giant python, following Chu Yang, practicing is even more enjoyable than eating natural treasures every day. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he heard the giant python speak. He didn't expect it to be a female. Listening to the voice, that sounded like a 3-year-old girl, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you still in the infancy?" The giant python nodded, then shook his head and said, "It seems so, but I can't confirm it, because I have lived for nearly 100 years. It has not been able to get out of the infancy for nearly 100 years, but it has the cultivation of the 6th level peak. Such a magic beast is comparable to the top bloodline of the Taixu ancient dragon. How could it be confined to a small magic beast mountain range? After thinking for a moment, Chu Yang asked softly, "Where did you come from?" The giant python shook his head again. "I don't know. I have been here since I can remember." Chu Yang made a guess, and then smiled and said, "Since you want to follow me, let's go." The giant python cheered, like an excited child. Then its body quickly shrank, and turned into a small snake as thick as a thumb, and crawled into Chu Yang's sleeve. Chu Yang looked up at the sky, squinted his eyes slightly, and his consciousness sank into the Soul Palace. Recently, the Soul Palace has been extremely busy. Everyone is busy with the construction of the Pangu computing group. The computing groups of celestial computers have different shapes. Some may be a huge star, while others may be just a crystal ball. The scale of the Pangu computing group is destined to be large, and Chu Yang cannot place the Pangu computing group in the super god world. Otherwise, if he wants to use it in other worlds, there will inevitably be many troubles. After all, Pangu is not Chu Yang's own power, but a product of technology, and is not within the scope of sharing. The reason why Chu Yang in each world can use Pangu is because they have all taken Pangu's program pills. Strictly speaking, each Pangu used by Chu Yang is an independent individual, but the content in the database is exactly the same. However, this situation will change after the Pangu computing group is built in the Soul Palace. Simply put, the Pangu computing group is like a mother body, and each Pangu used by Chu Yang is a child body split from the mother body. After entering the Soul Palace, Chu Yang, who was full of fighting spirit, shared it with everyone directly. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Source art. This technique is not separated from our fundamental power, and it is perfectly applicable to the Daoki world. You are simply a genius. Daoki Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's not me. It should be said that we are geniuses." Everyone smiled at each other, and then Marvel Chu Yang whispered, "At present, the greatest value of the Daoki world for us is the improvement of the source of energy. As for the techniques and fighting skills, even the heavenly fighting skills are not as good as the magic and martial arts we have mastered. There is no doubt about this. The effects of magic are mostly strange and applicable to various situations. Martial arts are the pinnacle of skills. Once they are transformed into fighting skills, the power will be extremely powerful, far beyond the fighting skills on the Daoki continent. To put it bluntly, in the world of martial arts, the power level limits the power of martial arts. The power of fighting skills in the Daoki world is strong, because its power level is not low. If you put aside the power system, and put fighting skills in the martial arts world, most of them are not even mainstream. But I can think of a way to find some special treasures, and refine them into my limbs and forehead bones through the treasure refining technique. Daoki Chu Yang thought, especially the forehead bone. Pangu needs a carrier, otherwise even if it is integrated with the technology of the big clock, it will be difficult to achieve our ultimate expectation. The current Pangu is a celestial computer standing on the top of the pyramid of the super god world. Once the technology of the big clock is integrated, Pangu can be transformed into a cosmic computer. But if we find a carrier that fits perfectly and integrates science and fantasy, Pangu will transcend the super god universe and become a conceptual computer. This is Chu Yang's ultimate expectation. Once Pangu becomes a conceptual computer, it can be of great use even in a special world like the Daoki world, where the space is stable and there is no concept of planets. Putting away his thoughts, Daoki Chu Yang said in a deep voice, "I have a new idea, but I don't know if it is feasible. I need to try it." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Daoki Chu Yang said softly, "It's about the genetic problem of Daoki continent." Hearing him say this, everyone's brows frowned slightly. After the Soul Palace was connected to the Daoki world, they studied the genetic problem of Daoki continent. The first is the human strongman. The key to the problem is whether the genes of the Daoki continent strongman can be integrated into the super gene, or even further extend the intermediate gene. The second is whether the power of the top strongman of Daoki continent can be combined with the divine body. The last is the magic beast. Can the magic beast's genes be used to create a new super divine beast body? And these 3 core problems, in turn, are whether the super gene can be used on the strong or magic beast of Dalki continent. For the Soul Palace, this is a new topic, but it was soon overturned. Because for them, even if these are feasible, they don't have much value, so why waste time on it? Their current strength is not weaker than that of low-level Daosheng. When Dalki Chu Yang raises his cultivation to the Daosheng level, it is equivalent to that they already have the genes of the top strongman. In this case, why bother to extract the genes of the strong? Similarly, when Chu Yang's cultivation of Dalki reaches the top level, it is no longer important whether the power of the Dalki world can be integrated with the divine body. In the super divine world, once the hidden danger of Karl is solved, leaving Chu Yang aside, the 5th generation divine body is enough to sweep everything, and protecting the earth is even easier. Chu Yang does not need to create a more powerful super soldier, which will only cause more trouble. As I said before, there are always some people whose ambitions are greater as their power grows. The Dena Galaxy is a lesson learned. Chu Yang does not want the earth to follow in their footsteps. As for the combination of Warcraft genes and super divine beast bodies, even if this thing can be made, Chu Yang does not intend to use it on himself, so as not to become a half beast, half human existence. Dalki Chu Yang obviously knew this. He told the story of the giant python, and then added, I suspect it comes from the Great Thousand World, and it is likely to have some powerful bloodline. If we can integrate some of the bloodline factors we have into its body, perhaps we can create a king of beasts with a very high upper limit. Chu Yang does not need to conduct a lot of research on himself, but if he can create a strong man in the Dalki world, then it is necessary. After all, with his current strength, it is not enough to run rampant in the Dalki continent. What's more, above the Dalki continent, there is a Great Thousand World. Chapter 303, The Clingy Little Sister, The Impact of Chu Yang's Descent from the Mountain. If we target the magic beasts, we can have fewer concerns, and thus improve the strength of the magic beasts to the greatest extent. Magic Chu Yang pondered and said, with the gene pool we have now, plus the bloodline factors of various worlds, we can soon create an ultimate gene for the beast. Dalki Chu Yang nodded and said, my idea is the same as yours, but it can be enhanced on this basis. As he said that, he took out 2 jade bottles with his bare hands, and threw them over gently. Magic Chu Yang reached out to take them and smiled knowingly. When he just finished sharing, he already knew that Dalki Chu Yang secretly collected some blood from Queen Medusa and Xian when he showed his power in Yunlin Mountain. These 2 kinds of blood contain the blood of the Taixu ancient dragon royal family and the blood of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Kalen's 7-colored sky-swallowing python bloodline, which was born from the 9-colored sky-swallowing python, has potential that cannot be underestimated, and the blood of the Taixu ancient dragon royal family is even more self-evident. As long as the bloodline factor is extracted, it can be materialized into genetic data through the perfect gene conversion technology of the Soul Palace, and integrated into the ultimate gene of the beast. After discussing this matter, Dalki Chu Yang said again, if the super god world can get a complete ascending system technology, I have a way to maximize its benefits. Damning Chu Yang's eyes lit up and said, do you want to gather the power of faith through the countless lower planes of the Great Thousand Worlds? Dalki Chu Yang nodded and said, yes, later you can deal with the foreign evil tribes, or even leave your name on the sky list, and gather the power of faith of the entire Great Thousand Worlds. But before that, you still need to lay a solid foundation. Pirate Chu Yang laughed and said, this is a big deal. Don't worry. We have a very high prestige in our respective worlds, and it is not difficult to gather a certain amount of faith power. In fact, before the Dalki world was connected, they planned to gather the power of faith to the greatest extent through the prestige of each person in their respective worlds. Even if the super god Chu Yang did not find the place of ascension and figure out the principle, there are other ways to solve the problem of gathering the power of faith. There was once an evil sword immortal in the world of immortal heroes. That guy relied on swallowing negative emotions to become stronger. Shushan also has a spell to gather the thoughts of all living beings to suppress evil spirits. As long as certain improvements are made on this basis, the effect of gathering the power of faith can be achieved. Dalki Chu Yang said nothing more, and left the Soul Palace directly. Jayamar Empire, Yunlan Sect. During the months that Chu Yang was in seclusion, Yunlan sect was rebuilt from top to bottom. In the incident of Xiao Yan's revenge, Yunlan sect was destroyed and devastated. Yun simply took the opportunity to tear down all the old buildings and rebuild them. It also means that Yunlan sect will completely bid farewell to the past and usher in a new era. It is worth mentioning that almost all the elders of Yunlan sect died, and there was a gap in the overall strength. Only Nalan Yanran was left at the Daowang level. There were only 3 or 5 people in the Daoling realm, and the rest were all great Daoshi, as well as ordinary disciples with Daoshi and Dao's cultivation. In addition, the reconstruction consumed a lot of resources, which caused Yun to be worried all day long. The scarcity of resources, coupled with the difficulty in replenishing fresh blood, made the Yunlan sect begin to have a downward trend. But she did not regret the decision she made at the time, because if the Yunlan sect did not do so, no matter how transcendent its status was, it would become a rat shit in the eyes of everyone in the empire. In the past 3 years, Yunshan had done too much, almost offending everyone in the Jama Empire. The bottom level practitioners complained, and the major forces were even more united against the enemy. Without sufficient cultivation resources and no one to teach, the disciples of the Yunlan sect became lax. After all, as the sect master, Yun did not have so much time to instruct every disciple. Although Nalan Yanran had a high realm, it was honed from the gate of life and death. In terms of cultivation experience, and teaching techniques and fighting skills, she was really not as good as the elders before. Being strong and being able to teach others are two completely different things. Nalan Yanran was sitting by a pond in the back mountain, with her trouser legs rolled up to her knees, her feet soaked in the water, and one hand supporting her chin, her mind wandering. Even in a state of trance, Nalan Yanran still frowned, with a worried look on her face, and her face was a little haggard. "Hey, what's the matter that makes our young master so anxious?" A light laugh sounded in her ears, and Nalan Yanran came back to her senses instantly, and then she saw that there was a person beside her. Chu Yang sat down beside Nalan Yanran, then lay on his back on the grass, looking at the blue sky and asked, "Is it because of the Nalan family? Or because of the situation of Yunlan sect?" Nalan Yanran stared at Chu Yang in a daze, and after a long time, she reacted and said with silver teeth, "You still remember to come back?" Chu Yang was confused. What's the matter with this tone that sounds like a woman in the boudoir? Why did he suddenly feel like a scumbag and a heartless man, when he was fine? "I'm going to retreat, not leaving the sect. Why can't I come back?" Chu Yang's face was dark, and he was a little speechless. Nalan Yanran snorted and said, "The rule set by the teacher is that, as long as you go down the mountain, it means leaving the sect. That rule doesn't count for me." Chu Yang waved his hand. After confirming that he had no intention of leaving Yunlan sect, Nalan Yanran's eyebrows slightly curved, but she still said faintly, "I thought that your strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and you don't care about the past friendship, and you don't look down on our small Yunlan sect, so you plan to pat your butt and leave." Chu Yang curled his lips and said, "You are so heartless. If I didn't care about the old friendship, why would I meddle in other people's business that day?" Nalan Yanran pursed her lips, and her tightly locked brows had been relaxed without knowing when, and she hesitated and tried to say, "Then, can I still call you junior brother? Why do you ask?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Nalan Yanran took a deep breath and said, "It's widely rumored outside that you are a young Daozun with extreme talent. I dare not rashly call you a Daozun, my junior brother." Chu Yang was a little amused. "When you questioned me just now, I didn't see you show any respect for the strong." Nalan Yanran turned her head away, but her eyes were full of smiles, and she quietly loosened her hand that was holding the corner of her clothes. She looked relaxed just now, but in fact she was extremely nervous. Nalan Yanran was testing Chu Yang, and continued to talk to him in the same tone as before. If she found something wrong, she would change her attitude at the first time. But now it seems that nothing has changed. Although Chu Yang's strength has reached a terrifying level, he is still the junior brother who is careless about everything and only knows how to practice. "Here, I brought you a friend from outside." Chu Yang waved his hand gently, and the little snake jumped out from his sleeve, looked at him, then looked at Nalan Yanran, then tactfully jumped onto the latter's shoulder and rubbed her cheek affectionately. "What is this?" Nail and Yanran's eyes lit up, and she held the little snake in her palm and looked at it carefully. I named her Zao, a 6th level peak magic beast. When I'm not around, I'll let her guard the Yunlan sect. Chu Yang never thought that he could write off the past relationship by saving the Yunlan sect once. The Yunlan sect carefully cultivated him for 10 years, and even provided him with shelter from his childhood to his youth, when he was the weakest. Admittedly, this was because of his talent, but if he hadn't joined the Yunlan sect, perhaps Chu Yang would have died in a corner of the Jia Empire. Although he entered the Soul Palace when he was facing his first life-threatening situation, who knows if there are any other prerequisites for connecting to the Soul Palace? After all, Chu Yang's understanding of the Soul Palace comes from the selves in various worlds that have been connected to the Soul Palace. In the worlds that are not connected to the Soul Palace, is there a self in each world? Perhaps they have not yet ushered in the opportunity to enter the Soul Palace, but perhaps some people have already encountered accidents before they have time to enter the Soul Palace. Although these are just his subjective guesses, the Soul Palace is too mysterious and powerful. In many cases, they can only make bold guesses and be careful to try and make mistakes. Junior brother, it's good to have Xiaoxio accompany me. You should go to see the teacher. Nail and Yanran looked up at Chu Yang and said softly, she has lost a lot of weight recently and is worried about the affairs of the sect every day. I have seen her. I will go down the mountain early tomorrow morning to solve the problems of the sect. Do you have a solution? Nail and Yanran's eyes lit up. Chu Yang smiled non-committally. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Nail and Yanran did not say anything more. After thinking for a while, he asked again, can I go with you? Want to go home? Chu Yang saw through her thoughts. Nail and Yanran sighed and said, although I don't have much affection for my family, my relatives are there after all. Chu Yang nodded and said, no problem, I'll take care of this matter. Your teacher is so cool, waving her hand to isolate Yunlan sect from the world, but she didn't consider the subsequent hidden dangers and asked me to clean up her mess. Nail and Yanran rolled her eyes. Bah. You still want to clean up your teacher's mess? Daydreaming. Chu Yang's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt that when this girl put down her arrogance and indifference, her brain circuit was really a bit strange. If outsiders saw this side of Nail and Yanran, they would definitely be shocked, because willfulness and arrogance have long become her synonyms. And only when facing Yun, she would show the attitude that a little girl should have. Only when facing Chu Yang, Nail and Yanran would put down all her airs and relax. In a sense, they are also childhood sweethearts. Although Chu Yang didn't admit it, at least Nail still felt so. Before Chu Yang joined Yunlan sect, Nail and Yanran had no friends of the same age because of her high status. Ordinary disciples could only look up to her. Until Chu Yang came, although he was younger than her, his talent was not weaker than her, and even stronger than her. The two were at the same level, so they would not have too many scruples when facing each other. Over time, Nail and Yanran gradually put aside many masks in front of Chu Yang and wanted to talk to him about everything. But she didn't know that Chu Yang had a headache for a long time because of this matter. For Chu Yang, who was determined to practice and become stronger and escape from the vortex at that time, having a clingy little sister was simply a stumbling block on the road of practice. The next morning, Chu Yang took Nail and Yanran out of Yunlan sect with a swagger. They didn't fly in the air, but walked down the mountain. It's obvious that Yunlan sect must be surrounded by spies from all forces. Although Yun has publicly stated that the Yunlan sect will be isolated from the world and all the disciples who go down the mountain will leave the sect, the various forces are still worried. In fact, they came here not for surveillance, but mainly to wait for the disciples of the Yunlan sect to go down the mountain, and then try to win them over as soon as possible. In their view, a sect with a Daozun strongman sitting in it, any random person who walks out should not be underestimated. On the contrary, the Yan League, which should have been the most nervous, did not care about the Yunlan sect, and did not even send people to spy secretly. Because the top leaders of the Yan League knew very well that the Yunlan sect did not need to say one thing in front of the other behind the scenes. With Chu Yang's strength, he could dominate the Jia Empire with a wave of his hand, so why bother? But when they learned that Chu Yang suddenly went down the mountain with Nail and Yanran, and went straight to the imperial capital, The top leaders of the Yan League became nervous at the first time. They even began to try to contact Xiao Yan, who was in seclusion, for fear that Chu Yang would suddenly attack. A Daozun strongman, even if the Yan League was mobilized, would never be able to resist. Only Xiao Yan, who has created miracles time and time again, might have a way to deal with it. After all, it is said that Xiao Yan has a high status in Canon College, and the dean of Canon College seems to be a Daozun strongman. Moreover, Xiao Yan's teacher is Yaozun, a top alchemist on the continent, who must have certain connections. But unfortunately, Xiao Yan did not respond to the Yan League, and even asked Xian to drive back the people sent by the Yan League without giving any instructions. Faced with a leader who completely became a hands-off boss, the Yan League's top leaders were helpless, and could only bite the bullet, and face Chu Yang. Jayamar Empire, the imperial capital. As the heart of the entire empire, this city is extremely prosperous all day long, but today it is particularly quiet. Every household has closed its doors and windows, everyone is ordered not to go out, and outsiders are directly driven out. The royal army took over the entire city, and neatly arranged soldiers stood on both sides of every street. At the city gate, all the high-ranking members of the Yan League were in line, all with solemn expressions, except for Queen Medusa, who was leaning against the city wall. All of this was just to welcome the young venerable. But at this time, no one knew that the young venerable in their eyes was actually a young saint. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304. Chu Yang wants to learn to make medicine, protecting the shortcomings, establishing new rules. Since the morning, the leaders of the Yan League have been waiting at the city gate, but they have waited for a whole morning, but Chu Yang has not arrived. They learned about Chu Yang's coming down the mountain last night, and confirmed that Chu Yang was coming to the imperial capital in the early morning. According to the speed of Daozun, he should have arrived long ago, but everyone has been waiting until now, and they are all a little confused. It was not until the sun gradually set that they finally saw two figures walking side by side in the distance. Most of the leaders of the Yan League present were Daowang or above. Even though they were far away, they could see the faces of the two people, Chu Yang and Nalan Yanran. But what people didn't expect was that they didn't fly in the air, but came on foot. No wonder they waited so long. But then, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Even the careless Queen Medusa couldn't help but stand up straight, her expression solemn. Chu Yang took Nalan Yanran and took a step forward, and they came to them in an instant. The method that seemed to shrink the earth into an inch shocked everyone. I seldom go down the mountain, and I can't help but miss the scenery along the way. I don't know if you are here to welcome me. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Chu Yang smiled and greeted everyone. Xiao Li stepped forward and bowed his hands and said, "Your Excellency is serious. It's okay to wait for you, even if it takes a long time." His words not only put his attitude very low, but also showed that they had indeed waited for a long time, showing the importance that Yan Meng attached to Chu Yang. "Your Excellency?" Chu Yang was slightly stunned. His retreat for several months has indeed improved his cultivation from low-level Daozun to high-level Daozun. Chu Yang did not think that these guys could see through his cultivation. Not to mention them, due to the special nature of the source energy, even if a Daodi strongman came in person, he could not spy on his details. Obviously, these people preconceived that they were Daozun strongmen. After all, the strongest person in the Jayamar Empire before was a Daozang, and it was only the low-level Daozang in Yunshan. In this case, no matter how strong Chu Yang showed, the limit that the Jayamar Empire's strong men could imagine was nothing more than the Daozun realm. Chu Yang didn't care about their speculations. No matter what realm these guys thought he was in, he just needed to let them know that he had the strength to crush the entire Yan League. And Chu Yang didn't plan to be too high profile, because he knew very well that there were many Soul Palace spies in the northwest continent. Maybe the Soul Palace wouldn't pay too much attention to a Dao Sheng strongman who suddenly appeared, but Chu Yang was really young and scary. A 16-year-old Daosheng, even the 7 ancient clans, would subvert their worldview because of this. At that time, the Soul Palace would definitely find ways to find out the secrets of him, including but not limited to imprisoning souls and killing them. Facing the Soul Palace, Chu Yang was not sure to compete with it, let alone the Soul Clan behind it. But even a 16-year-old Daozun was also scary enough. Chu Yang knew very well that this matter would definitely not be concealed, and it would not be long before it would spread to Zhongzhou. But before that, he would first improve his cultivation and settle the Yunlin sect. After he has no worries and has accumulated enough strength, even if the 7 ancient tribes come to cause trouble, he will be able to retreat unscathed. Unless a strong man from the upper plane descends, or the Daodi is resurrected, even if several Daosheng peak strong men join forces, they may not be able to kill him. Because in the super god world, the war between the earth and the demon is nearing its end, and the final battle is being held in the void battlefield. The earth has an overall advantage. If it weren't for the fact that Rose in the demon camp is getting braver and braver, and has already possessed a strength close to the king level, I'm afraid the demon side would have been defeated long ago. In addition, Super God Chu Yang sent a shadow clone, carrying Pangu to the Angel Nebula, and Huayi half crippled. Needless to say, Huayi is upgrading his 5th generation body in the Dark Nebula at this time. It won't be long before Chu Yang can obtain the technology of the 4th generation divine body in the last corner of the Shenjin chain, which is the super gene after Huayi's upgrade. As long as the 2 ultimate genes are merged together, Chu Yang's strength will once again advance by leaps and bounds, and he will be upgraded to the 4th generation divine body. The aggregation technology of the 4th generation divine body, coupled with his own powerful strength, is enough to make Chu Yang invincible in the face of the peak Daosheng. Even if he can't beat him, the opponent will definitely not be able to kill him. Just like Chu Yang's previous evaluation of Keisha, although in the Daoki continent, Keisha is at most equivalent to the strength of a 1-star Daosheng. But the powerful aggregation ability of the sacred body is enough to make ordinary mid-level Daosheng helpless. Compared with the sacred body, Chu Yang's aggregation technology of the 4th generation divine body will only be stronger. Because his aggregation technology comes from SUORUI. The technological level of the Life Nebula is backward, but only the aggregation technology has reached the peak of the Super God universe. That is the technological product of SUORUI combined with his own innate characteristics. Even exploding stars can be aggregated, let alone the 4th generation divine body. But Chu Yang is still a little unsure. After the super gene is fused with his own 3 emperors bloodline, will there be some chemical reactions or conflicts? Will the 4th generation divine body be rejected by the refining treasure art and the Yuan Wu true body? For these unknown situations, we can only explore through practice. The Yan League leaders led Chu Yang and Nalan Yanran into the city gate. During this time, Nalan Ji wanted to say something, but stopped himself many times, wanting to say a few words to his granddaughter, but he didn't dare to speak. After all, Chu Yang's purpose and attitude for this visit were still unclear. If he rashly contacted Nalan Yanran, it would inevitably make the young venerable think that he wanted to play the family card, which would cause the other party's disgust. It must be said that Nalan Ji spent a lot of effort and walked on thin ice for the Nalan family. But it was also because of this that he took family affection lightly and put the family's interests first in everything. That's why he and Nalan Yanran became more and more estranged after she joined the Yunlin sect. After entering the city, when he saw the scene on the street, even Chu Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. My goodness, how did he make himself look like an emperor? With such a big show, Yan League might want to flatter him and lower his image in the hearts of ordinary people and low-level practitioners, right? Thinking of this, Chu Yang glanced at Xiaoding who was sitting in a wheelchair. This guy was good at attacking and strategizing. Perhaps this plan came from him. Xiaoding did not avoid Chu Yang's gaze, but smiled gently, looking harmless. Chu Yang did not care about this matter. After all, he did not plan to gather the power of faith on the Dalki continent, so he did not care about the so-called people's hearts. The Dalki continent has been isolated from the Great Thousand Worlds for many years, and the forces are intertwined, and the heroes are divided. Gathering faith here is undoubtedly a thankless task. When they arrived at the new mansion of the Zio family, some of the senior leaders of the alliance left, leaving only many elders of the Elders Council. Sitting in the reception room, everyone welcomed Chu Yang to the first seat and wanted Nalan Yanran to sit down, but the latter stubbornly stood beside Chu Yang. This made Nalan Ji's face look a little ugly. After all, Nalan Yanran was from their Nalan family, but now she was unwilling to sit at the same table with his grandfather. I wonder if the Venerable has come to the Imperial capital this time to discuss something with the Yan League. In the absence of Zio Yan, Zio Li is the person in charge of the Yan League. Although Zio Ding makes decisions in most cases, he has a low level of cultivation and a leg disease, so it is difficult for him to convince others with his words. On the contrary, Zio Li is a Daowang strongman. The Zio clan he founded has a high prestige in the Blackhorn region. In addition, with Zio Yan standing behind him, no one dares to look down on him. Since meeting Chu Yang and Nalan Yanran, no one in the Yan League has mentioned the rules set by Yun Yun. For ordinary disciples of the Yunlun sect, they may bring up this rule, but for Chu Yang, they don't have the courage to bring up the so-called rules. Chu Yang smiled and said, I won't beat around the bush. This time I came down the mountain to the Imperial capital. It is indeed for the Yan League. Hearing what he said, everyone's heart trembled slightly, and their expressions became a little nervous. Chu Yang continued, it's very simple. There are 3 things in total. First, the rule that disciples cannot leave the mountain was set up by the sect master out of spite. Now I want to make some changes. Second, I plan to systematically learn the art of alchemy. I hope President Farmar can help me. Third, my sister is going back to the Nalan family. I hope the Nalan family can put aside those so-called family interests and not make things difficult for everyone. Listening to Chu Yang's words, everyone's expressions first became ugly, then became weird, and finally became extremely exciting. Changing the rules set by Yun Yun was undoubtedly something that the Yan League did not want to see, but it was also reasonable. Because everyone knew that the Yunlan sect had just suffered heavy losses and then retreated from the world, and the sect's resources would definitely be lacking. And the establishment of the Yan League would make it difficult for the Yunlan sect to replenish fresh blood. After all, the Yan League was backed by the Zio clan and Cannon College in the Blackhorn region. Even if the Yunlan sect had Daozun strongmen to guard it, it would definitely not be as good as Cannon College in terms of training and teaching young practitioners. But leaving this matter aside, the following 2 matters are a bit too hasty, right? For such a thing, is it worth a trip for a Daozun? What the hell is learning alchemy? You have reached the Daozun realm at such a young age, and you still want to distract yourself to learn alchemy. If you have made achievements in the field of alchemy, will you let people live? Chu Yang directly found Farmar, the president of the Alchemist Guild. Although they are professional counterparts, who dares to teach the supreme evil god in the Alchemist Guild? Let a group of guys who are only at the Daowang and Daohuang realms teach a Daozun strongman. Isn't it against Shan Gang? What if Chu Yang is not happy and dismantles the entire Alchemist Guild? Who can they go to for justice? And it should be normal for Nalan Yanran to return to the family, but after Chu Yang said this, things have changed a bit. It sounds like Chu Yang is supporting Nalan Yanran. Those words full of protective meaning were almost like saying directly, Nalan Ji, take care of yourself, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. At this time, Nalan Ji's old face was extremely wonderful. He felt a little panicked and aggrieved, but he was enjoying it. The panic was because of Chu Yang's intimidation, and the aggrieved was because his granddaughter came home, and he, as a grandfather, was threatened to be nicer to his granddaughter. And the enjoyment was because he felt there was a chance for his granddaughter and this young monster. If the 2 of them could get together, wouldn't the Nalan family soar to the sky in the future? What the hell is a Yan League? What the hell are the 3 empires? All of them, stand aside. It's only a matter of time before they dominate the northwest region. Cough. At this moment, Xiaoding suddenly coughed lightly, pulling everyone's thoughts back. Xiaoli came back to his senses and asked quickly, since your excellency wants to learn alchemy, then I, the Yan League, will do my best to help. Whether it's an alchemist, a notebook of experience, or a pill recipe, as long as my Yan League can provide it, your excellency, just ask. As for the matter of the Nalan family, Having said that, he paused, glanced at Malin G, and said in a strange tone, I believe that Mr. Nalan will listen to your excellency's advice. However, your excellency said that he wanted to make changes to the rules set by sect master Yun Yun. I wonder what you mean? Chu Yang was too lazy to test each other and waved his hand and said, don't be hypocritical with me. I know you don't like Yanran, and I know that you and the Yunlin sect have a blood feud. Yunshin is dead, the Yunlin sect is seriously injured, and Yunnan has done you a favor. I don't force you to wipe out the grudges, but I want the Yunlin sect and the Yan League to keep out of each other's way in the future. What do you think? Xiaoli fell silent, and Xiaoding suddenly said, I hope your excellency will forgive me. This matter has to wait for my third brother to come back and make the decision. After all, he is the leader of the Yan League. Chu Yang said lightly, I have met him, and he has agreed. Everyone was stunned. Xiaoding's eyes flashed with a flash of realization, and finally understood why his third brother was indifferent when he learned that Chu Yang had gone down the mountain. In this case, my Xiao family has no objection. Xiaoli immediately made a decision, and then looked at everyone. I wonder what you think? The elders of the Yan League nodded one after another. After all, it was the Xiao family that had a blood feud with the Yunlan sect, and they only had some conflicts of interest and friction with the Yunlan sect. With Chu Yang, a powerful warrior, fighting, they would definitely not be enemies with the Yunlan sect for that matter. Moreover, in terms of their attitude towards the Yunlan sect, most forces are peace advocates, and no one wants to offend a Daozun. In that case, let me first talk about the changes in the rules of the Yunlan sect. Chu Yang said bluntly, the Yunlan sect is still non-aggressive, but in every generation there will be a disciple who goes down the mountain to gain experience. This generation's disciple is senior sister Yanran. Of course, I'm not bound by this rule, but I won't cause trouble for you. In addition, the rules of the Yunlan sect only apply to the areas covered by the Yan League. For example, the power of the Yan League is now limited to the Gamma Empire. Except for the disciples who are training, the rest of the Yunlin sect will not walk within the Gamma Empire, but will travel outside the Gamma Empire. However, no matter where we are, we will not conflict with the people of the Yan League, and we hope that the Yan League will restrain its members. Chu Yang's attitude was very clear, and there was no hint of negotiation in his tone. It would be better to say that he was issuing a notice. Chapter 305, Mastery at the Beginning. 6th rank alchemist. Heading to Zhongzhou, the elders of the Yan League looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Although the new rules set by Chu Yang were not overbearing clauses, they did not leave them any room for maneuver. Or to be more precise, facing a Daozun strongman, they did not dare to bargain. Moreover, this new rule did not harm the interests of the Yan League, and at the same time perfectly resolved the problems that Yunlanzong was currently facing. Although many elders of the Yan League were peace advocates, they almost all had the same plan. That is to let Yunlanzong fend for itself in isolation from the world, and it would be best if it could gradually decline due to the shortage of resources and the inability to replenish fresh blood. But with this new rule, their plan fell through. If no one objects, then I will talk about another thing. Chu Yang looked at everyone with a smile, but his words once again made the elders of the Yan League nervous. The Yan League had just been established and stabilized, but it could not withstand the willful tossing of this young Daozun. Leaving aside the Yunlin sect, I personally want to make a deal with the Yan League. Chu Yang ignored the others and looked directly at Xiaoding. The Yan League is led by the Xiao family, but Xiao Yan is a hands-off boss. Although Xiaoli is the person in charge on the surface, the real helmsman is the eldest son of the Xiao family sitting in a wheelchair. Chu Yang said softly, I want the Yan League to give 1/10 of its resources every year to the Yunlin sect. In exchange, I can help the Yan League when it encounters a crisis. His words caused a commotion in the entire reception room. The Yan League now controls the entire Gamma Empire, and its power is likely to expand further in the future. Therefore, 1/10 of the resources it obtains each year is definitely an astronomical figure. But even so, in exchange for the promise of a Daozun strongman, it is definitely worth it. If the Yan League is really in danger one day, this promise will be enough to reverse the situation in an instant. The most important thing is, Chu Yang is really too young. How will a 16-year-old Daozan grow in the future? In their opinion, as long as Chu Yang's talent continues, it is almost certain that he will break through to Daosheng. By that time, the promise of Daozan will be upgraded to the promise of Daosheng. My Zio family is willing to do this business with the Venerable. What do you think, elders? Xiaoding nodded and agreed without hesitation, and then looked at the other people in the reception room. I agree on behalf of the Mittel family. Heiboden was the first to express his opinion. After all, the Mittel family had already put on a pair of pants with the Zio family. Then the elders expressed their support. After all, this matter is a sure win from any angle. Finally, Chu Yang smiled and nodded and said, in this case, please ask Yan Meng to send this year's share to Yunlin sect first. As he said that, he stood up and walked in front of Xiaoding, patted his shoulder, and then looked at Farmar and smiled. I wonder if President Farmar would be convenient to take me to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild now, to learn the art of alchemy. Farmar's expression froze and hesitated. In the Alchemist Guild, the highest rank is only the 5th rank Peak Alchemist, which is indeed the top level in the Jama Empire. But if we look at the entire continent, they can only be considered half-baked, so how dare they teach a Daozan? Chu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, whether we can learn it or not, I will not embarrass the Alchemist Guild. In addition, President Farmar only needs to let me look at some books on alchemy and some notes of alchemists' experience. After hearing what he said, Farmar was slightly relieved. As long as he was not asked to teach the alchemists of the guild one-on-one, it would not be a big problem. At this moment, Xiaoding spoke up to help. Why don't I have someone arrange a house in the imperial capital? After the Venerable moves in, I will ask President Farmar to send books and notes over for the Venerable to study carefully. How about that? Chu Yang nodded and said, that's good. Thank you for your help. After that, he turned to look at Nalan Yanran and said, little senior sister, if you are bored in the family, you can come to me at any time. Nalanji's eyelids jumped fiercely, realizing that Chu Yang was hitting him. Watching Xiaoli lead Chu Yang out of the Zio family, everyone in the reception room finally breathed a sigh of relief. They only then realized that the clothes on their backs had been soaked with cold sweat. Even though Chu Yang had a pleasant face from beginning to end, the pressure brought by a Daozan strongman still made them a little breathless. Especially when they were on the top of Yunlin Mountain, they all experienced Chu Yang's powerful methods first, and the people in the reception room did not disperse, but were silent one by one, as if waiting for something. Xiaoding looked around and said softly, I know everyone has doubts and wonders how to treat Yunlan Zong in the future. But in fact, this question is very simple. As long as Chu Yang is here, Yunlan Zong will be able to stand firm. When he said this, he did not avoid Nalan Yanran at all. It seemed that he wanted to use Nalan Yanran's mouth to express the attitude of Yan League to Chu Yang and Yun Yun. At this time, Queen Medusa, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, when I came back, Zio Yan asked me to bring a message to you. As long as Yunlan Zong can abide by the rules for 10 years, the grudge between the Zio family and Yunlan Zong will be written off. And Queen Medusa paused and continued, Yan League does not have to be restrained. The stage of Jama Empire is too small to accommodate a genius like Chu Yang, so he will leave sooner or later. As long as we don't provoke Yunlan Zong, everyone can live in peace. The courtyard that Xiaoli arranged for Chu Yang was very impressive, even more high profile than the Zio family's mansion, and adjacent to the imperial palace. Jia Zingshan almost cursed, fearing that Chu Yang would be unhappy and flatten the entire palace. However, he only complained to Xiaoli. As soon as Chu Yang moved in, he sent the imperial army to block the entire street to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Farmer quickly sent all kinds of alchemy books and alchemists' experience notes, and also gave him a top quality medicine cauldron. It is said that this medicine cauldron is a collection of the Alchemist Guild. Even Farmer, the president of the Alchemist Guild, is reluctant to use it. Obviously, after putting down their weapons and forming an alliance, all forces are trying to build a good relationship with Chu Yang. Chu Yang is indifferent to everything in the outside world and concentrates on studying alchemy behind closed doors. The alchemy of Daoqi continent is more complicated than that of the Xianxia world in the Ming world. Fortunately, Chu Yang has a certain foundation. Combining the information in the alchemy books and the explanations in the experience notes, he quickly succeeded in getting started. It must be said that as the Soul Palace connected more and more worlds, Chu Yang's talent became more and more monstrous. Now, it is no exaggeration to say that he can practice like eating and drinking, and learn anything at a glance. It only took Chu Yang one day to go from the basics to the entry level. It took another day for him to cross the stage of refining the liquid medicine and successfully refine a first grade pill. 2 days later, the first second grade pill from his hand came out. In the next month, the mansion was always filled with bursts of medicinal fragrance, which made the elders of the Yan League who had been paying attention to the situation here secretly shocked. Bang! In the center of the yard, Chu Yang gently tapped the medicine cauldron, and the lid of the cauldron flew up. Then he stretched out his hand and a round pill fell into his palm. 6th grade pill, Huangji pill. As 6th grade pills, the difficulty of refining and the effect of the pills are also different. Huangji pill is a higher grade one among the 6th grade pills. Chu Yang looked at the pill in his palm with a nearly perfect color, but frowned slightly. After he refined the first 5th grade elixir, the books and notes of the Alchemist Guild were no longer very useful. The process of refining the 6th grade elixir was entirely Chu Yang's, relying on his powerful mental power and exquisite control of the flame. After many trials and errors, he finally succeeded. But this is far from Chu Yang's limit. After laying a solid foundation, the alchemist who wants to continuously improve the quality and refine better elixirs no longer relies on so-called experience. The most important thing is nothing more than a few key elements: medicinal materials, medicine cauldron, elixir formula, mental power, control of flames, and sufficient fighting spirit as support. For Chu Yang, the latter 3 elements do not need to be considered at all. His mental power is almost endless, and the quality of source energy is far better than fighting spirit. Even if he is only at the Dao Zun realm now, if we only talk about the Dao, source, energy foundation, ordinary low-level Dao Shen cannot compare with him. Instead, the first 3 most basic elements have become obstacles that trouble Chu Yang's advancement to a high-grade alchemist. In the Alchemist Guild of the Jayama Empire, the highest ranking one is Farmer, a peak alchemist of the 5th rank. The guild does have some recipes for the 6th rank elixir, but there is no recipe for the 7th rank elixir. The medicinal materials for refining the 7th rank elixir are extremely rare in the Jayama Empire, and even if there are any, the price is quite expensive. The medicine cauldron that Farmer gave Chu Yang is enough to support him to refine the 7th rank elixir, but that's all. If he wants to refine the 8th rank elixir, he has to find a better medicine cauldron. Chu Yang can create his own elixir formula, but it is really not worthwhile to create elixirs below the 8th rank. He has a long-term vision. He learns alchemy not to improve his cultivation at the moment, but to wait until the alchemy is perfected, and then combine the resources of various worlds to refine something that can shake the world. With this skill, even if he reaches the Great Thousand Worlds, he can quickly gain a foothold. The Jayama Empire is still too small. Chu Yang stood up and put away the medicine cauldron, looking up in the direction of Zhongzhou. That is where the Daoqi continent gathers, and it is not an exaggeration to say that there are opportunities everywhere. As soon as Chu Yang walked out of the mansion, he directly alarmed the various forces of the Yan League. Then his figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light and swept towards the depths of the palace. This move immediately made the entire palace nervous, but no one dared to stop him, nor did they dare to show a posture of facing a great enemy. In a hall, Yaoyu and Jia Zingshan were discussing something. Suddenly, they heard the voice of a powerful royal family, and their faces changed. The next moment, Chu Yang's figure appeared in the hall. Yaoyu and Jia Zingshan came back to their senses, and hurriedly stood up to salute. "Welcome, Your Excellency." Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "In the past month, you have given me a quiet environment, which is thoughtful. Here are 3 Huangji pills and 10 Dowling pills." As he said, Chu Yang threw 2 jade bottles over, then turned and left. After all, he now represents the Yunlin sect. If he doesn't return the favor will be counted on the Yunlin sect. Chu Yang gave away these pills to avoid trouble. Jia Zingshan took the 2 jade bottles and looked at Yaoyu in confusion. Yaoyu was shocked and said with a short breath, Grandpa, take a look. Is there any problem with this pill? Jiaxingshan also reacted and quickly opened the stopper of the jade bottle. After a careful inspection, he took a deep breath and said, I have seen the Huangji pill and the Dowling pill. There is no problem with the pills in this bottle. And, these pills are better than the ones I have seen. Yao Yi's expression was moved, and he murmured blankly, his talent in refining medicine is so evil. In the Jama Empire, apart from Xiao Yan, there is only Guhi, the 6th grade alchemist. The 6th grade pills that Jiaxingshan has seen are naturally from him. But now, it is said that the quality of the elixir Chu Yang gave is far better than the elixir refined by Guhi. Doesn't this mean Chu Yang's alchemy skills have surpassed the first person in the Jama Empire, the Dan King Guhi? You know, a month ago, Chu Yang was just a layman who knew nothing about alchemy. In just 1 month, he not only completed the entry, but also broke through the grades one after another, and became a 6th grade alchemist in one fell swoop. No. To be precise, it should be a 6th grade peak alchemist. Xiao Yan is right. This Chu Yang is too evil. The stage of the Jama Empire is too small to accommodate him. Jiaxingshan's tone was quite emotional, as if he was regretting that the Jama Empire could not keep such a genius, and as if he was relieved that Chu Yang would leave sooner or later. Alchemist Guild, the General Assembly. Compared with the royal family, the Alchemist Guild was even more like an enemy when Chu Yang came. They were afraid that Chu Yang had made some mistakes in refining medicine according to the information and experience provided by the Alchemist Guild, and they came to the door to question him. The lingering medicinal fragrance in Chu Yang's mansion proved that he had successfully entered the door, which shocked the entire Alchemist Guild at that time. It took only a few days to enter the door. This talent for refining medicine is really a monster. But when they thought that he had cultivated to the Daozun realm at the age of 16, they were relieved. How can a genius be viewed with the eyes of ordinary people? If the venerable needs medicinal materials, just send someone to inform us. Why come in person? Looking at Chu Yang, Farmer stepped forward. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, the Alchemist Guild can't provide the herbs I need, and there's no need to hurt you. He took out 2 jade bottles and handed them over, saying, these are 3 Huangji pills and 10 Dowling pills. Consider it as a reward for your help. I also gave some pills to the royal family. Due to limited herbs, I can only refine this much. If you can find the recipe for poison pill, I can refine 1 furnace for you for free, which will be considered the cost of buying the medicine cauldron. Chapter 306, Rectifying the Yunlin Sect. Chu Yang's big move. Dowling Dan, Huangji Dan. Farmer suspected that he had heard it wrong, but after checking the pills in the bottle, he began to wonder if he was dreaming. In 1 month, from a layman to a 6th grade alchemist, it was out of this world. This can't even be measured by genius or Ivildoa. Even if the Emperor of Medicine was alive, it wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? And from what Chu Yang said, it seems that this is still limited by the medicinal materials and pill formula. Otherwise, can he continue to improve? Your Excellency's talent is something we have never heard of. Farmer took a deep breath and said, I will find the recipe for the Piozandan as soon as possible, but I dare not trouble you to make the medicine. The medicine cauldron is just a decoration in the Alchemist Guild. It is better to make full use of it in your hands. Chu Yang thought about it, then nodded and said, then I will not be polite. The Piozandan has no practical value to you. Why don't you let President Farmer make the medicine here? I may be able to make some suggestions. Farmer's eyes suddenly lit up, and he understood that Chu Yang wanted to guide him, and he nodded with ecstasy. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground without saying anything, took out the medicine cauldron, and started to light the furnace. Half an hour later, the rich aroma of medicine filled the whole of the Alchemist Guild, and a round pill flew out of the medicine cauldron. Farmer received the elixir, held it up to his eyes with trembling hands, tears streaming down his face. Success. 6th rank. Ha ha ha. Farmer, finally broke through to the 6th rank. After his emotions stabilized, he turned to look at Chu Yang, bowed deeply, and said sincerely, I will remember your guidance, sir. If you need me in the future, I will go through fire and water. Chu Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, "I have said that I will use this to buy the medicine cauldron." After that, he raised his hand and tore open the space in front of him and stepped into it. Yunlin Mountain, the top of the mountain. Chu Yang stood in the Master's Hall, and Pangu's voice kept echoing in his ears. While he was traveling through space, Pangu was constantly analyzing the spatial structure of Daoki continent. In this month, Pangu's computing group has been built, and Pangu has also been successfully upgraded to a celestial computer at the same level as the big clock, with computing power that is now incomparable to the past. After a long time, the voice in his ear finally stopped, and Chu Yang smiled helplessly. Even Pangu today cannot fully analyze the spatial structure of Daoki continent. However, with Pangu's preliminary understanding of the spatial structure, and Chu Yang's mastery of space after his cultivation breakthrough to Daozun, he has been able to achieve a level close to wormhole transportation. Ordinary Daozun masters can only tear open space and cross a certain distance. But Chu Yang can reach any location on the continent in a short time with the help of Pangu, and can also instantly transport something or someone through space. Even Daosheng masters can't do this. After all, shuttling through space requires a process, and only Chu Yang can infinitely shorten this process with Pangu's algorithm. It is worth mentioning that in terms of medicine refining, Chu Yang has an advantage that others do not have, and this advantage also comes from Pangu. Pangu recorded the chain element in a digital way through the process of refining medicine with the storage of Yang, and with data support, Chu Yang's success rate in refining medicine reached 100%. No matter how talented or experienced a pharmacist is, when refining high-grade pills, there will inevitably be a certain failure rate. But for Chu Yang, as long as he successfully refined the elixir once, there is no possibility of failure when refining it again. And the biggest benefit is that it saves medicinal materials. It is no exaggeration to say that Chu Yang now holds the wealth code of the Daoki continent. As long as he is willing, it won't take long for him to become the richest man in the entire continent. The value of a elixir is many times higher than the value of the medicinal materials needed to refine it. Chu Yang only needs to keep refining elixirs and selling them to make money at a terrifying speed. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. "Chu Yang, when did you come back?" Chu Yang turned around and looked at Yun Yun at the door of the hall and said with a smile, "Just came back. How is the situation of the sect recently?" He could clearly see that compared with a month ago, Yun Yun's mental state was much better. The worry between her eyebrows disappeared, and she was no longer as thin as before. When Yanren came back, she brought back the resources that Yanmeng had given this year. The situation in the sect has stabilized. Yun Yun said softly, but there is still a problem at the moment. That is, there is a shortage of elders. I'm a little distracted to guide so many disciples in their cultivation by myself. Chu Yang frowned and said, for things like cultivation, you still have to rely on yourself. How can you ask for guidance everywhere? You can implement a reward and punishment system in the sect and set a standard. All disciples who meet the standard can obtain certain additional resources. Then set a lower limit. Once it falls below this lower limit, they will be punished, or even expelled from the sect. Yun Yun smiled bitterly and said, this is indeed a feasible method, but how should the standard be set? What if there is a disciple who falls below the lower limit and I expel him from the sect? Then wouldn't the situation of the sect be worse? Chu Yang fell silent. From Yun Yun's perspective, her idea was indeed correct, but it was too restrictive. The resources provided by Yanmeng can solve the urgent problem and support the daily cultivation of all disciples of Yunlin sect. But if an additional reward and punishment system is set up, resources are likely to be scarce again. There is another key problem, that is, the number of disciples in Yunlin sect is really small. After the catastrophe of Yunlin sect, all the surviving disciples did not leave the sect. They all hoped to be favored by Chu Yang, a Daozun strongman, and be accepted as disciples. Even if they were not good enough, even a little guidance would benefit them infinitely. But when they found that Chu Yang was elusive, let alone guidance, they could not even see him. In the absence of cultivation resources, some disciples quietly went down the mountain. Going down the mountain means leaving the sect. Until now, the situation has finally improved, but the number of disciples is only a few hundred, which is incomparable to the past. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and then said, how about this? You call all the disciples to the square and I will make arrangements. Yun Yun hesitated, but still nodded. Although she is the leader of Yunlin sect, she follows Chu Yang's lead in major matters concerning the sect. After all, this is a world where the strong are respected, and it is precisely because of Chu Yang that the Yunlan sect has not completely declined. A quarter of an hour later, on the mountaintop square, Chu Yang stood on the high platform, with Yun Yun and Nail and Yanran on his left and right. The three of them are now the three strongest people in the Yunlan sect. Hundreds of disciples in the square focused their eyes on Chu Yang, each with a look of admiration and fanaticism. A Daozun strongman. In the past, they would not even dare to think that they would be able to see a Daozun strongman in their lifetime. The most important thing is that this Daozun strongman is so young and belongs to the same sect as them. This is simply like a dream. Chu Yang looked around at everyone and then said loudly, I think everyone has already known the new rules of the sect. I will give you a chance to choose now. If you stay in the sect, it means cutting off the connection with your family and relatives behind you. At least you can't meet in the territory of the Jayamar Empire. For the disciples of Yunlan sect, this is indeed a troublesome matter. They cannot travel in the territory ruled by Yan Meng. Therefore, if they want to meet their relatives now, they can only run to a place outside the Jayamar Empire. Chu Yang continued, I will formulate a new sect rule. If you are willing to stay, you must accept the constraints of the sect rule. I will only give you 10 breaths of time. Whether to leave or stay is entirely up to your personal will. Even if you leave, I will never make it difficult. There was a commotion in the crowd, but no one chose to leave. The resources sent by Yan Meng allowed Yunlan sect to resolve the economic crisis, and all this was because of Chu Yang. In the eyes of the disciples of Yunlan sect, Chu Yang, who used to be indifferent to the affairs of the sect, finally took action himself. This will be an opportunity for Yunlan sect, and also an opportunity for them to change their fate. Seeing that no one had left, Chu Yang waved his hand gently, and hundreds of jade slips appeared and lined up neatly in the air. At the same time, a trapezoidal diagram was projected above the square. The trapezoidal diagram was divided into 4 layers, and each layer was marked with a few large characters. Seeing this scene, not only the disciples looked confused, but even Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran were confused. Chu Yang pointed to the trapezoidal diagram and said, leaving the sect master aside, this will be the future structure of the Yunlan sect. The first layer is the outer disciples. The sect will set up an entrance examination. As long as you pass the examination, you can become an outer disciple. Each outer disciple can obtain a low-level Zuan level technique and choose a Zuan level fighting skill. You can choose any Huang level fighting skill. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the square. Zuan level techniques, in the past Yunlan sect, were only practiced by outstanding disciples. After all, the best techniques and fighting skills of the Yunlan sect were only advanced Zuan level techniques. Yun Yun opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she chose to let Chu Yang arrange it. After a moment, Chu Yang continued, the second level is for inner disciples, who can practice advanced Zuan level techniques and select 3 Zuan level fighting skills. The third level is for core disciples, who can practice low level earth level techniques, and 1 earth level fighting skill. At the same time, each level of disciples will be assessed every month. If they fail to meet the assessment standards, their status will be downgraded, and the sect will seal their memories of the techniques and fighting skills. This time everyone was stunned. Yun Yun was extremely shocked, and thought it was incredible. Sealing memories? I have never heard of such a method being possessed. After reaching Daozun, Chu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, this will not cause any harm to your body and soul, and there is no hidden danger. After your status is upgraded again, your memory will be unlocked. But if you fail the assessment of outer disciples for 3 consecutive times, you will be expelled from the sect, and all your memories of the sect's skills and fighting skills will be sealed. Every year, the sect holds a competition for core disciples. The first place can get an extra earth level fighting skill and elixir as a reward. Chu Yang paused before continuing. Let me talk about the resources for cultivation. Outer disciples can receive 3 second grade key condensation pills per month. Inner disciples can receive 3 third grade key condensation pills per month. And core disciples can receive 3 fifth grade key condensation pills per month. After your cultivation breaks through to Dao Wang, you will leave the category of disciples and join the Deacon Hall to accept sect tasks and receive rewards after completing them. Tasks include but are not limited to refining elixirs and going out to obtain resources. Of course, the location of the mission will not be within the scope of the Yan Meng's rule. If there are alchemists among the disciples, they can join the medicine hall and receive medicinal materials based on their grades as much as they want. After saying that, Chu Yang waved his hand to disperse the ladder diagram, divided the hundreds of jade slips into 3 parts, and piled them on the high platform. He pointed to the largest pile and said, "These are Zuan grade fighting skills and techniques." Then he pointed to the other 2 piles and said, "These are Earth grade techniques and fighting skills, and Heaven grade techniques and fighting skills, respectively. Except for special contributions to the sect, deacons can only obtain resources by completing tasks. Resources include elixirs, techniques, fighting skills, and some special rewards. After completing 3 tasks in total, you can receive a Dowling pill. After breaking through to Dao Huang, deacons can participate in the Elder Assessment and become outer sect elders. They can practice high-level Earth grade fighting skills and accept elder level tasks. Once a disciple breaks through to Dao Zhang, he or she will directly become an inner sect elder and can practice a low-level Heaven grade technique. The assessment of core elders is open to all members, but the assessment is very difficult. Daozan can pass it easily, but Daozan will be in danger of his or her life. You can use your discretion. Core elders can choose any sect technique and a Heaven grade fighting skill. There will only be 1 disciple in each generation who walks down the mountain at will, and that is the first disciple of the current generation. Chu Yang turned to look at Yun Yun and said with a smile, "Sect Master, you should put away these skills and fighting techniques first." Yun Yun put away all the jade slips in a daze. When Chu Yang left, the square was still silent, and no one came back to their senses. Because what Chu Yang just said was too outrageous. In the past, some powerful Dowling Realm Masters were enough to serve as elders of the Yunlin sect, but now Chu Yang directly set the threshold to Dao Huang. And the assessment of the core elders actually requires the Daosan realm to pass steadily. What a joke. The sect master is only at the Dao Huang realm. At this moment, Chu Yang's voice came from the back mountain again. "I forgot to say that I'm now a 7th grade alchemist, so there is no need to worry about the problem of elixirs." Another stone stirred up 1,000 waves. 7th grade alchemists, let alone the Jama Empire. Even if you look at the entire northwest region, there are not many. Thinking about the jade slips Chu Yang had just taken out, there seemed to be more than a dozen of them classified as heavenly grade. All the disciples finally came to their senses. Even if they found it unbelievable, they had to admit. Under the terrifying temptation, everyone would put all their efforts into cultivation. Yunlin sect would also rise up in an unstoppable manner. Chapter 307 Recruiting Guhi. Reaching the 8th level in 1 month. 9 Color Pill Thunder. In a small courtyard in the back mountain, Chu Yang was playing with a small tower with a smile on his face. Needless to say, once the news of Yunlan sect spreads, the entire northwest region will be shaken, and even the entire continent will be quickly affected. Many heavenly level skills and fighting skills. This big deal. Even a Daozan strongman will be moved. How to sift through the sand, screen out those with ulterior motives, and then select the gifted disciples. That is what Yun Yun needs to consider. Chu Yang has built the current and future framework of Yunlan sect. If Yunlan sect still cannot rise, it can only be said that it is a waste of mud. Those skills and fighting skills are naturally the result of his improvement of the cultivation methods and techniques, martial arts and internal strength of various worlds. The only water in Chu Yang's words in the square is that he has not yet become a 7th grade alchemist. But as long as he gets the support of the pill formula and medicinal materials, let alone the 7th grade, even breaking through the 8th grade is not a difficult task. In fact, Chu Yang didn't need to spend so much time on this. He had helped Yunlan's unresolved crisis time and again, and had already repaid the favor of inheritance and protection. The reason for doing this was that he wanted to cultivate Yunlanzang into a towering tree, so that when he entered the Great Thousand World in the future, he would not be without people to use. Similarly, it was possible that there would be friction with the 7 ancient clans and the 3 major magic beast races in the future. It was not a bad thing to accumulate more foundation. A moment later, Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran arrived together. The latter was excited and looked at Chu Yang with eyes, as if he was looking at an idol. Yun Yun was worried and said directly, Chu Yang, if you give me these skills and fighting techniques, I'm afraid that Yunlan sect will not be able to protect it. I know you will leave sooner or later. When that time comes, Yunlan sect will be in great trouble. Chu Yang smiled and said, someone will definitely take the risk, but before leaving, I will kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After I leave, if you encounter any trouble that cannot be solved, you can contact me through it, and I will come back as soon as possible. As he said, Chu Yang threw the small tower in his hand over. This is. Yun Yun took the small tower and turned it over and over, but could not see anything special. You can call it Pangu. It has independent wisdom. If a disciple is demoted, Pangu will be responsible for sealing the memory. After the disciple's status is upgraded again, it will return the memory. At the same time, no matter where I am, it can contact me instantly. Pangu. Yun Yun murmured, and the small tower trembled slightly, as if responding. This is the product of Chu Yang's initial attempt to merge a carrier with Pangu after the Pangu computing group was built. Chu Yang seemed to remember something, and suddenly asked, by the way, can you contact Guhi? I want him to join Yunlan sect, and after I leave, he will provide elixir support. Yun Yun was stunned for a moment, her expression a little embarrassed. She and Guhi almost got married, and she also knew Guhi's intentions, but the man had feelings for her, but the woman had no intention. Don't feel embarrassed, I will take you away when the time comes, and you will pass the position of the sect leader to the junior sister. Hearing Chu Yang say this, Nalan Yanran immediately refused to do it, staring and said, I don't want it. You all left one by one, what's the point of leaving me alone? Chu Yang shook his head and laughed, it's not like I will never come back. No matter where I am, I can instantly return to Yunlan sect. If I don't come back often, how can I suppress the strong and disciples who joined the sect later? Hearing what he said, Nalan Yanran snorted reluctantly, but didn't continue to pester. Yun Yun asked in confusion, where are we going? Zhang's house, but we will act separately. You go to Zhang's house for training, and I have other things to do. As he spoke, Chu Yang took out 2 jade slips and handed them to the 2 of them respectively, and then said, this is a technique that is above the heavenly rank. You can also understand it as an emperor rank technique. This technique has only been passed down to successive clan masters. With this technique, junior sister will soon be able to break through to the Daohuan realm. After she breaks through, we will leave. This. The master and disciple looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The heavenly rank technique and fighting skills were already outrageous enough. After all, both of them guessed that Chu Yang might have obtained some kind of opportunity, so his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, although it was unexpected, it was reasonable for him to take out those resources. But once this technique above the heavenly rank was taken out, I'm afraid it would make the whole continent crazy. Hurry up and improve your strength, and get Yunlanzang back on track as soon as possible. Chu Yang put away his smile and said in a serious tone, in the future, I will need your help and Yunlanzang's help. Don't let me down. The 2 people who felt embarrassed for receiving too many benefits from Chu Yang, but could not refuse the emperor level skills, put away the skills after hearing what he said. At the same time, they finally understood Chu Yang's intention to do so many things for Yunlanzang. Chu Yang attached so much importance to it, and even devoted his efforts to it, and wanted to cultivate a huge force to deal with it. The degree of danger can be imagined. The master and apprentice made up their minds at this time. Even if they had to lose their lives in the future, they would definitely help Chu Yang clear all troubles. After they left, Chu Yang started to practice in the backyard. In the past month, although he was concentrating on learning to make medicine, he did not neglect his cultivation. His realm had reached the peak of Daozun, and he was only 1 step away from the Daosheng level. Nail and Yanran did not rush to retreat, but went down the mountain to find Guhi. It is unknown whether Guhi still has difficulty letting go of his feelings for Yun Yun, or whether he wants to meet the legendary Daozan strongman, and did not refuse Nail and Yanran's invitation. Sect Master's Hall. Chu Yang looked at Guhi, who had a gentle temperament, and said with a smile, "Mr. Guhi, long time no see." Guhi bowed repeatedly and said, "I'm not worthy of the Venerable's address of sir. I have been neglectful in the past. I hope the Venerable will forgive me." Chu Yang waved his hands and said, "Mr. Guhi helped me a lot before, and provided me with many elixirs for cultivation. I'm not an ungrateful person. This time, I invited you here. In addition to inviting you to join the Yunlun sect, I also want to discuss some issues related to alchemy." Guhi was shocked. Chu Yang used only 1 month to break through from a layman to a 6th grade alchemist. This matter has already spread in the Jayamar Empire. After thinking for a while, Guhi said tentatively, "I heard from Miss Nalan that the Venerable has broken through to the 7th grade alchemist." Chu Yang glanced at Nalan Yanran, who quietly stuck out a tongue at him. Chu Yang shook his head and said, "Without the recipe of a 7th grade elixir, you are not a 7th grade alchemist. This time I also want to exchange some 7th grade elixir recipes from Mr. Guhi. As a condition, I can help you break through to the 7th grade. Guhi's pupils suddenly shrank. He was a peak 6th grade alchemist and had been stuck at the bottleneck of the 7th grade for many years. He thought that, after obtaining the strange fire, he would be able to advance to the 7th grade alchemist in one fell swoop, but it happened that he was helping others, and the strange fire fell into Zhao Yan's hands. So Guhi devoted himself to cultivation, intending to break through the Daohuang and then attack the 7th grade. Although his cultivation has broken through, he is still half a step away from the 7th grade. The 7th grade alchemist is a realm that Guhi has pursued for many years, so the conditions proposed by Chu Yang are a temptation that he cannot refuse. The most important thing is that the 7th grade pill formula is not a treasure at all, unless it is some self-created pill formula. For low grade alchemists, even if they get a high grade pill formula, they cannot refine it. For high grade alchemists, most of the pill formulas are popular and circulated on the mainland, and they can be easily obtained. Moreover, those who can become high grade alchemists have accumulated many years of experience. How many of them lack pill formulas? Like Chu Yang, who has only been in contact with alchemy for a month and has begun to try to refine the 7th grade pill, there is no second person in the past and present. Guhi knew that Chu Yang let him take such a big share. It must be for his joining Yunlan sect. He hesitated, then said, "Your Excellency wants me to join Yunlan sect. I wonder what I need to do." Chu Yang glanced at Nalan Yanran, then said, "I want you to be the deputy head of the medicine hall. The head position is temporarily vacant, and when someone breaks through the 8th grade alchemist, he will be automatically promoted to the head of the medicine hall. And what you need to do is to refine pills, and all the medicinal materials will be provided by the sect. Of course, not only higher level pills, but you will also need to spend time refining some low grade pills. And you need to instruct the disciples of the medicine hall. After the supply chain of the sect's pills is stabilized, you can concentrate on pursuing a higher level of alchemy." Guhi was silent. It was not that he could not accept these conditions, but he felt that the treatment was too generous, even so generous that it made him feel a little unreal. Breaking through the bottleneck, having enough medicinal materials needed for alchemy, what other conditions can make alchemists more excited than these? Nail and Yanran added at the right time. Teacher will leave with junior brother and go to Zhang's house soon, so Uncle Guhi does not need to worry about the past. Guhi took a deep breath, and his last worries dissipated. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, Your Excellency. I will definitely lay a solid foundation for the medicine hall." Chu Yang showed a smile on his face, and then Guhi directly took out the recipes of various 7th grade elixirs, including an 8th grade elixir recipe that he got by chance. This really gave Chu Yang a pleasant surprise. He asked Nail and Yanran to settle Guhi, and then went straight to the back mountain courtyard, and began to concentrate on refining medicine. Another half a month passed. Chu Yang, like when he was in the imperial capital, covered the entire courtyard with source energy. Otherwise the back mountain of Yunlin sect would probably be shrouded in strange phenomena all day long. When the 6th grade elixir and the ordinary 7th grade elixir are made, they will cause different degrees of strange phenomena in the world. High level 7th grade elixir will even attract thunder tribulation. Although Chu Yang was able to shield the heavenly secrets through his source energy and avoid the thunder tribulation, the quality of the elixir that had not been nourished by the thunder tribulation would inevitably be slightly worse. Therefore, in the next half month, the sky above the Yunlin sect was almost always covered by dark clouds, and there was a loud thunder in the back mountain. This made the disciples of the Yunlin sect even think that their evil senior brother had done something against the will of heaven. However, if you think about it carefully, a 16-year-old 7th grade alchemist, coupled with the cultivation of the Daozun realm, is indeed against the will of heaven. Chu Yang used to be the younger junior brother of this generation of disciples, but after his strength improved by leaps and bounds, except for Nalan Yanran, no one dared to call him junior brother, but all spontaneously called him senior brother. In the newly established medicine hall, Guhi looked at the dark cloud-covered sky, and then looked at the direction of the back mountain, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He naturally knew that the pill tribulation meant the completion of the 6th grade peak elixir, or the 7th grade elixir. Guhi was not surprised that Chu Yang could break through to the 7th grade alchemist, but the continuous pill tribulations really overturned his worldview. This means that Chu Yang has been refining pills that can trigger thunder tribulations all the time, and his success rate is amazing. At this moment, Guhi suddenly saw a strange light in the dark clouds. His pupils suddenly shrank, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and his expression became extremely shocked. To color pill thunder, 8th grade pill. A month ago, Chu Yang was only a 6th grade peak alchemist. In just 1 month, he not only broke through to the 7th grade, but also broke through to the 8th grade! The most important thing is, Chu Yang was completely crossing the river by feeling the stones, with no one to guide him, and no experience to learn from. All he relied on was an 8th grade pill recipe. This is simply too incredible. But Guhi's shock was far more than that, because in the dark clouds, there was actually another ray of light. 3-color pill thunder. Not over yet? Guhi widened his eyes. Then, 4 colors, 5 colors, 6 colors, 8 colors, 9 colors. How is this possible? Guhi knew very well that the recipe he gave to Chu Yang was an 8th grade recipe, but it was only the lowest among the 8th grade ones. The elixir was called the Wan Shao pill, which could extend one's life by 100 years. But it could only be taken once. When taken for the second time, it would not work due to drug resistance. Even if the quality of the Wan Shao pill was good, it could only attract 3-color pill thunder at most. How could it trigger 9-color pill thunder? That was the pill tribulation that only the 8th grade peak elixir could attract. Pills of this level could even give birth to spiritual intelligence, and some could even transform. Guhi had heard some rumors that some of the top beings on the continent were transformed from elixirs, but it was not true or false. Thinking of this, his breathing became a little rapid. Even though he knew that it might cause Chu Yang's displeasure, he still couldn't resist the impulse. The fighting wings spread from his back and flew towards the back mountain. He wanted to witness with his own eyes the moment when the elixir that could attract the 9-color pill thunder was completed. He also wanted to see with his own eyes what the elixir that had given birth to spiritual intelligence looked like. In the back mountain, in the courtyard, looking at the 9-color pill thunder that roared like a 9-color angry dragon, Chu Yang remained calm and just raised his hand lightly, and a ray of white light rose up to meet the pill thunder. The moment the 9-color pill thunder came into contact with the heavenly palace, it exploded like a bubble in the water, and Hua turned into tiny colorful larks all over the sky, which merged into the medicine cauldron. When the last arc merged into the medicine cauldron, which was already shaking constantly, finally couldn't bear the burden and exploded. At the same time, Guhi, who had just arrived at the back mountain, widened his eyes and couldn't wait to see the elixir that attracted the 9-color pill thunder. Chapter 308. The pill takes shape. The northwest region is in turbulence. Swoosh, a stream of light burst out from the mist. Guhi concentrated his Dao Ki on his eyes, trying to see the things in the stream of light clearly, but he found that the speed of the stream of light was so fast that even he, a Dao Huang, could hardly catch it. In the small courtyard, Chu Yang waved his hand gently, and the momentum of the stream of light stopped immediately, as if it was imprisoned. The light faded, and a white baby as white as jade appeared. The baby looked exactly like a newborn baby, but its skin was crystal clear, white as jade, and it was surrounded by a strong medicinal fragrance. Chu Yang waved his hand, and the baby flew directly in front of him, struggling violently and making all kinds of faces at him. Be honest. Chu Yang knocked on his head, flicked his finger, and ejected a drop of his own blood, which sank into the baby's eyebrows. Then, the baby calmed down, and the look in his eyes, when he looked at Chu Yang, also had a hint of attachment and dependence. Chu Yang turned his head, and looked into the distance, smiling and saying loudly, "Mr. Guhi, since you are here, why don't you come and sit down?" Guhi, who had been peeking from a distance, suddenly looked embarrassed, and flashed to the small courtyard, bowed and said, "I just saw the 9-colored pill thunder in the medicine hall, but I didn't see the wonderful pill refined by the venerable. I disturbed you rashly. I hope the venerable will forgive me." Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. If it weren't for Mr. Guhi giving me the pill formula, I wouldn't have been promoted to an 8th grade alchemist so quickly." As he spoke, he put the little doll on the stone table. Guhi looked at it carefully, as if he saw a naked peerless beauty, with fiery eyes. "It's better to do it today. Mr. Guhi will refine a furnace of pills here, and I will help you break through to the 7th grade. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Guhi's eyes lit up, and without too much politeness, he quickly took out the medicine cauldron and various medicinal materials that had been prepared in advance. The elixir he refined was a transformation elixir. Only after a monster breaks through the 7th level can it transform with its own power. In addition, if it wants to transform into a human form, it needs the help of transformation grass or transformation elixir. However, if you take the unrefined transformation grass directly, most of the medicinal power will be lost, which often causes some accidents in the process of transformation of the monster. For example, Xian took a transformation grass and turned into a little girl. Unless she breaks through the Daozang level, her appearance will not change, no matter how many years have passed. Transformation elixir can make the monster transform perfectly. This is a 7th grade elixir, and it is also the bottom of the 7th grade elixir. It is relatively simple to refine, so Guhi chose to use it as an opportunity to enter the 7th grade realm. In the next half hour, Chu Yang pointed out Guhi while studying the special features of Dantong. Dantong's body is the Wan Xiao pill. Although it has experienced the baptism of the 9-color pill thunder, it is only the bottom of the 8th grade elixir after all. Therefore, Dantong's strength was not strong. He just barely reached the Daowang level, but his speed was extraordinary. Even ordinary Daozang might not be able to catch up with him. Chu Yang tried to take out some pills for him to take, but Dantong was like an ordinary child taking medicine, frowning and unwilling. After forcing the little guy to take a few pills, Chu Yang found that even taking the 7th grade pills could only make Dantong's strength slightly increase, and the effect was pitifully small. Sitting on the stone table, Dantong looked at Guhi, who was refining medicine, especially when he saw Guhi took out the transformation grass. His big eyes widened, and even a trace of crystal saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. "Do you want to eat that?" Dantong nodded repeatedly. Chu Yang thought about it, took out a herb, and handed it to him. Dantong's eyes suddenly lit up, holding the herb and eating it. In a few breaths, he ate the whole herb. Then the herb fragrance on Dantong's body became a little stronger, and his breath became condensed and thick. If Dantong was only a low-level Daowang before, he is now comparable to a mid-level Daowang. Chu Yang vaguely understood that the reason why Dantong was useless for taking the elixir was because the medicinal power in the elixir was too mixed, and the process of taking the medicinal materials was like further refining Dantong as a whole. But the problem is, the medicinal material Chu Yang just took out is the main ingredient for refining the 7th grade elixir, and even he doesn't have many of them. This little guy is still a big eater. Although Dantong can be beaten back to his original form and turned into a Wan Xiao pill, Chu Yang doesn't plan to do that. Wan Shao pill is just a pill that prolongs life. For him, it has no value at all. After fusing the two ultimate genes and upgrading to the 4th generation divine body, his lifespan will be extremely long. Why would he care about a mere 100 years? Chu Yang wants to cultivate Dantong and create an existence like the ancestor of Zhang Zhao Danta. After a moment, the medicine cauldron in front of Guhi trembled violently, and finally all kinds of strange phenomena appeared above the courtyard, and a round pill slowly rose from the medicine cauldron. It's done. Guhi was shocked. Although he didn't lose his composure like when Fama broke through, he was also in tears and his hands were shaking. The realm that he had been pursuing for many years, he finally got what he wanted. Thank you, Your Excellency. Guhi bowed deeply to Chu Yang. Chu Yang waved his hand, took out dozens of jade bottles, and said, "You're welcome. These are some of the pills I have recently refined. I think they will be enough to meet the needs of the sect disciples in a short period of time." Guhi put away the jade bottles and said with a wry smile, "Your Excellency has been concentrating on retreat, and I don't think you know that the current Yunlin sect is far from what it was a month ago. Not to mention the number of inner and outer elders who have passed the assessment and come here because of their reputation. The number of disciples alone has reached thousands. So these ammunition may not be enough, but please rest assured, the medicine hall has also recruited some disciples, and I will lead them to stabilize the situation." Chu Yang frowned. He thought that the Yunlin sect might grow rapidly, but he didn't expect the speed to be so fast. No fourth can become fat in one bite, and it requires a step-by-step process. Yun is so eager to expand the sect, isn't she afraid of taking too big a step? In that case, I'll trouble Deputy Hall Master Gu. Chu Yang said politely to Guhi, and after he left, he brought Dantong to the sect master's hall. At this time, Yun was sitting in the main hall, constantly flipping through various files. These were all the information of all the people who joined the sect. Whether they were disciples, elders, or deacons, Yun would personally screen them. The lesson of Yunshin was there. The soul hole was omnipresent. She didn't want some bad guys to sneak in and disturb the entire Yunlin sect. Yun, who was concentrating on reading the files, didn't notice anyone coming. It wasn't until Chu Yang coughed lightly that she suddenly looked up, obviously startled. But soon he came back to his senses, with a hint of joy in his eyes. You came out of seclusion?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "It's hard to gain anything if I continue to retreat. I need a lot of recipes for 8th grade and 9th grade elixirs, which can only be found in Zhangzhou. And the medicinal materials stored in Yunlin sect are not enough to support me to continue refining medicine. Alchemists are extremely glorious in front of others, but at the same time they are extremely expensive, especially high quality alchemists, which ordinary forces can't afford to support." Fortunately, as long as Chu Yang successfully refined the elixir once, there would be no failure rate. Otherwise, with the current financial resources of Yunlin sect, it would not be enough to support him to break through to the 8th level. The medicinal materials needed for the Wan Shao pill were taken out of Guhi's private collection, and only then was one batch made. "So, we are leaving?" Yun put down the file with a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Chu Yang did not answer but asked, "When will the junior sister come out of retreat?" Yun said helplessly, "That girl broke through to Daohuang a few days ago, but she said she would not come out of retreat." Obviously, Nailin Yanran was afraid that Chu Yang and Yun would leave directly after she came out of retreat. Chu Yang couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Then he went straight to the point and asked, "Is the development of Yunlin sect too fast?" Yun took a deep breath and said, "Yanran has no experience in managing a sect, and Yunlin sect is in a state of disrepair, so I recruited a large number of strong people and disciples in one go. However, from now on, Yunlin sect's recruitment standards will become more stringent, and the number of disciples will be controlled at the same time, and development will be orderly." Chu Yang nodded, then looked at the pile of files, smiled and said, "With a sect leader like you, Yunlin sect should not have ended up like this." Yun was silent for a while, and still said, "These are all what I learned from my teacher. He was not like that before. It was the Soul Palace that changed his personality." Chu Yang waved his hand, not wanting to argue about this matter, and a layer of white light was attached to his eyes. Pangu's computing power was running, and in just a few breaths, all the files were screened. Then Chu Yang waved his hand to divide the file into two parts, pointed to the smaller one and said, "These people have a dirty background and have some problems. The rest can all be recruited." Yun Yun's eyes widened. She felt that Chu Yang's methods were mysterious, but she did not doubt it at all. "Let's go. Go and meet the little sister." Chu Yang smiled and turned to walk out of the hall. On the way, Chu Yang asked Yun Yun, "Has anything big happened in the Northwest region recently?" After thinking for a while, Yun Yun replied, "Indeed, there are some big things. The Chuan Empire, the Loyan Empire, and the Mulan Empire have joined forces to launch a war against the Jama Empire." Chu Yang nodded. As a time traveler, he naturally knew about this matter, but Yun Yun's next words were beyond his expectations. At first, the top forces of the three empires set their sights on the snake people. Queen Medusa took strong action to stabilize the situation. But just a few days ago, some powerful people with mysterious origins suddenly appeared in the three empires, and the Yan Meng was defeated. At the same time, a large number of powerful people gathered in the Northwest region, and their target seemed to be the Jama Empire. At this point, Yun Yun's expression became solemn. "I got some news that some of these powerful people seem to be from Zhongzhou. But just yesterday, the situation suddenly reversed. The Yan Meng repelled the coalition forces of the three empires and stabilized the situation again." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. "Did Xiao Yan come out of retreat?" Yun Yun shook her head and said, "No, it was the Shanks mansion of the Shanks Empire that sent strong men to reinforce." Chu Yang was stunned. How could the Shanks mansion get involved? The situation seems to be a little wrong. Shouldn't the Yan Meng win a great victory? When Xiao Yan came out of retreat, recognized Xiao Yixin, and the poison sect suddenly turned against him, the sudden appearance of powerful people in the three empires, the sudden emergence of the Northwest region as a place where great events gather, and the end of the strongest empire in the Northwest region, the Sky Snake Empire. The impact of this matter seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Butterfly effect? Chu Yang frowned, and then he guessed something vaguely. If he guessed correctly, the additional powerful people in the three empires were probably from the Soul Palace. He had suppressed the chaos with all his strength, and became a young Daozun who was famous in the empire, and also showed a demon-level talent for refining medicine. These things must not be concealed. The Soul Palace was already eyeing the Xiao family, and the Jama Empire must have their spies. In this case, the Soul Palace might be coming for him. As for those powerful people who suddenly gathered in the Northwest region, they might have heard the news about the Yunlan sect. Money can move people's hearts, especially in the Daoqi continent where the weak are the prey of the strong. Killing people and snatching treasures happens every day. The background shown by the Yunlan sect does not match its own strength, so in the eyes of the powerful people from all sides of the continent, the Yunlan sect at this time is like a piece of fat meat. I'm afraid that the reason why no one has come to the mountain gate yet is because they are worried about him, a young Daozun. When a Daozun strongman gets involved, things will quickly ferment and expand to the maximum. As for why the Heavenly Snake Mansion was involved in the storm, Chu Yang guessed that it was probably because King Lin, who had the three-flower pupil of the green snake, had already had a certain status in the Heavenly Snake Mansion, and learned about Xiao Yan's establishment of the Flame Alliance. In the original plot, Xiao Yan suppressed the matter after he came out of retreat, but now there are complications and Xiao Yan has not come out of retreat yet. It is reasonable for King Lin to ask the strong men of the Heavenly Snake Mansion to help. It seems that our trip to Zhongzhou will be postponed. Chu Yang said helplessly, "I thought that getting rid of a few troublemakers would make an example of them. Now it seems that behind this matter, I'm afraid that a certain powerful force is fanning the flames. Don't let the sect disciples go down the mountain recently to avoid accidents." Yun Yun was not a fool either. She also guessed something, and nodded with a serious expression. Arriving at the place where Nalan Yanran was in seclusion, Chu Yang swept his spiritual power across the yard and said unhappily, "Stop pretending. Come out." As soon as the words fell, Nalan Yanran poked her head out from behind the door a little embarrassedly, and the little snake head also stretched out. Little senior sister, since you have already broken through, you should hand over many matters of the sect to Aunt Yun, and prepare to take over the position of the sect master. Chu Yang was not Yun Yun's disciple, and Yun Yun did not dare to let Wei Daozhen call her uncle. Chu Yang compromised and called her Aunt Yun. In all these years in Yunlin sect, Yun Yun was both a teacher and a senior to him, so she deserved this title. Then Chu Yang waved to Xiao and said, "Come here, let me introduce you to a new friend." As he spoke, he raised his hand and called out Dantong. Chapter 309 The Perfect Compatibility of the Ultimate Gene. Xiao Yan was stunned. The moment they saw Dantong, Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran were both stunned. Both of them looked confused. Although they had seen the image of the 9-colored Dunlei before, they didn't know what it meant, and they couldn't associate this little doll with the elixir. Yun Yun was fine, just wondering if there was anything special about this doll, but Nalan Yanran began to think wildly. How come there was a little doll beside Chu Yang after not seeing him for a month? Could this be the child he had with another woman outside? At the same time, Dantong and Xiao stared at each other, the former with a hint of curiosity and timidity in his eyes, and the latter almost drooled. In Xiao's eyes, Dantong is simply the best tonic among all the tonics. If he could swallow this doll in one gulp, he would definitely be able to break through the 7th level and transform into a human. Chu Yang saw what she was thinking and knocked hard on the snake's head, saying unhappily, "You can't eat this. From today on, you will practice together. The blood and aura in your body can promote Dantong's spiritual communication, and the medicinal power in his body can also speed up your practice." Although Dantong has transformed and has spiritual intelligence, he is only equivalent to a newborn child. Unlike humans, he will not gradually become more intelligent as he grows older. Without external assistance, even if he lives for tens of millions of years, his wisdom will hardly exceed that of a 3-year-old child. Master, his body. Although Xiao did not dare to disobey Chu Yang's order, she was still full of curiosity about Dantong. His body is an 8th grade elixir, and there is hope that he will be promoted to the 9th grade or even the imperial grade in the future. Chu Yang said directly, "If you can breathe in and out medicinal aura all day, it will be of great benefit to you." 8th grade elixirs, even the best elixirs that attract 9-color elixir thunder, should not be like Dantong, who is born with spiritual intelligence, transformed into a human form, and even has the potential to grow. Moreover, the Wanshao pill was originally only the bottom of the 8th grade pills. No matter how skillful the medicine refining technique was, no matter how perfect the refined pill was, it was far from reaching the level of attracting the 9-color pill thunder. Chu Yang added extreme substances in the process of refining the pill, which created the special existence of Dantong. After figuring out the origin of Dantong, Nalan Yanran breathed a sigh of relief, and then pulled Yun Yun to handle various matters of the sect. Only Chu Yang and the 2 little guys were left in the yard, so he took out a gene reagent and injected it directly into Xiao's body in front of her frightened eyes. Then, Xiao's originally black snake body began to become colorful, and then it was like a red-hot iron, emitting a burning breath, and a shrill scream came out of her mouth. No matter what kind of snake bloodline it is, it will eventually belong to yin and cold. The sudden burning power made her feel like her blood was burned out. But the pain came and went quickly. In just a moment, Xiao returned to her original appearance, except that the 2 bumps on her head finally broke through the skin and flesh, and a pair of horns grew out. The horns were shaped like deer horns, and looked a bit out of place. Xiao lay on the ground with heavy eyelids. She didn't understand what Chu Yang had injected into her, but she felt a powerful force brewing in her body. She knew that this would be her chance to change her fate, and then she no longer rejected the external force, slowly closed her eyes, and fell asleep. In the next few days, Chu Yang stayed in the yard, recording Xiao's physical and genetic data with Pangu time. The gene reagent he injected into Xiao was the latest product of the Soul Palace, the ultimate gene of the beast body. In terms of the gene limit and gene strength alone, it was no less than the ultimate gene of Denner and the ultimate gene of Shen. Chu Yang was not only helping Xiao improve her strength and open up a path for cultivation, but also making an experiment. He wanted to see if the ultimate gene would conflict with the cultivator's own power. Moreover, this ultimate gene contains the data of the three beasts' peak receptors, which can also confirm whether the practitioner's own physique will conflict with the divine body or the beast body. For Chu Yang, Zero is very weak now. Even if an accident occurs, he can immediately remove the ultimate gene so as not to hurt Zero's foundation. But if something goes wrong in the future, when he fuses the ultimate gene, or upgrades the divine body, it will be troublesome. But even he did not expect that Zero's fusion of the ultimate gene would be so smooth. Or rather, the ultimate gene and the power of the practitioners of Daoki continent are perfectly compatible. On the third day after the injection of the ultimate gene, Zero shed a layer of snakeskin, but under the snakeskin was not new skin, but scales that shone with a cold luster. On the 6th day, 4 protrusions appeared on Zero's abdomen. On the 9th day, Zero's body underwent earth-shaking changes. It no longer looked like a python, but more like a Chinese dragon that looked a bit out of place. The reason why it was said to be out of place was that Zero's body was evolving in the direction of a dragon, but his head was still a snake head, and although there were protrusions on his abdomen, there were no claws. There was a pair of antlers on the snake's head, which was really a bit strange. It was not until the 12th day that Zero finally passed this evolution safely, and his cultivation level also increased from the original 6th level peak to the 7th level peak in one fell swoop. The 7th level peak magic beast is comparable to the peak Daozang powerhouse among humans. The improvement of a whole realm of strength made Zero forget the pain he had endured before. As soon as he woke up, he flew around the back mountain in joy. At night, in the small courtyard house, looking at the 2 little guys sitting in front of him, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little strange. Dan Tong looks like a 3-year-old child, and Zero looks like a little girl of 12 or 13 years old. What's the matter with the visual sense of his father? Zero, you still need some time to stabilize your realm. Don't rush to break through Daozun. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang said softly, in addition to your cultivation, your physical strength and some innate abilities have reached the peak level of Daozun. Adapt to the improvement of strength as soon as possible. The physical body naturally refers to the 3rd generation peak beast body, and the innate ability refers to the power contained in the ultimate gene. Chu Yang continued to instruct, from now on, you will take Dan Tong to search for natural treasures in the northwest region, but you must return to Yunlin sect once a month. If someone attacks, you will be the biggest reliance of Yunlin sect. Zero was stunned. Master, you are leaving? Chu Yang nodded, looked into the distance and said, the people behind the scenes finally can't sit still. After solving the current problems, I will leave Yunlin sect. If you want to continue to stay with me in the future, improve your strength as soon as possible. Jama Empire, Yan League. In the meeting hall, all the high-level members of Yan League were present, as well as these strong men who came from the Shanks mansion. However, everyone had a worried look on their faces at this time, because the situation on the front line was precarious. Even with the reinforcement from the Heavenly Snake Palace, the situation was not optimistic. The sudden appearance of powerful people from the 3 empires completely caused chaos in the northwest region and pushed the Yan League to the forefront. The 3 empires are coming with great force this time. In addition to the leader of the poison sect, the 3 elders of Mulan, and Luo Yanshan, there are also 6 Daozang masters. The number of Daohuang masters and Daowang masters is several times more than that of the Flame Alliance. Zio Li said in a heavy tone. Kaylin and Miss Lu Man were both injured in the last battle. Facing enemies equivalent to 9 Daozang masters, I'm afraid they will be unable to resist. Jia Xingshan took a deep breath and asked, does the leader have any news? Zio Li shook his head and said, my 3rd brother is still in retreat. If we force him out of retreat, it will be a small matter to miss the opportunity to break through to the Daohuang level. If he is backfired and even goes crazy, it will only make the situation more dangerous. Everyone was silent. Although Zhao Yan would only be a 1-star Daohuang, even if he succeeded in breaking through, no one dared to underestimate his strength. If Zhao Yan could come back, the pressure from the Daozang level would definitely be greatly reduced. The most important thing is that Zhao Yan has a great influence in the Blackhorn region and Canon Academy. If he comes forward, he may be able to attract some helpers. If there is no other way, we can only abandon the first line of defense and retreat while fighting. A sharp light flashed in Xiaoding's eyes. Abandon the line of defense? Jia Zingshan widened his eyes. With the style of the three empires, the areas we abandon will surely be devastated. Even if we retreat, where can we retreat to? The imperial capital. Xiao Li said loudly. Retreat to the imperial capital and fight to the death. Ahem. At this moment, Farmar suddenly said, why don't we go to Yunlin sect to ask the Venerable for help? Jia Zingshan shook his head and said, the Venerable only promised that, if the Yan League encountered a life and death crisis, we could go to him. But now we are asking him to come out before the enemy even hits the door. What's going on? The meeting hall fell silent again, and the atmosphere was a little depressing. At this moment, a voice with a slightly cold tone suddenly sounded. Even if Chu Yang didn't help, why would my Yan League be afraid of a fight? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned, and then their faces showed joy. Xiao Yan. Everyone looked up, and saw Xiao Yan, dressed in a black robe, appearing beside Xiao Li at some point, with a hint of murderous intent on his handsome face. I've met the Serpent Clan's leader Yumei, and I've learned everything from her. Xiao Yan said in a serious tone, I've already contacted the Blackhorn region and Canon Academy, and the Inner Court Great Elder of the Academy will soon bring people to support us. As long as we block the first wave of the Three Empires offensive, we can turn defeat into victory. This. Jia Zingshan hesitated. Even if Xiao Yan and the Inner Court Great Elder of Canon Academy, as well as the 2 Daozang Masters from the Heavenly Snake House were counted, there were only 5 Daozang Masters on their side. The enemy had 9 Daozang level fighters, and the gap between the Daowang and Daohuang levels was huge. There was no chance of turning defeat into victory. The key to influencing the outcome of this war lies in the victory or defeat at the Daozang level. Xiao Yan said confidently, since I dare to say this, I'm sure of it. Farmar hesitated, but still tried to say, why don't we send someone to Yunlanzang to see if we can ask the Venerable to help? As long as he is willing to help, the losses will be minimized. Xiao Yan glanced at him and asked back, do you think that with the relationship between my Xiao family and Yunlanzang, even if we are coexisting peacefully now, Chu Yang will be willing to help? Farmar thought about it, and said with a stiff upper lip, Alliance leader, I think you seem to have some misunderstandings about the Venerable. He is still a good person to talk to. Huh? Xiao Yan was confused. Although he had been in seclusion for nearly a year, he hadn't heard of any big moves by Chu Yang. How come after coming back, Farmar, the core backbone of the Yan League, started to speak to outsiders? Jia Zingshan coughed lightly and said, Alliance leader, I think Farmar is right. The Venerable has always been clear about grievances. Since the Yan League and Yunlanzang have reached an alliance, he will not stand idly by. Xiao Yan was even more confused. It would be fine if it was just Farmar, but why was Jia Zingshan, the ancestor of the royal family, speaking for Chu Yang? I think so too. Nalan Ji echoed. Xiao Yan's mouth twitched slightly, as if some big problems had occurred in the rear during his 1-year retreat. Fortunately, it was only 1 year. If it had been a while longer, I'm afraid that the entire Yan League, except for him, the leader, would have been won over by Chu Yang. Xiao Yan. They are right. After all, Yunlanzang is a sect of the Jia Empire. How can the eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned? At this moment, Queen Medusa, also known as Kaylin, suddenly said, instead of taking risks, it is better to ask Chu Yang to take action. Xiao Yan's eyelids jumped fiercely, and suddenly he felt like there was something green on his head. Third brother. Xiaoding knew that he couldn't go on like this, and hurriedly explained, you just came back, there are some things you don't know. As he said that, he told the story of Chu Yang coming to the Yan League in person, and leaving some elixirs when he left. And not long ago, Nalan Yanran rescued some snake people on the way back to Yunlin sect. After hearing this, Xiao Yan finally understood what was going on. No wonder these guys were speaking for Chu Yang. It turned out that they were more or less indebted to him. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, even so, we can't put all our hopes on others. The meaning of the Yan League's existence is to unite the forces in the empire, resist foreign enemies, and protect my relatives and friends and those of you sitting here. If you encounter danger, go to Yunlin sect for help. It would be better to let the Yan League disband on the spot. Little guy, don't be impulsive. Lu Man, who had been silent all the time, advised. Xiao Yan smiled and said, Miss Lu Man, I'm no longer the young and frivolous boy I used to be. You must all think that I can't let go of my pride and don't want to ask Chu Yang for help because of the old grudge between me and the Yunlan sect. But have you ever thought about? Xiao Yang paused, his expression became serious, and continued, why are there so many powerful people in the three empires in the recent turmoil in the northwest region? Everyone was shocked, and Xiao Yan said in a deep voice, I already know a lot about the Yunlan sect. Faced with the temptation of heaven-level exercises and fighting skills, even the top forces in Zhongzhou will be tempted. On the surface, they are targeting the Jiamar Empire and the Yan League, but their ultimate goal is the Yunlan sect. If we ask Chu Yang to take action now, the Yan League will inevitably be in the center of the storm. No matter what the outcome of this matter is, it will be difficult to have a good ending. Chapter 310, Yan's 3-step plan. Conjecture about the place of ascension. Xiao Yan's words made everyone present frown. They naturally knew that the Yunlan sect's affairs would cause trouble sooner or later. But they had fought with the three empires many times before, and the methods of those suddenly appearing strong men were very similar to those of the Wu Protector. Therefore, the top leaders of the Yan League speculated that these people were probably from the Soul Palace and wanted to cause trouble for Xiao Yan. How did they bring up the Yunlan sect? Those strong men from all sides who wanted to target the Yunlan sect have been keeping their troops in place since entering the northwest region, and no one has wanted to harm the Yan League. Xiao Yan continued, I think you have all guessed that the extra strong men from the three empires came from the Soul Palace. Please think about it carefully. If the Soul Palace wanted to deal with me in a big way, why did they only send a Guardian Wu? They didn't want to make things bigger, so they secretly sent some small characters to deal with me. Now they are suddenly attacking in a big way. It is obvious that they have other intentions. They are using the Yan League and me as a cover, and their real goal must be the Yunlin sect. As for the many grievances between Xiao Yan and the Soul Palace, the people present did not know much. After hearing what he said, they realized the problem. It seems that we can't let the Yunlin sect interfere in this matter no matter what, otherwise it will affect the entire body. Xiao Ding said in a deep voice, in this case, we can only rely on ourselves. Third brother, I believe you already have a way, so don't hide it from everyone. Xiao Yan smiled and said, I do have a way, but I'm not completely sure. I will meet an old friend tonight. If all goes well, we can turn the tide of the war in one fell swoop. On the Yunlin mountain, Chu Yang sat in the yard, listening to Nalan Yanran talking about various things in the northwest region, raised his eyebrows and said, since Xiao Yan has come out of seclusion, this matter should have a result. However, the war between the Yan League and the three empires will take some time to end. After this battle, those behind the scenes will not be able to sit still. Nalan Yanran hesitated and tentatively said, should we take action? The Yan League is now the rich man of the Yunlin sect, and it provides a lot of resource support every year. If the Yan League collapses, it will not be a good thing for the Yunlin sect. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, don't worry. Yan Meng will be fine. You're kidding. Xiao Yan is a man of great luck. How could he fail in this small northwest region? While breaking through the 8th grade alchemist, Chu Yang's cultivation also broke through to the 1-star Daosheng, and his cultivation speed began to slow down. Of course, this is only relative. Compared with those top talents on the mainland, Chu Yang's cultivation speed is still many times faster. With the improvement of cultivation, coupled with many means from various worlds, Chu Yang's current strength is comparable to that of a mid-level Daosheng, and he has the confidence to face any enemy. It is precisely because of this that he made such a big fuss in Yunlin sect. What's more, in the super god world, whether it is the ultimate gene or the 4th generation god body, they are all about to become the stuff of the bag. Super god world, Woma galaxy. What a Woma royal family. Chu Yang strolled in the universe, with some helplessness on his face. After searching for so long, he still couldn't find the place to ascend. He searched the Womar galaxy almost inside and out, but did not find any trace of the Ascension land. Obviously, the so-called Ascension Land is not in the Womar Galaxy. But if the Ascension Land is not in the Womar Galaxy, how can the Womar royal family fully control it, or even influence the Ascension from it? Maybe, the Ascension Land does not exist in the subjective world. Chu Yang had this guess in his mind, and looked at the Womar star. If the Ascension Land does not exist in the subjective world, it is very likely to be carried by something, or exist in a space between the main universe and the void. With this guess, Chu Yang is no longer anxious. As long as the Ascension Land is still controlled by the Womar royal family, it will be in his pocket after who leads the rebels to seize power. It is worth mentioning that the war between the Styx Galaxy and the Womar Galaxy has ended, and the final result is that the Styx Galaxy won. Although the overall strength of the Womar Galaxy is not bad, it cannot withstand internal and external troubles, and two fists cannot beat four hands. Carl still failed to completely connect to the void, so he had to compromise and hand over double the resources lost in the war to the War Council to avoid disaster. The research on mechanical life was initially successful, and there was also a breakthrough in connecting to the void. So for Carl, although he spent a lot of resources to contain Chu Yang, it was worth it. But he didn't know that everything he did was to prepare for Chu Yang. Even if we put aside the connection to the void and talk about the war in the Womar Galaxy alone, with the help of the Styx Legion, the rebels have already controlled most of the galaxy, and the Womar royal family has gradually declined. It's only a matter of time before the rebels completely seize power. It's time to leave. Chu Yang stretched his back and then took out the shuttle-shaped spacecraft. Angel Nebula, Skyblade number 7. On the throne, Yan looked at the many angels below and said softly, with the help of the War Council, we defeated the Sky Scum and sealed the Shadow World. But everyone knows that the root of the problem has not been solved. In the Shadow World, some conspirators are still continuing their research on the void. Huayi will make a comeback sooner or later. At this point, Yan paused and then said, based on the analysis of Huayi's personality and the judgment of the situation, the Treasure House of Sacred Knowledge, Skyblade number 7, and the Space-Based Computing Group have reached a consistent conclusion. When Huayi makes a comeback, he will definitely regard Fraser and the Earth as his primary targets. Angel Zhu said firmly, Queen, I'm just a defeated general. I'm willing to go to Fraser to protect Inezid. Yan's eyes condensed, and he shook his head and said, if we count from the barbaric era, Huayi was once a defeated general of Queen Kesha. At that time, he was only a third-generation divine body. But the last time he attacked, he not only upgraded to a fourth-generation divine body, but also mastered the black hole engine. Don't let victory get you carried away. If it weren't for the supreme god Chu Yang who deprived Huayi of his black hole engine, we wouldn't be able to sit here peacefully. Yan's expression became serious, and he said softly, I got news from the supreme god Chu Yang that, although Huayi's divine body has mostly collapsed, it has not completely perished. Carol is upgrading and transforming him comprehensively. We are not sure whether Carol will transform him into a mechanical life, or upgrade him to the so-called 5th generation divine body, or equip him with a powerful thing like a black hole engine. But no matter which one it is, it will bring great trouble to the angels. Moi hesitated and asked, Queen, there has never been a case of actual installation of mechanical life in the 5th generation divine body, and it is impossible to confirm whether they really exist. She didn't continue her words, but the implication was that she felt that Yan was worrying too much. For the angels, questioning the queen was a rebellious idea, so Moi lowered her head and suddenly knelt on one knee. Yang waved his hand and said, you are right. In fact, even I don't want to believe it, but this news comes from Chu Yang. The angels were shocked. When it comes to the power of higher dimensions, Chu Yang's words are undoubtedly more important than anyone else's. Because he is the supreme god, he is above all gods, and represents the existence of the peak of power. So we must be prepared. We must not let the natural disaster invade the Angel Nebula again. Yan's voice suddenly turned cold, and then he ordered, I will open the seal of the Shadow World, and go there in person, to deal with those crazy people who study the void. Moi will lead the guards of Skyblade 7 to Fraser. At all costs, we must protect Inezid from being unharmed. Azu, you drive Skyblade 7 to the periphery of the nebula. If there is an enemy attack, lead everyone to Skyblade 7. I have set up emergency procedures. Skyblade 7 can make long distance wormhole jumps at any time. The destination will be above the earth. In short, it is a three-hand preparation. She, the strongest combat force, will solve the troubles of the shadow world and send the core force to protect Fraser. If the Angel Nebula is attacked, lead the enemy directly to the earth. Of course, Chu Yang's consent has been sought for this matter, otherwise she would not dare to do so. Yan is not worried about the safety of the rear. With the Xianji King Hexi in charge, looking at the gods of the universe, few people can break through the 19th line of defense. Chiwu Star System, Mars. The shuttle-shaped spacecraft landed on the surface. Chu Yang walked out of the spacecraft, then put it away and looked around. Compared with the former desolate land, Mars is now more lively and the air is much hotter. The Mars transformation plan has been fully completed, and the immigration of the Liang civilization has also ended. Today's Mars is more appropriately called the Liang Star. The Shyandao Tower supports the sky of Mars, and constructs an ecological system similar to the atmosphere. Except for the higher temperature, the overall environment is not much different from the Earth. The people of the Liang civilization have long adapted to high temperatures. They are accompanied by stars, and have lived under the glory of the sun for generations. It is worth mentioning that with the joining of the Liang civilization, the Chiwu star system has also undergone some subtle changes. It was like the ecosystem, which had been experiencing problems for many years, and had begun to show flaws, was suddenly repaired. Even the increasingly harsh environment of the Earth has been greatly improved. The most direct benefit brought by this impact is that the Earth can carry out the technological revolution without any scruples. Although it has only been a short year, the Earth is no longer a pre-nuclear civilization, but is developing in the direction of advanced civilization. Various technological problems are also being overcome with the support of the Xiangbing Company, the Chaocean Branch Database, and the Liang Civilization. Xiandao Tower, top of the tower. Rihanna was overlooking the prosperous imperial capital below, a little bored, and suddenly heard the sound of the emergency warning of the Xiandao Tower. Slightly stunned, Rihanna looked in one direction. The Xiandao Tower detected that something had forcibly passed through the ecological layer and landed on the surface, but it could not be detected. Just when she was about to go and find out, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. It seems that, after becoming the Queen of Liang, your life has become much more leisurely. Rihanna suddenly turned her head and looked at Chu Yang, whom she had not seen for a long time. She immediately realized that he was most likely the alien who had just been detected by the Heavenly Dao Tower. While feeling a little relieved, Rihanna shook her head and smiled bitterly. Rather than being leisurely, it would be more appropriate to say that I'm bored. Guarding the Heavenly Dao Tower all day and dealing with those old guys. How can I be as free and easy as when I was on Earth? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, the interstellar orbit between Mars and Earth has not been put into use yet. When formulating the Mars transformation plan, Chu Yang proposed the concept of interstellar orbit. In short, it is to build a channel between the Earth and Mars, so that the residents of the two planets can travel to each other. For Jezai Allen, who has Kyankan, and Liang, who has mastered the core drive technology, this is not a difficult task. Rihanna shook her head and said, the interstellar orbit needs to take the Earth's satellite into account, but the Earth's satellite barrier is still under construction. It will take decades to connect the Earth and Mars. The satellite barrier plan will take 60 years to complete. Now only a year has passed, and Soru has not even created a star. It can be said that there is a long way to go. Rihanna suddenly asked, I heard that the satellites built by Soru are stars, but in this case, will the high temperature of 6 stars destroy the balance of the entire Chiwu star system? Chu Yang suddenly thought of the legend of Yi shooting 9 suns, and his thoughts were slightly scattered. If the legend is true, what kind of era would it be? The existence of the Chiwu star system with 10 stars is simply unimaginable. And the Earthlings who can survive in that situation, I'm afraid that any one of them is comparable to a god, right? Chu Yang is more and more interested in what happened before the historical fault of the super god universe. On the one hand, it is prehistoric civilization, and on the other hand, it is prehistoric Earth. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. The core of the satellite barrier plan is not the satellite, but Zori. As long as he is there, neither the gravity of the star nor the temperature of the star will have any impact. The star he created is different from the normal star. You can understand it as similar to some kind of technological product." Lena nodded. The reason why she raised this question was mainly because she was afraid that the galaxy balance of the Chu star system would collapse after a few decades after the migration of the Liang star to Mars. In that case, wouldn't it be a waste of time? I came to you this time to ask you to help me build a complete defense system in the Chu star system through the Shyandao Tower. Chu Yang's words pulled Lena back from her thoughts. She was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Do you want to imitate the 19th line of defense of the Angel Nebula?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, "No. This defense system is not used to resist foreign enemies, but to carry out unilateral defense against the energy level. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 311. Speed up the planning process. The Chu star system to the teeth. Listening to Chu Yang's explanation, Rihanna was even more confused. A defense system that cannot resist external enemies? What's the use of that? Unilateral defense against energy. What does that mean? Chu Yang thought about it and felt that what he said was indeed a bit abstract, so he explained in detail. In short, it is to build a protective layer on each star in the Chu star system. This protective layer is for the outside, not the inside, and is used to resist energy shocks, including but not limited to dark energy, star explosions, and long-range lethal weapons. If war comes, this will ensure that non-combatants will not be affected before close combat. At the same time, this can also ensure that the overall balance of the Chu star system will not be greatly damaged under any circumstances. After listening to him, Rihanna finally understood, but she felt that it was a bit unrealistic. Building protection on each planet is equivalent to building independent protection systems one by one. If you want all these protection systems to have strong defense capabilities, the resources and energy supply required will be a huge astronomical figure. There is also the technical problem, which is also a difficult hurdle. This plan is different from the 19th line of defense of the Angel Nebula. The 19th line of defense covers a galaxy and is a large-scale defense system. To give a simple example, this is like a huge shield that can protect the back of the shield. But if you want to fully protect everyone behind the shield, the technical difficulty will increase exponentially. If the person in front of her was not Chu Yang, Rihanna would definitely think that the other party was crazy. Without giving Rihanna any chance to refuse, Chu Yang asked directly, before leaving, "Do you need to discuss it with Panzen?" Rihanna curled her lips. "I'm no longer the empty shell Lord God with no power. In today's Liang, my words are the imperial decree." Not bad. It is a bit of the style of a king level Lord God. Chu Yang laughed and teased, and then opened the wormhole and took Rihanna into it. Above the earth, looking down at the blue planet below, Rihanna sighed with a dazed look in her eyes. What a beautiful planet. A figure flashed over, and Suorui, who was covered in a black robe, bowed and said, "Welcome, my lord." Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Have you sorted out the data on the aggregation technology?" The core of Suorui's aggregation technology is his innate ability. It is not easy to materialize it into data. If Chu Yang had not given him the support of little Pangu in terms of computing power, Suorui might not be able to sort out all the data in thousands of years. Suorui nodded and said, "With the help of the celestial computer given by the master, the data has been sorted out, but in order to avoid omissions, I plan to practice it many times before uploading it to the computing core." The computing core is the core of Pangu's computing group, which can be understood as Pangu's mainframe. Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction. He was still relatively relieved about Suorui. This guy had been hiding in the Life Nebula before. He cherished his life more than any other main god, and was always cautious in doing things. After thinking for a while, Chu Yang asked again, if there is star-driven energy, as well as the support of void energy and anti-void energy, can the speed of creating stars be accelerated? This question was obviously a bit beyond the scope for SUORUI. At the technological level of the Life Nebula, it was difficult to understand the concepts of star-driven technology, void and anti-void energy. After Xiao Pangu's explanation, SUORUI roughly weighed it and said hesitantly, it is indeed possible to speed up, but I can't confirm to what extent it can be accelerated. Chu Yang had a headache. This guy was like a primitive man who suddenly jumped into technological civilization. Many things were a bit troublesome to communicate. Then give it a try. Chu Yang waved his hand. Originally, he was not in a hurry for the satellite barrier plan, because in a short period of time, even if the void connection was successful, he would not go deep into the void. The ultimate void is benchmarked against the ultimate fear. There may be something extraordinary hidden in the depths of the void. Before he is sure, Chu Yang does not want to take risks. In his plan, he reserved 100 years for himself. After the void is connected, first deal with Carl, seize the core data of the big clock, and then minimize the threat of the void creatures while studying and understanding the depths of the void and improving strength. But as the Soul Palace connected to the Daoki world, Chu Yang overturned the previous plan. The superposition of multiple talents has made the Daoki Chu Yang's cultivation speed reach a terrifying level, and their strength is rapidly increasing every day. Therefore, Chu Yang can infinitely compress the original 100-year plan, and even if Carl is now connected to the void, Chu Yang dares to rush in to find out. At the Daosheng level, the gap between each small realm is a world of difference. Keisha can barely be regarded as the early stage of a 1-star Daosheng, and Chu Yang used to be the early stage of a 2-star Daosheng. But now, Chu Yang's cultivation has reached the middle stage of a 1-star Daosheng, and his overall strength is comparable to that of a 4-star Daosheng. The gap may not be intuitive enough, but judging by Chu Yang's strength, when he was just crowned as a supreme god, he is now more than 100 times stronger than before. With the Heavenly Dao Tower, I can always provide support for the star drive, but what about the void and anti-void energy? Lena looked at Chu Yang and asked in confusion, you can't stay on Earth all the time, right? Chu Yang smiled, raised his hand, and grabbed beside him. The space trembled, and a somewhat embarrassed figure was caught by him. Jezai Allen, who was only wearing a pair of boxer shorts, looked around in panic. When he saw Chu Yang, he was stunned for a moment, and then rushed over and hugged him. Instructor, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Chu Yang was so upset that he pushed this guy away. Jezai Allen saw Lena and quickly covered his key parts with his hands. Lena raised her eyebrows and whistled, saying playfully, what can your little earthworm block? Jezai Allen was speechless for a while, then covered his body with black armor, and said a little depressed, Instructor, next time you need to find me, can you tell me in advance, so that I can at least put on my clothes? Is it night in China now? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Jezai Allen said awkwardly, it's daytime, but we just finished the war and finally relaxed. I gave the brothers a few days off, and was planning to have a good sleep, but just after taking a shower. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, try to play less with Liu Chuang in the future. Why are you talking like a gangster now? Has the concept rewriter been upgraded? Jezai Allen nodded honestly and said, it has been fully upgraded. I have carried out preliminary practice and built a defense system above the earth. At present, the effect is okay. He did not take credit for it, but scratched his head a little embarrassedly. The galaxy power has always been like this. They never hold official positions and do not care about fame and fortune. By this generation, even the mission of genes has long faded, but the Jia family has always passed down a family motto. A military family, loyal to the country, respecting virtues, and never engaging in politics. So many times, Jezai Allen felt that what he did was what he should do, but felt a little ashamed because he spent so much time. Chu Yang's eyes lit up and said, you share the final results of the concept rewriter with the Pangu Computing Group, and I will let the Pangu Computing Group provide you with algorithm support, and you build a set of void and anti-void energy supply system. The biggest flaw of Pangu is the concept rewriter, which is a little worse than the big clock in this regard. But if Pangu's technology can be combined with Kyankan's technology, it can reach the level of the big clock. But this thing is not very meaningful to Chu Yang. Why should we suppress the enemy who can be solved by violence through the concept rewriter? So when constructing Pangu, Chu Yang did not pay attention to the concept rewriter. But now if we want to speed up the progress of various plans, we need the technical support of the concept rewriter. Jedi Allen nodded and said, no problem. Give me an hour. Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction. Professional issues should be handed over to professionals. The Plus version of Galaxy Power is authoritative in terms of technology. Compared with veteran scholars like Easy, Jedi Allen just lacks some background and time precipitation. An hour later, Jedi Allen fully opened the supply system of void and anti-void energy to SUORUI. At the same time, Rena used the Heavenly Deo Tower to drive the star and provide support for stellar energy. SUORUI ran to the prototype of the star and worked for a long time before returning. He said with surprise, Master, the speed has been greatly improved. According to preliminary estimates, the stellar barrier plan can be completed in 5 years at most. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. This result was beyond his expectations. 5 years still seemed to be a long time, but whether it was for the Ascension system or for Carl to connect to the void, it would take a certain amount of time. You explain this matter to Dukeo, Xiaolan, call Zixin, and then come to Jupiter with Rena to find me. After speaking, Chu Yang stepped into the wormhole. Jedi Allen scratched his head, looked at Rihanna eagerly and asked, what is our instructor going to do? Rihanna rolled her eyes and said, just do what the instructor says. Why are there so many questions? Even if I tell you, you won't understand with your IQ. Jedi Allen curled his lips and muttered, TSK, your Yaowen has a high IQ. How come it takes 2 months to master the dark matter controller? This incident caused quite a joke in the Xianbing company. Half a month ago, the war between the Earth and the Devil finally ended, and the Earth won a comprehensive victory. When withdrawing from the Void battlefield, Morgana pinched her nose and handed over the upgrade technology of the 4th generation Divine Body. When the war was coming to an end, Jedi Allen and Zixin had a technical breakthrough and built a brand new engine that had never appeared in the known universe, which they named the Dark Matter Controller. The principle of the Dark Matter Controller is very simple, but the effect is extremely extraordinary. It can greatly increase the innate power of super soldiers and make the use of abilities more subtle. Because the principle was simple, the soldiers of the Xianbing company quickly mastered it and greatly improved their overall strength, thus defeating the demon in one fell swoop. However, Cheng Yaowen finally mastered the Dark Matter Controller only a few days ago and became the last one. Xiaolan, do you think that, just because you have become a god, this goddess can't hold you down and rub you? Lena clenched her fists, with a threatening look on her face. Jedi Allen shrank his neck, I'm going to find Zixin. After saying that, he left in a flash. Lena snorted coldly, and then established communication with Cheng Yaowen, and her voice suddenly softened. Yaowen, where are you? North Star? I'll come to you right away. North Star, Sahalan. It took Chu Yang a long time to finally calm down the emotional Suzayanali. He was gone for a year, and rarely contacted the Earth, only occasionally communicating with the Xianbing company, as if he had evaporated from the face of the Earth. Killen was fine. When Chu Yang was communicating with Xianbinglian, she could also take the opportunity to chat on the phone. But Suzayanali suffered a lot. She was looking forward to her husband's return day and night. Okay, I won't leave again in the short term, after I come back this time. After Chu Yang said this, Suzayanali finally stopped sobbing softly and looked up and said, really? Her eyes were slightly red and swollen, and her eyes were full of tears, but full of charm, which was enough to make any man's heart beat. Chu Yang nodded and said, I will not leave the Chiwu star system until the main universe and the void are connected. He did not lie to Suzayanali. Although he had some things to deal with in various places in the universe, with his current strength, he only needed to send out a clone. At the beginning, he asked the clone to carry Pangu, so he barely relied on the suppression of computing power to be to a half crippled. If it were now, Chu Yang's clone would be able to beat the 4th generation of gods even without the support of Pangu. Chu Yang suddenly felt that if the Dalki world could progress faster, enter the Great Thousand Worlds earlier, and achieve the 3 pure ones, it would make all his plans go more smoothly. Especially for the void. When the time comes, he can directly let the clone go in and have the same strength as the original body, which is enough to deal with all dangers. For these 10,000 steps, even if something goes wrong, it will not hurt the foundation. After a long time, Chu Yang looked at Suzuki who walked out of the bathroom on tiptoe and asked with a smile, "Has Monkey Brother come out of retreat?" Suzuki sat down on the sofa and said tiredly, "No, Hong Lei went to find him, but only saw a clone. He said that he was in the critical stage of breakthrough and could not be distracted." Chu Yang nodded. The satellite barrier plan and the construction of a defense system in the Chiwu star system are comprehensive protection at the energy level. But if the Earth is in danger, Jezailan and Sun Wukong are the backbone. Before Chu Yang enters the void, he will solve all the worries, and Sun Wukong's breakthrough is an important part. He planned to wait for Sun Wukong to come out of retreat, and then try to reverse the evolution of Zhao Zhao, so that Sun Wukong could become a true cultivator. Imagine if Sun Wukong, who was already as powerful as the 5th generation of God Body and the 4th generation of Beast Body, was promoted to the 4th generation of God Body and the 4th generation of Beast Body, and became a Dao Sheng at the same time. How powerful would he be? Chapter 312, Sky Shield Plan. Hua Yi attacks the galaxy again. The Great Sage comes out of retreat. Jupiter, as the largest planet in the solar system, was named King of Planets by some people. In a sense, it should be a planet suitable for life. Unfortunately, the temperature inside Jupiter is too high, which seriously hinders the formation of life, making it a lifeless planet. However, even so, Jupiter still has a vital influence in the Chiwu star system. That is why Chu Yang set the first goal of building a defense system here. Looking at Aizen, who was more charming than a year ago, Chu Yang teased, "You and Aizen are together all day, why didn't he come with you?" Aizen blushed and said a little embarrassedly, He is training new recruits. Although the Earth won the battle in the void, the Xiangbing company suffered heavy losses and needed to replenish some fresh blood. The first generation members who have already stood at the height of god level life naturally took on the responsibility of being instructors. Chu Yang glanced at the 3 people and said simply and clearly, "The defense system for the solar system is actually very simple. Jezailan and I will use the concept rewriter to build a one-way protective shield for each planet, and Lina will provide energy support through the Shyandao Tower. I will attach the power of the black hole to the protective shield, so that the protective shield is covered with countless controllable tiny black holes. In this way, even in the face of a powerful energy shock, these tiny black holes can swallow it all." Aizen's task is to ensure that the protective shield and the tiny black holes are perfectly compatible. Chu Yang's words were concise, but what he said stunned everyone. "Teacher. Instructor. Are you kidding?" Jezailan swallowed his saliva. "Controllable tiny black holes? How is this possible? In the known universe, black holes represent the unknown and danger. As long as a black hole is formed, no matter how big the black hole is, it will generate a strong suction force, constantly swallowing up various things in the universe, and rapidly expanding. Black hole is a synonym for uncontrollable, but Chu Yang actually proposed the concept of controllable black hole, which is simply unbelievable. If the technology to control black holes does not exist, how could Carl create a black hole engine? Chu Yang smiled and said, "I will attach a layer of special power to each tiny black hole. Under the influence of this power, the black hole will be absolutely stable. But in this way, the power of the black hole will be infinitely reduced. But if it is only used for defense, it is enough." Aizen widened his eyes and asked, "Special power? Is it a new energy source?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, "No, it's my power." Lina asked tentatively, "In other words, if something happens to you one day, all the tiny black holes in the defense system will be out of control?" Jezailan said blankly, "That will be the nightmare of the entire galaxy." Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about whether the known universe can threaten my existence. Let's take a step back. Even if something really happens to me, even if the black hole doesn't get out of control at that time, the Earth and the Sun will be doomed." Everyone was silent. Chu Yang is the patron saint of the earth, and can even be called the patron saint of the galaxy. I don't know how many civilizations are coveting the earth, but they are all suppressed by Chu Yang, the supreme god, and dare not cause trouble. If Chu Yang dies, the earth will become the target of public criticism overnight, and destruction is only a matter of time. I understand. Then let's get started. Jezaialan took a deep breath, his eyes firm. There is an important key, that is the Shyandao Tower. Chu Yang added, the Shyandao Tower will provide energy support for all defense systems. Once something happens to the Shyandao Tower, the defense system will collapse completely. I need to obtain all the authorizations of the Shyandao Tower, and establish a connection between the Shyandao Tower and Pangu's computing core. Once there is a danger that Liang cannot solve, Pangu can also protect the Shyandao Tower in the first place. Even the big clock cannot pose a threat to Pangu. Lena hesitated for a moment and nodded decisively. No problem. If it were in the past, Lena would never open all the authorizations of the Shyandao Tower to an outsider. In that case, it means that the technology tree of Liang civilization will be exposed. But Chu Yang was different. He had already mastered the core scientific research technology of Liang civilization. The database of Shyandao Tower was not a secret to him, nor was it of much value. On the contrary, after establishing a connection with Pangu's computing core, Shyandao Tower would receive a certain amount of computing power support, which was a good thing. Let's get started. Chu Yang waved his hand, and everyone showed their magical powers, and began to prop up the first celestial body protection shield in the Chu star system on this lifeless planet. Chu Yang had mentioned this plan a long time ago, and it was fully supported by the top leaders of China. He named this plan, Chyandan. It would be a long process, to protect all the stars with a certain influence in the Chu star system. Fortunately, Chu Yang had the help of Jezaialan and the other two, and with the support of Pangu's computing group, everyone was very efficient. But even so, this process took nearly 3 months. The 9 planets, including the Earth, took the most time, because the 9 planets were large in size, and the area that Chyandan needed to cover was also larger. Then it was for hundreds of satellites and some more important asteroids, and the efficiency of this process was greatly improved. In 3 months, Chu Yang and his team covered hundreds of thousands of asteroids with the Sky Shield system, and thoroughly armed the Chu star system. In this way, even if it is aimed at a supernova explosion, it will not cause damage to the balance of the Chu star system. At most, it will destroy some insignificant asteroids. It is worth mentioning that Chu Yang spent a lot of effort on the sun. Since the Sky Shield system is a one-way protective shield facing the outside, it cannot withstand the high temperature of the sun at all. Chu Yang and Jezaialan can only use the concept rewriter to develop an independent Sky Shield system for the sun, which includes it. When all this was done, a piece of news also reached the Earth. This news made the leaders of all parties on the Earth nervous, and the Xianbinglian was even more on guard, stepping up the training rhythm, and entering a state of combat readiness. Hua Yi revived from the ashes, and made a comeback, pointing his spearhead directly at the Earth. This was something that Dukeo and Lian Feng had not expected. Although they had received news from Chu Yang that Hua Yi was undergoing Carol's transformation, in other words, resurrection. But they didn't expect that the first thing Hua Yi did after his resurrection was to raise an army to attack the Earth. But after thinking about it carefully, they understood that whether Hua Yi wanted to re-establish the order of the Heavenly Palace, break through the Angel Nebula, or dominate one side, he couldn't get around Chu Yang. The scum of the sky had no right to war, and no matter what civilization he launched a war against, he would be attacked by all the major civilizations in the War Council. But if Chu Yang could be dealt with, the War Council would collapse, and no one would be able to stop Hua Yi's steps. As for the angels, if Chu Yang hadn't deprived Hua Yi of the black hole engine last time, I'm afraid the angel civilization would not be able to stop the offensive of the scum of the sky. This time, since Hua Yi dared to come straight to the Earth, it was clear that he had some confidence and mastered a more powerful means than the black hole engine. If even Chu Yang couldn't deal with it, let alone the angels, even if all the advanced civilizations in the known universe were tied together, it would not be enough. Earth, Xianbinglian Combat Command Center. Now the entire Jujutsu city has been transformed into a huge steel fortress, used as the headquarters of Xiang Binglian. Under the transformation of Jedi Island and Zixin, the Jujutsu was upgraded from an original aircraft carrier to a space-class battleship, floating above Jujutsu city. In the command center, Dukeo and Lian Feng stood beside the operating table, on which the star map of the Milky Way was virtually projected. Both of them looked dignified. Dukeo raised his head and looked at Jedi Island and Zixin opposite him, and said in a deep voice, "The army of the scum is approaching, and a war is inevitable. Zai Island's proposal just now is very good. As long as we succeed in the battle against Huayi's god-killing, we can take the initiative in the war." Jedi Island took a deep breath and said, "The earth must not be reduced to a battlefield for the gods to fight again. We must take the initiative this time. At the same time, we must prove to the entire universe that even without the protection of Instructor Chu Yang, the earth will not be invaded by others." Lian Feng nodded, looked at Zixin and asked, "Instructor Chu Yang went to the Angel Nebula. Do you know what he did?" The reason why the earth is so nervous is that, after completing the Sky Shield project, Chu Yang left the Milky Way and went to the Angel Nebula. The war is imminent, but the Guardian of the Earth has left. This is not good news. But they all know that regardless of Chu Yang's purpose of going to the Angel Nebula, his intention is mostly to make the Earth no longer rely too much on him. The top leaders of Xiang Binglian know that, whether it is the Satellite Barrier Plan, the Sky Shield Plan, or the Gemini Plan, they are all preparations made by Chu Yang. Some preparations are for his departure one day. Although they don't know where Chu Yang is going, they can more or less understand it. Today, Chu Yang has surpassed the Holy Kasha in terms of strength, and is catching up with the Space Principal in terms of technology. At Chu Yang's level, there is no longer much pursuit in the known universe, but he wants to try and practice something beyond the understanding of life. The last time he fought against the Sky Scum, Xiang Binglian showed his prowess, making all cosmic civilizations realize that the power of the earth should not be underestimated. In the battle with the devil, Xiang Binglian struck hard on the void battlefield, and joined the ranks of advanced civilizations in one fell swoop. This time, they will let the whole universe know that even without Chu Yang's protection, the earth can stand at the top of the pyramid of cosmic civilization. Chu Yang did not accomplish the arming of the Chu star system or the training of the Xiang Binglian in one fell swoop, but took it step by step. After experiencing the baptism of the battlefield, the Xiang Binglian today is not afraid of any gods. Aizen shook his head and said, "I don't know. I asked the queen about this through the Shanks system, but the queen was also quite surprised by this. The Shanks system is a defense system that Aizen built for Fraser, based on the 19th line of defense. It can be said to fully demonstrate the true teachings of Heezy." Dukeo thought about it, and then said, "In any case, Chu Yang's departure is a fact. No one can help me in this war. I can only rely on the Xiang Binglian to fight my way out." At this point, his tone softened a bit, and he smiled and said, "But I have good news to tell you. This matter may make Xiaolan's plan to kill the gods more smoothly." Everyone was slightly stunned. They really couldn't think of any good news at this juncture. Dukeo reached out and tapped the console, and N3 was connected to a communication channel. Then he smiled and asked, "Wukong, how long will it take you to get to Jujutsu City?" The command center heard Sun Wukong's somewhat garbled voice. "Wait a minute. I'm eating at Bee's Hixing. Brother Monkey?" Jesialan's eyes suddenly lit up. "This is..." Zixin was stunned. "Fighting Buddha?" Lian Feng nodded and said, "The great sage was originally in seclusion, but before Instructor Chu Yang left, he helped him complete the breakthrough, so he came out of seclusion early." Dukeo said to Sun Wukong unhappily, "You are a god. Do gods need to eat?" Sun Wukong seemed to think he was a bit long-winded, and said annoyedly, "Who said that gods can't eat? I have been in seclusion for more than a year, and now I'm finally out of seclusion. I'm going to fight again soon. Can't I find old friends to reminisce about the past first? I will arrive in Jujutsu City before dark." After saying that, Sun Wukong unilaterally cut off the communication. Dukeo was speechless, and the others shook their heads and laughed. North Star, still the courtyard, still in the pavilion. Sun Wukong ate heartily, while Suzuali sat opposite him, dragging her chin and smiling. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." Sun Wukong swallowed the food in his mouth, raised a thumb and said, "My sister-in-law's cooking skills are really amazing. Chu Yang is so lucky." Hearing him say this, Suzaya's smile became even brighter. After Sun Wukong had eaten and drunk enough, Suzayali gently waved her hand, put away the bowl and chopsticks, then took out a needle, and said with blinking eyes, "Brother Monkey, since you have eaten and drunk enough, let's draw a tube of blood." Sun Wukong's expression froze, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I knew you wouldn't treat me to a meal for no reason. You are really two different people in the same bed." Suzayali smiled and said, "Brother Monkey, I'm more kind than Brother Yang. At least I treated you to a meal before drawing blood." Sun Wukong said nothing more, and hummed and hawed, while she drew a full tube of blood. When he was about to leave, Suzayali stopped him. "This is what Brother Yang asked me to give you. He said that, if you can comprehend the method, you may be able to break away from the inherent framework of the super gene, and become a real practitioner." Suzayali said as she handed over a jade slip. Sun Wukong took the jade slip hesitantly, looked at it over and over for a long time, scratched his cheek and asked, "How do I use this thing?" Suzayali flicked her finger and a ray of light shot out, instantly shattering the jade slip. Streams of light flowed out from the encounter and penetrated into Sun Wukong's brow. Sun Wukong was stunned on the spot. His expression changed from confusion to solemnity in an instant, and finally his face was full of shock. Chapter 313. The legendary fighting saint body dominates the 19th line of defense. After Sun Wukong left the North Star, Suzayali connected to the Pangu computing core through the small Pangu to analyze the genetic data of Sun Wukong after the upgrade. Suzayali had been trained by Chu Yang to be a pure warrior, and knew nothing about the knowledge in the field of science and technology, so she didn't know the results of the analysis. But Chu Yang, who was rushing to the Angel Nebula, was quite surprised by this matter. Entering the Soul Palace, Super God Lord Chu Yang couldn't wait to ask, "What are the results of the experiment?" Although he couldn't share with everyone in the Soul Palace anytime and anywhere, he could rely on the Pangu computing group to communicate some simple information to each other through Pangu. He just got the news that Pangu conducted a comprehensive analysis of Sun Wukong's genes after the upgrade and made an amazing discovery in the genetic data. Or to be precise, this discovery did not come from genes, but from blood. Sun Wukong has changed qualitatively. He is no longer the embodiment of a genetic code, but has become the only god in the super god universe who does not exist in the data dimension except Chu Yang. Strictly speaking, Sun Wukong's breakthrough did not upgrade his beast body and divine body to the 4th generation, but his overall strength has undergone a qualitative change. This qualitative change comes from the combination of extreme matter and the legendary characteristics in Sun Wukong's genes. Sun Wukong is a legendary existence, but he was created through genetic code. He not only has powerful super genes, but also has mythical characteristics. This characteristic is infinitely magnified by extreme matter, which has created the current Sun Wukong. In short, Sun Wukong broke away from the scientific universe and became a cultivator. In this way, the skills that Chu Yang asked Suzayali to give him did not play the role of opening the door to cultivation for Sun Wukong, because he already had the foundation for cultivation, but provided him with a way to become stronger quickly. Genetic technology has no effect on Sun Wukong, but we have extracted the mythical characteristics of Sun Wukong's blood through bloodline factor technology, and created a clone in the fairy world. Damning Chu Yang said excitedly, "The clone is the evolution of Sun Wukong's bloodline. He seems to have an innate fighting instinct. Every move he makes is comparable to a magical power. As long as you have seen it once, any move can be done with ease. It's like the legendary fighting saint body." Super God Chu Yang laughed and said, "It seems that our previous expectations were correct. Under the compatibility of extreme substances, the cultivation system and the genetic system have produced a chemical reaction. It seems that, after we merge the ultimate gene, some kind of qualitative change will occur. Even the divine body technology will sublimate the Yuan Wu true body." Magic Chu Yang nodded and said, "Now everything is ready. All we need is Hua Yi's upgraded super gene, which can create the Shen ultimate gene in one fell swoop." Marvel. Chu Yang sighed and said, it's a pity that the Denajin chain has been extended to the complete form, otherwise it will become stronger if the upgraded genes of Monkey Brother are added. Naruto. Chu Yang thought and shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't work. Monkey Brother's genes are too powerful. It is likely to destroy the stability of the Denajin chain and affect the balance when the two ultimate genes merge. The gain will not make up for the loss. The belated Dalki. Chu Yang smiled and said, strong does not necessarily mean suitable, but with Monkey Brother's bloodline factor, I would like to try to create a clone in the Dalki continent. The fighting saint body in the Dalki world can be regarded as a dimensionality reduction attack on those so-called strong people. Demon Slayer. Chu Yang smiled and said, not necessarily. Monkey Brother's fighting saint body is just our subjective definition. It can only be regarded as a castrated version, which cannot be compared with the legendary Dao Shengzhen enemy. Besides, the clone is far less powerful than the original body's bloodline. At best, it is a castrated version. But in the Dalki world, it also has a very high upper limit. Even if it can't leave a name on the sky list, at least it can reach the level of invincibility in the domination realm. Everyone discussed for a while, and Dalki. Chu Yang stepped into the nebula with the nutrition cabin containing the cloned embryos. Pirate Chu Yang looked at Super God Chu Yang and asked, how do you plan to solve the problem of the shadow world when you go to the Angel Nebula? Super God Chu Yang left the Earth at this juncture and went to the Angel Nebula. On the one hand, it was to allow the Earth to face and solve the powerful enemy independently without its own protection. On the other hand, it was for the shadow world. Yan's 3-step plan can be said to be flawless. It not only minimized the danger of the Angel Nebula and Fraser, but also took effective corresponding measures against the shadow world and Huayi. Huayi pointed his weapons at the Earth, and at the same time, sent Sumali and Ruining, who both reached the king level combat power, to Fraser, wanting to take a two-pronged approach. But Fraser has the Shanks system and most of the Angel's power to protect him, which is enough to support him for a long time. As for the Earth, Yan had never worried, and the War Council had never thought about whether Chu Yang would be pulled down from the altar by Huayi. Or to be more precise, they did not dare to think in that direction. Because Huayi was notorious, all the major civilizations in the known universe did not want to see the day when the Heavenly Palace Order dominated the universe. Coupled with the invisible threat of the void, the current known universe could not afford the price of losing the supreme god. But even Chu Yang did not expect that Yan would go to the shadow world in person. With Yan's strength, it was enough to sweep away all the void warriors in the shadow world, as well as the super warriors under Huayi. If she really cleared the shadow world, then Chu Yang's many layouts would fail. Chu Yang really did not expect that when the universe was turbulent, Cole was still working for him, and the ally angels became a stumbling block. Because of this, Chu Yang went to the Angel Nebula in person. As for how to stop Yan, Super God Chu Yang smiled, narrowed his eyes and said, first use courtesy and then force. If she doesn't listen to advice, then beat her until she retreats obediently. Pirate Chu Yang raised a thumbs up. Good idea. At this point, if the Angel's problem is not solved, they will sooner or later affect the overall situation. In the shuttle-shaped spaceship, as soon as it entered the Angel Nebula, the Holy Knowledge Treasury began to apply to establish contact with Chu Yang. But Chu Yang ignored it. The spaceship was controlled by Panbu, so the angels had no way to force Chu Yang to communicate through the spaceship, and could only stare blankly. Line 19. This is the defense barrier of the Angel Nebula, and it is also one of the greatest scientific research achievements of Heezy's life. As soon as he learned that Chu Yang was rushing to the Angel Nebula, Heezy sat on the line 19 and waited for his arrival. The inability to establish communication means that Chu Yang is likely to come with bad intentions this time. But Heezy couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried. How did the angels offend this guy? He had just handed over the research results on the Ascension system to him not long ago. Why did this man turn around and kill the donkey? Yan was also confused about this, and the Sacred Knowledge Treasury could not analyze Chu Yang's motives. On a space station, as soon as the shuttle-shaped spacecraft entered the defense range, Heezy directly took over the 19th defense line through the space-based computing group. unable to detect any information about the target. It was obvious that it must be Chu Yang. While she opened a gap in the defense line to allow the shuttle-shaped spacecraft to enter, she also spread her voice throughout the 19th defense line. Supreme God Chu Yang, no matter what your purpose is, I hope you can stop and see me for the sake of our old friendship. He tried to be humble, sincere in tone, and even played the emotional card. After a while, the shuttle-shaped spacecraft arrived above the space station, and Chu Yang's voice came from inside. King Xianji, you have to make it clear. When did we have an old relationship? Hearing Chu Yang's somewhat teasing tone, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked up and said, I wonder why you are here? Chu Yang said lightly, I want to see your queen. She is on her way to the shadow world. Now I'm in charge of the Angel Nebula. If there is anything, the Supreme God can talk to me directly. He knew that the emotional card would not work much, so every word reminded Chu Yang that he was the Supreme God of the universe. As the chairman of the War Council, he was also a recognized Supreme God. If Chu Yang openly declared war on the angels, it would mean that the war order he established would collapse. The hatch of the shuttle-shaped spacecraft opened, and Chu Yang stepped out and stood in the air. Then Pangu instantly enveloped the entire space station, and the defense system of the 19th defense line and the Xianji computing group went down directly, falling into a brief paralysis. Chu Yang looked down at Izzy and said, only the two of us can hear the following conversation. The shadow world cannot move. Either let Yang come back, or I will go and stop her myself. Izzy was stunned. He never thought that Chu Yang came here for this matter. He couldn't understand the meaning of Chu Yang's doing this. Allowing Cole to connect to the void and then fundamentally solve the hidden dangers of the void is the top secret of the earth. In addition to Chu Yang and Ukeo, only a few people know it. Neither the War Council nor the Angels know anything about it. Cal didn't realize that he had become a Wayjourner. Why? He frowned and asked. Chu Yang said softly, I want to enter the void. Whether the ultimate fear exists or not, I must find out the truth of the ultimate void and fundamentally solve the threat of the void. Do you know what you are doing? Izzy's voice was a little trembling. You are betting the entire universe. Once you fail, all civilizations will be buried with you. Chu Yang's plan is extremely crazy, and only Dukeo, the war maniac, can reach a consensus with him. The Angels' Justice Order will never allow such behavior, which they consider to be self-willed, and will never allow anyone, or any god to put countless lives in the universe on the gambling table. Even if this person is Chu Yang, even if he is the Supreme God, even if he may have the possibility of success. Easy, don't impose the Justice Order on me. Chu Yang's voice was slightly cold. I know a little about the Super Seminary. The angels always preach justice, but their history of making a fortune is not very bright. In the era of the Super Seminary was the belief of most civilizations in the known universe, and it also represented the highest authority in the universe. However, later, as the angels gradually rose, they gradually eroded the believers of the Super Seminary and replaced them, which created the King of Gods, Kesha, and the belief in the Justice Order. This kind of thing is actually understandable. Kesha and Jilin have different ideas, and there is no contradiction or conflict between them. The change of beliefs in the universe civilization is just a necessary part of historical development. But Chu Yang now uses this matter to refute the Justice Order, which immediately makes Izzy speechless. But she still gritted her teeth and said, you should know very well that the angels will not agree, and Yan will not agree either. Chu Yang suddenly smiled and said, you call me the Supreme God, but you seem to lack the understanding of Supreme. Why does the Supreme God need others to agree to his actions? Why does he need to discuss with your angel civilization? My thoughts are the order of the universe, my thoughts are the truth of the universe, and my actions are the principles of the universe. At this moment, Chu Yang showed unprecedented dominance. In the past, in everyone's eyes, Chu Yang undoubtedly became the synonym of the peak of strength in the universe, but everyone thought he was easygoing. As long as he didn't provoke the earth, and didn't violate the war regulations, Chu Yang would not take the initiative to cause trouble to anyone. But at this time, he found that no one seemed to really understand this Supreme God. Taking a deep breath, Heezy's eyes were firm and resolute, staring at Chu Yang and said, "If you want to put the entire universe in danger, you must first overturn the sky covered by this righteous order." As the voice fell, Pangu's influence on the space station suddenly disappeared. It was the concept rewriting program prepared by Heezy in advance that took effect. Then, the space-based computing group pushed the algorithm to the extreme, and the 19th defense line was fully opened. Chu Yang's expression was calm, and he raised his hand and pressed it in front of him. The Pangu computing group in the Soul Palace was like a sleeping ancient beast that was suddenly awakened. But an invisible light wave swept across the entire 19th defense line, and the defense system that had just been fully opened was paralyzed in an instant. Then, this scientific research result that Heezy had poured countless efforts into collapsed instantly. Heezy's face changed drastically, but she still drew out the holy sword and attacked Chu Yang. Chu Yang raised his hand and made a fist. The space around Heezy collapsed without any warning, as if a small black hole had formed with her as the center. A huge energy hand grabbed Heezy tightly, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless, and all scientific and technological means were also ineffective. Chu Yang said helplessly, "Even if you stop Carl's actions in the shadow world, it can only delay for a while. As long as I don't stop him, it's only a matter of time before Carl connects to the void. Why do you have to resort to war?" Heezy didn't speak, but stared at Chu Yang with shock in her eyes. Until this moment, she finally realized how powerful Chu Yang was. The so-called supreme god only represents the upper limit of the known universe, but not Chu Yang's upper limit. This earth god with mysterious power is far beyond everyone's imagination. Chapter 314, a cross-era exchange with the principle of space. The heart and soul of the heroic army. The reason why Chu Yang did not go directly to Yan, but came to the space station to meet Heezy first, was mainly to show his strength. Only by making the angels realize how powerful he is, or even making the angels unable to have the idea of resistance, can they put aside the justice order they regard as faith, and sit down to talk calmly. The so-called negotiation is nothing more than based on strength. Therefore, Chu Yang did not stop. After controlling Heezy, the majestic source energy roared out, shattering the surrounding space, and the entire space station collapsed. From a distance, it was as if this universe was torn off a corner by Chu Yang, forming a void zone. However, this scene was destined to be unwitnessed, because Chu Yang used Pangu to block all explorations, and at the same time, covered this area with source energy, so that even the angels who were closer could not spy. He showed his strength only to Heezy and Yan, and he didn't want to make it known to everyone, lest Cal shrink back and dare not make any more moves. Heezy felt cold all over, and his eyes were full of despair. It was not because he was about to die, but because he felt that facing such a powerful Chu Yang, the justice order was just a joke. At this moment, the broken space suddenly reunited, and an invisible great force surged, and for a moment it was actually competing with Chu Yang's source energy. A trace of confusion flashed in Heezy's eyes, and it was another power that she could not understand. What happened to this world? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, because he found that this was not a power from a certain existence, but this universe was fighting against him. Of course, the universe cannot have independent consciousness, and the so-called heavenly way of the super god world is also an inexplicable existence. Therefore, he knew that the struggle in the universe must be pushed by someone in secret. Pangu's algorithm soared to the extreme, directly constructing a void field with Chu Yang as the center, but excluding Heezy. A vague and huge outline gradually became clear. It was a life shrouded in a cloak, but without a flesh body, the empty figure of the cloak. "You want to pull me into your domain through a journey through time and space?" Chu Yang chuckled, "But unfortunately, this trick works for Kyangri, but it has no effect on me. Principal Space, I didn't expect that we would meet for the first time in this way, and under such circumstances." After a pause, Chu Yang continued, "I heard that there is a place in this world where there is no concept of time or space, and only by entering there can we see you. But in my opinion, that place must be the void, right?" The cloaked man's illusory mechanical voice sounded. "The void is similar to the new quantum field produced after vacuum decay. Space and time may be distorted in the void, similar to a stagnant state that is neither flowing nor fixed. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Stop. I'm not a scholar. These are all excuses to fool Morgana. I don't understand these abstract theories of yours. I'll go and see for myself what the void is like." Principal Space was silent for a moment, then said, "Earth. Chu Yang. Unknown. Super God. Such a high evaluation?" Chu Yang smiled. Super God is a kind of existence in concept. The original intention of establishing the Super God Academy is to create this kind of concept level existence. All super warriors or gods under the Shen civilization system are on the road to Super God, but it is difficult to see the end. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. "You came to see me to stop me?" The voice of the space principal was emotionless. "The future. Variables. No solution. No need. Do you have to say it 2 by 2? It seems that there is still a communication barrier." Chu Yang was a little helpless and suddenly frowned and asked, "Are you still alive now? You have put almost all of Ding Heji's theories into practice. Have you discovered the truth of the universe?" This time, there was a sudden emotional fluctuation in the voice of the space principal. "Prehistory cannot be explored. The Earth is crucial. The universe is stable, balanced. Please do not destroy the Academy." Wondering. When he said the latter, the figure of the space principal suddenly became distorted, as if the virtual projection was collapsing. Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully and said, "Well, the last one. What is the heavenly Dao? The will of the universe shakes, destroys." The intermittent voice fell, and the figure of the space principal exploded. Chu Yang waved his hand and dispersed the void field supported by the source energy. This unexpected conversation with the space principal gave Chu Yang some understanding of the higher dimensions of the super god universe. But this guy's neither human nor god now, and it is really difficult to communicate. From Chu Yang's understanding, that is, the space principal is almost in harmony with the Dao. In harmony with the heavenly Dao, jumping out of the concept of time and space, existing in every corner of the known universe, and it seems to have turned into dust long ago. This is a manifestation of higher dimensional life. Death does not mean the end, and forgetting represents annihilation. Super God Academy, wandering, Chu Yang grasped the key to the information, revealed by the space principal. Calculating the time, teacher Rui, who has been a hands-off shopkeeper for a long time, should have returned to the Super God Academy. It seems that, after returning to Earth, it is necessary to meet him. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang looked at Easy, who was slumped on a piece of cosmic dust, and looking at him nervously. "I have no intention of being an enemy of the angels, nor will I destroy the war order I created with my own hands." Chu Yang said softly, "I just met with the principal of space, and he doesn't want to see me destroy the stability of the universe. But with my current strength, as long as I take action, it will be difficult not to affect the universe. Establish communication with Yan. Ask her to come back and talk to me." Heezy smiled bitterly, then nodded, and communicated with Yan through the Skyblade number 7 as a relay through the space-based computing group. A moment later, a virtual projection appeared next to Heezy. Yan looked at the completely paralyzed 19th defense line, and then looked at Chu Yang, who looked calm, and frowned. After understanding what happened, Yan looked at Chu Yang and asked, "Supreme God, if the angels compromise, what is the meaning of justice order?" Chu Yang said softly, "Connecting the void is irreversible, and this will happen sooner or later. Solving the problem fundamentally should be the embodiment of justice order. Don't put the cart before the horse. Compared with Kesha, you lack some courage. Queen Kesha will not agree to bet the entire universe." Yan shook his head. Chu Yang smiled, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. "When you wanted hundreds of thousands of people to be buried with Morgana over Juksha City, did you feel that it was against justice order? Since in the concept of justice order, punishing evil is worth paying a certain price, why did you change your position now? Or, when this price involves themselves, the angels are scared? You are a rogue logic." Yan stared with some resentment. Chu Yang raised his hand and said, "This is not an academic discussion, and I don't have the time to sort out the logic with you." Heezy said, "That I'm betting the entire known universe on the gambling table. Doesn't this include the Earth? Doesn't it include myself?" After a pause, Chu Yang continued, "Take a long-term view. Whether you believe in the existence of ultimate fear or not, the fault lines in history are difficult to explain. 100,000 years ago, the universe must have had a period of nothingness, and what caused it? The answer may be hidden in the void. If we don't figure this out, no one knows whether the life in the known universe will repeat the mistakes of prehistoric civilization. So it's not that I'm betting the entire universe on the gambling table, but that we are already at the gambling table. Yan was silent for a long time, and suddenly asked, I think you have a way and the strength to bypass the angels, or even suppress the angels, so that your plan can continue. The reason you told us this is probably because you want the angels to help, right? Chu Yang nodded and said, if you want to take advantage of the void, you can't get around Carl. The angels are cooperating with me to act out a show. The invasion of the void will be a disaster for the entire universe. Yan said in a solemn voice. Chu Yang smiled calmly and said, if I don't enter the void, no void creature will be able to step into the main universe. If I enter the void, I will naturally suppress those guys in the void. Although Chu Yang's tone was calm, his words were arrogant and overbearing. But neither Yan nor Heezy could refute it, because the strength shown by Chu Yang was too strong. It has exceeded the cognition of all civilizations in the universe, and it cannot be understood by any concept. It is a power beyond the conceptual level. As Chu Yang said, the void will sooner or later connect with the main universe, but if even he can't suppress it, then there is no hope at all. What do you want us to do? After thinking for a long time, Yan finally chose to compromise. Just like Chu Yang's previous thoughts, facing this absolute strength, the angels had no other choice but to sit down and negotiate, and finally compromise. It's very simple. Continue to blockade the shadow world, but don't interfere in what happens inside it. Chu Yang said, pointing to the 19th defense line. The situation here can be explained as King Xianji wanting to comprehensively upgrade the 19th defense line, but something went wrong, causing the defense line to collapse. Heezy widened her eyes. After the core of the problem had been solved, she relaxed and no longer had to face the huge pressure from Chu Yang. She said unhappily, don't I have any face? If this kind of thing gets to Liang Bing's ears, I'm afraid she will laugh her teeth off. Chu Yang smiled and said, she's in a state of panic now, and she has no time to laugh at you. Thinking of the events in the void battlefield, Heezy asked tentatively, what kind of bargaining chips did the Earth put out to make Morgana willingly take the 4th generation divine body technology as a trophy? Although the spoils of war from both sides need to be submitted to the War Council, Chu Yang is the speaker of the War Council, and no one thinks he will break the rules. Therefore, the spoils of war that the Earth brought out were not reviewed by the councillors at all, so no one except Morgana knew what the Earth brought out. You will know soon. Chu Yang kept it a secret, then stretched his body and said, nothing else. I will go back to Earth first. In addition, Hua Yi will stop on Earth, and this time I will completely destroy him. But you must be mentally prepared. Morgana will not miss this great opportunity. The war between angels and demons is far from over. I will not take sides in the void battlefield. Yan said with a cold and arrogant face. Angels are not afraid of war. Chu Yang asked playfully, what if a time-space rose is added? Yan's expression froze slightly. The angel nebula cannot be without Easy, so once the angels and demons start a war in the void battlefield, the only king level combat power that the angel can bring out is her. On the other hand, on the demon side, whether it is Morgana or the time-space rose, they are all genuine king level. Chu Yang said nothing more, turned around and boarded the shuttle-shaped spaceship, and left. His words were not aimless. Before long, Morgana would definitely attack the angel. It was not because of hatred, nor was it related to the so-called faith, but because of one thing. Starfate. That thing was simply a weapon tailor-made for Kyangli. Although many things deviated from the track under Chu Yang's influence, the so-called heavenly way in the dark would always pull some important things back on track. Earth, Juksha City. I didn't expect that the scumbag of heaven would take the lead before we made a move. Lion Feng looked at the star map on the console with a sneer on his face. Dukeo immediately ordered, since they are here, let them never return. Mangdangshan will be the core of this battlefield operation, with Wukong in charge. Hua Yi will definitely not let Liang go. Let the third company take the new recruits. to Mars to fight a defensive battle, just as their new recruits assessment. The Cheyenne team will assist you in the god-killing operation. With Killin here, it can be guaranteed to be foolproof. All other members of the Xiangbing Company face the Cheyenne scum head-on. No matter what method is used, no Cheyenne scum can be allowed to enter the atmosphere. Jezzalan stood at attention and saluted. Yes, the Cheyenne team is the first generation of Xiangbing Company, with Killin as the captain. In today's Xiangbing Company, apart from Jezzalan, Killin is a well-deserved core and the strongest individual combat force. This girl is not good at commanding, but she is very good at boosting morale. Whenever the goddess leads the way and stands alone, the soldiers behind her are like chicken blood. If Jezzalan is the heart of the Xiangbing Company, then Killin is the military soul of the Xiangbing Company. After hesitating for a moment, Jezzalan asked tentatively, "Commander, is it a bit too hasty to let the new recruits engage in interstellar combat? Haven't you met them? How do you feel?" Dukeo asked instead of answering. Jezzalan thought for a while, and then said, "They adapted faster than we did at the beginning, and they are more cohesive than when we just got together. The ability of the Shadow of Dexing is very interesting. If they continue to grow, they may become the backbone of this generation of recruits." Dukeo nodded and said, "It seems that you have a high opinion of them, so what do you have to worry about? What the Xiangbing Company needs is warriors, not flowers in a greenhouse." Chapter 315 Galaxy Battlefield. Demon God Suzayanali. Tactical Core Killin. Chiwu Star System. Solar Defense Line. This is the interstellar defense line built by Xiangbinglian. Chu Yang has always been indifferent to such things, and left it all to Xiangbinglian. His various arrangements are all aimed at leaving a trump card for the Earth after he leaves. The Gemini project will benefit future generations, and the mutual adjustment of the two civilizations will take a long time. The satellite barrier plan is equivalent to a one-time consumable strategic weapon. After the 6 satellites are detonated, SUORUI needs a long time to reassemble. In other words, the satellite barrier plan will not be activated unless it is absolutely necessary. Once it is activated, the last line of defense of the Earth will face a vacuum period. It takes much longer to reassemble the tiny particles of the shattered stars than to create a rampage. SUORUI is not an omnipotent god. Being able to create and control the operation of 7 stars at the same time is already the limit. Otherwise, Chu Yang would not limit the satellite barrier plan to 6 satellites. As for the 7th star, it is the main star of the Life Nebula. Once it is abandoned, the Life Nebula will lose the glory of the sun. That was originally a barren land in the universe, and it was only by relying on his own strength that he created the Life Nebula. Chu Yang has now taken over all the Life Nebulas, laying the foundation for gathering the power of faith in the future, so he will naturally not give up easily. If the 6 satellites are directly cut off from each other after the explosion, SUORUI will also suffer a certain backlash. If he wants to recreate the star again, it will take a longer buffer than reaggregation. To put it bluntly, the satellite barrier can only be used once, when the Earth is in danger. It is unknown when it will be reaggregated. The Sky Shield plan is a backup plan for the activation of the satellite barrier, which is used to protect the balance of the Chiwu star system from being destroyed. One link after another. As for the outer defense line against the enemy and the preparations for war, those are all things that the Xiangbing Company needs to consider. Chu Yang is not a mother. How can he have the time to do everything himself? On the solar defense line, the soldiers of the Xiangbing Company have boarded various space stations, waiting one by one. The 3rd company, along with the new recruits, boarded the giant gorge and headed for Mars. The sun defense line was the main battlefield, and Mars would be the place where the most intense fighting would take place outside the main battlefield. Although Dukeo and the top leaders of the Xiangbing Company did not understand why Huayi would go to the Liang while invading the Earth, this was the instruction left by Chu Yang, and no one would doubt his words, even if they did not know the reason. But what the top leaders of the Xiangbing Company did not expect was that the expected army did not come, but only one enemy suddenly descended on the Mangdangshan. Huayi, this ancient evil god who looked no different from before, but dared to single-handedly kill his way into the Earth's defense line, had a playful smile on his face. At the same time, Sumali and Ruining led millions of Sciencer and headed straight for Mars. Ruining bypassed the sun defense line through the wormhole, allowing the Sciencer core to appear directly over Mars. This incident caught Xian Binglian off guard, and there was no time to support Mars. With the power of Liang alone, even if the three companies of Xian Binglian and the new recruits were added together, it would be difficult to resist the attack of the natural disaster. Although the Shyandao Tower is a strategic existence, the combat power of Liang Star should not be underestimated. In addition, with the means of core drive and the home advantage, it can be said that it has taken advantage of the time and place. But the problem is, the two king-level combat forces are leading the natural disaster army. Before the departure of the Sciencer army, Carl even equipped Sumali and Ruining with a void engine tailored for them. Although Panzen was once the regent, he was a little short of the real king level, and so was Rina. In terms of high-end combat power, Liang is at an absolute disadvantage. The most important thing is that this is Liang Star. Once the battle starts, it will inevitably affect the people of Liang on a large scale. Contact Earth immediately and request support. On the Shyandao Tower, Rina gave orders with a solemn expression. Panzen will be in charge of the connection with the Earth. She will wear armor and lead the army in person. Is this Liang? But at this moment, a clear, pleasant, and charming voice suddenly sounded. Lena was stunned and looked up, but there was no one in the sky, but a beautiful figure emerged in her mind. Is that a goddess standing in the universe, peerless and charming? Lena was a little unsure, because she couldn't read the other party's information, and the Shyandao Tower couldn't do it either, but she could feel a strong oppression. At the same time, above Mars, Ruining and Sumali suddenly stopped with the dense Sciencer legion, and stared at the petite figure. What a beautiful girl, King Huai will definitely like it. Sumali showed an almost morbid smile on his face, and looked like he was ready to fight. Ruining frowned. The Earth is very strange. Don't forget the lesson you learned. Sumali nodded and asked loudly, who are you, the one in front? Suzyali stared calmly ahead. Her expression did not fluctuate at all, as if what was in front of her was not a million-strong army, but an ant that could be destroyed with a wave of her hand. She slowly opened her arms, and the terrifying dark energy surged out, and the entire universe trembled with it. She opened her red lips and said, Earth, Demon God, Suzyali. Demon God is the name she gave herself, thinking it was both practical and extremely cool, and she even showed off to Chu Yang. But in the end, Chu Yang gave only two simple words to evaluate her. Middle school secondary. But it did not prevent this internet-addicted girl from continuing to burn her middle school secondary soul. At least she deserved this title. Ruining and Sumala's pupils shrank. They never thought that the Earth actually hid such a powerful fighting force. Both of them had obviously reached the king level, but they still felt a great threat from Suzyali. That feeling was like facing Huai after his rebirth. How is this possible? Theoretically speaking, Huai is a 5th generation divine body. This time, Huai paid a lot and became a half-human half-ghost existence. Could it be that the Earth has already mastered the mature 5th generation divine body technology? She is a 4th generation divine body. Ruining made a judgment quickly, but his expression was still solemn. But it is a 4th generation divine body comparable to the sacred Kesha. Sumala's Adam's apple floated. After the end of the barbaric era, Kesha was synonymous with power, and at the same time, it was also the shadow of fear hanging over the heads of all the scum. It would be fine if the Earth had a Chu Yang, but now there is another existence that has reached the level of the King of Gods. The king level combat power represents the peak of the 4th generation divine body, but this does not count Kesha. Because Kesha is unique among the 4 generation divine bodies in the known universe, and is infinitely close to the level of the supreme god. What should I do? Sumali gritted his teeth. Ruining took a deep breath and said, what else can we do? We have no way out. We can only fight. Sumali also became ruthless, and said with a cold look in his eyes, then let's fight. As he said that, he waved his hand, and millions of scums roared out fearlessly. Suzyali always looked at them with cold eyes, her expression calm and indifferent, as if she was looking at a group of dead people. Her originally petite figure suddenly began to enlarge rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it reached the size of half of Mars. Looking at the existence that seemed like a cosmic giant, the scums were all shocked, and their eyes were filled with fear. Denna's ultimate gene, law of heaven and earth. The giant-like Suzuki waved her hand lightly, and her charming voice resounded through the stars. Judgment. The power of judgment derived from the angel gene was infinitely magnified at this moment under the blessing of law of heaven and earth. The blazing holy light was like a shining sun, suppressing the scum army. Puff, puff, puff. The scum of the sky affected by the holy light was like a broken balloon. Its body turned into bubbles with a puff sound and was directly decomposed into countless particles and disappeared in the universe. Suzuki is the trump card that Chu Yang left for the earth, second only to the satellite barrier. Since the ultimate gene was forged, she has never had the opportunity to show her strength. She has been shrinking in the courtyard and playing games all day. Now that she has shown her strength for the first time, she is destined to shock the entire universe. Mangdangshan. Seeing Hua Yi falling from the sky, Liu Chuang and Zhao Xin, who had just arrived, rushed up immediately. Liu Chuang said nothing and chopped directly with an axe. Hua Yi just stretched out 2 fingers, then clamped the axe blade casually and said casually, "I thought I would be greeted by the power of the galaxy, but I didn't expect it to be the god of war of no star. You just use this broken axe to chop Kunpeng?" Liu Chuang pulled back the battle axe, carried it on his shoulder and sneered, "If I chop you, a scumbag, today, my name will probably resound throughout the universe, right?" Hua Yi ignored him, but looked around and asked, "Where is Chu Yang? Why is he not here? Is it possible that the last injury has not healed yet?" Zhao Xin said to Liu Chuang with a puzzled look. "He said that the instructor was injured? That's about what he meant. I guess our instructor broke his brain last time." Liu Chuang spitted with disdain. "Are you kidding? They don't believe that there is a being in the universe that can hurt the instructor. Ignorant idiot." Hua Yi shook his head and smiled, raised his hand and shot out a ball of dark energy, blasting towards the two. Liu Chuang and Zhao Xin were a little caught off guard, but a figure suddenly appeared behind them, holding 2 people in each hand and flashing out. Jezailan put the 2 people down and slowly folded the black wings behind him. He contacted the command center of Juksha City through Kyankan and said in a concentrated voice, "I'm the power of the galaxy. The Mangdangshan has become a battlefield. I suggest that the crew evacuate immediately. Hua Yi is alone. I will lead the Cheyenne team and cooperate with Monkey Brother to fight the gods." Duko on the other side directly approved it. After receiving the order, the crew of the Mangdangshan began to board the plane in an orderly manner and evacuated quickly on a small warship. Hua Yi did not pay attention to these people. In his opinion, they were just insignificant little characters. On Earth, the only ones he could pay attention to were Chu Yang and the power of the galaxy. At this moment, a dazzling light lit up in the direction of Mars, and everyone looked up. Hua Yi's eyelids twitched. Damn. Such a strong energy fluctuation. After saying that, he turned to look at Jezailan and others, and said sinisterly, "I was wondering why I didn't see Chu Yang. It turns out he was with Liang. He has a good plan, but he underestimates me. It seems that I have to make a quick decision, so that I can go over to support. Why do I need the instructor to take action to deal with you?" Jezailan sneered and pulled out a thick and heavy sword with his backhand. This is the result of Jezailan's upgrade and improvement of the anti-void sword after the advent of Kyankan, and he named it Shan. It means that in the first war between the Earth and alien civilization, China fought to the death, and every inch of the mountains and rivers was shed with blood. It seems that Chu Yang really gave you a lot of confidence. Hua Yi looked contemptuous and pulled out the Shiensha, which had undergone a second upgrade. Jezailan stood with a big sword in both hands in front of his chest and said in a deep voice, "Cover me." Liu Chuang and Zhao Xin attacked without saying a word, one holding a battle axe and the other holding a spear. Hua Yi did not dodge, but took the attack of the two and repelled them in 2 or 3 moves. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "Wow, you are almost close to the king level. It seems that Chu Yang has worked hard on you." Although the growth of the soldiers of the Xiangbing Company is inseparable from the help of Chu Yang, they can stand at the current height mostly by relying on their own efforts and fighting on the battlefield. At this time, Huayi said that they were like young eagles under the protection of Chu Yang, which made the Cheyenne team quite angry. Keelan, who was sniping in the distance, pulled the trigger repeatedly, and the latest model of Shikigami level bullets came to Huayi in the blink of an eye. But Huayi just raised his hand slightly, blocked all the bullets, threw them aside like throwing garbage, and then turned and rushed towards Keelan. At this moment, the mountains and rivers in Jezai Adelan's hand quickly enlarged, bursting with brilliant golden light, and the big sword was raised high and slashed down suddenly. Die for me. Jezai Adelan's voice was like a bell, but Huayi did not make any defense, but opened his arms with a playful smile on his face. Boom. The mountains and rivers fell, and the Mangdangshan trembled violently, but after the light dissipated, Huayi was unharmed. He waved his hands repeatedly, highlighting several dark energy light balls. The seemingly simple attack instantly knocked Jezai Adelan and others away. Then, Huayi rushed towards Keelan. In his opinion, although the sniper could not threaten him, it was really annoying. But what he didn't expect was that Keelan actually dropped the gun in her hand, and a layer of blue light was attached to her eyes. But then, Keelan's pupils shrank slightly, because that came from Li Fifa's ability, and she couldn't find any flaws in Huayi. Keelan made a prompt decision, and gave up the idea of a head-on confrontation. She jumped into the wormhole in a flash, and then used her telekinesis to drive the dream. Huayi was in a trance for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he saw a dazzling black light suddenly appear in front of him. This scene looked a little weird. It was obviously a black light, but it was extremely eye-catching. Solar flare. Bang. Huayi flew backwards and hit a hatch in the distance heavily, and there was no movement. Chapter 316. Xiang Bing Lion vs the Evil God. Monkey King beats Huayi to pieces. After a successful attack, Keelan rushed forward, raised her right arm high, and the dark alloy armor quickly decomposed and then reassembled into a huge iron fist. Try this. Keelan shouted, and the dark energy gathered wildly on the iron fist, and then punched out. Boom. The hatch shattered, and Huayi's body exploded, turning into countless fragments and ghost-like substances. Jezai Adelan, who got up from the ground not far away, had his eyes lit up, and Kyankan was running at full speed. Monitor Huayi's biological information. Kyankan's mechanical synthesized voice sounded in his ears. Unable to monitor, the target's vital signs have disappeared. But Jezai Adelan couldn't breathe a sigh of relief. Those substances actually quickly aggregated, and then Huayi's body reassembled again, with a morbid look of intoxication. It seems that this divine body is not bad. Carl is more reliable than last time. The expressions of the people in the Xiang Bing company became solemn. The scene before them was beyond their cognition, and Huayi was far more powerful than they imagined. This is not a polymerization technique. What kind of monster have you become? Keelan's face showed a trace of shock. Just now, she clearly felt that when her attack landed on Huayi, it was like hitting a ball of cotton. Rather than saying that Huayi's body was broken by her, it would be better to say that the opponent suddenly became illusory at the moment of the attack, and then took the initiative to split, defusing the threat of that punch. Huayi showed a sneer, raised his hand lightly, and the dark purple phantom tentacles spread at an extremely fast speed, instantly tying Keelan up. No matter how Keelan struggled, she couldn't break free. I heard that you are Chu Yang's woman. Huayi tilted his head and squinted his eyes to examine Keelan. Sure enough, just like him, you are full of incomprehensible power. Although I can't understand it, I always feel a little familiar. Huayi sniffed exaggeratedly, and then said, I smell the smell of Shen genes, time, and space sequences, and even a special demon gene in you. Compared to a monster like me, it seems that you are a weirdo. While he was talking, a tentacle had gradually moved up, wrapped around Keelan's neck, and slowly tightened. At the same time, Jezai Adelan received news from the Earth headquarters. All the crew members of the Mangdangshan have been safely evacuated. Jezai Adelan took a deep breath, grasped Shan again, swung his heavy sword fiercely, and said coldly, brothers, get him. Before everyone rushed to Huayi, a terrifying dark energy wave suddenly broke out, and everyone felt that the weapons in their hands were out of control. Various weapons flew out of their hands, rotated half a circle in the air, and then attacked their respective owners fiercely in front of them. The god-killing weapon pierced through the armor of the soldiers of the Xiangbing Company without any hindrance and nailed them to the Mangdang Mountain. Killin's pretty face flushed. In order to maximize the advantages of the Ultima Gene, Chu Yang did not help her upgrade the 4th generation divine body, but planned to upgrade Killin's divine body after the Shenjin chain was extended to the Ultima Gene. At this moment, all of Killin's strength was suppressed by Hua Yi. For a moment, she was like an ordinary person, almost unable to breathe, and her life was hanging by a thread. Hua Yi raised his hand and clenched it, laughing wildly. Red Fiend space. From now on, this is my sacred domain. Dark energy instantly enveloped the entire Mangdang Mountain. All the soldiers of the Xiangbing Company were controlled by tentacles, which pulled them up to the sky, like lambs to be slaughtered, waiting for the butcher's knife to come. Jezzalan overloaded the universe, and then barely broke free from the control of the dark energy tentacles and fiercely pulled out the mountain and river inserted in his abdomen. Jezzalan staggered a little, gritting his teeth and said, "We are the invincible Xiangbinglian." Hua Yi tilted his head to look at him, raised his hand to condense dark energy in his palm, and sneered, "Don't be afraid, with just a bang, you will turn into ashes, and this process will not hurt at all." But just when the dark energy was about to burst out, a long stick suddenly broke through the space and swept across. Bang! Hua Yi, who was caught off guard, was swept away by the long stick, and at the same time, a stream of mysterious power spread in the air. When Hua Yi's dark energy touched the mysterious power, it quickly melted like ice and snow covered by the scorching sun. The dark energy tentacles dissipated, and Killin and others fell to the ground like dumplings. The armor on their bodies was all rusted by the dark energy, and they were obviously seriously injured. Killin's body was surging with light, and the dark energy was quickly expelled, and the injuries were also recovered at any time. This was a battle of unequal strength. Hua Yi's strength was a full dimension higher than that of the Xiangbinglian soldiers. Before the Shenjin chain was extended to the Ultima Gene, even Killin could only barely protect herself when facing Hua Yi. A figure quietly appeared on the battlefield, and the long stick that hit Hua Yi flew towards him. Sun Wukong caught the long stick steadily, and waved it gently. The golden energy in the sky instantly broke through the space that Hua Yi redefined. In the distance, Hua Yi stood up from the ruins of a cabin in the Mangdangshan, stared at Sun Wukong, narrowed his eyes and said, "Fighting Buddha? It's still an incomprehensible power. It seems that Chu Yang has fully armed you. But so what?" As soon as the voice fell, Hua Yi rushed towards Sun Wukong like lightning. Sun Wukong was covered with golden light, and clones emerged one after another. The sky was full of mixed shadows intertwined into a large net, covering Hua Yi. This is the Chu star system. All enemies who come to attack must be called him. Sun Wukong's main body raised his hands high, and the dark gold long stick was infinitely enlarged, like a collapsed Optimus Prime, smashing towards Hua Yi. Everything is gone. Boom. The long stick fell, and the entire Mangdangshan was broken in half by it. Without the support of the power system, the Mangdangshan, which was broken into two halves, floated in different directions. In the middle of the two pieces of spacecraft wreckage, there were a lot of metal fragments. Hua Yi staggered to his feet on a piece of metal fragment, and his body was covered with cracks like broken porcelain. Covering his head, Hua Yi was unable to fight back for a while, and he couldn't stabilize his body. This reborn body is not a true 5th generation divine body, at best it is a semi-finished product. But his state cannot be called an illusion. It is more like a spiritual body between half illusion and half reality. In other words, Sun Wukong's attack caused a devastating blow to Hua Yi not only on the physical level, but also on the spiritual level. Sun Wukong did not stop, but rushed out again, and the long stick directly stabbed Hua Yi's chest, and Hua Yi's body, which was already on the verge of breaking, exploded. This time, no fragments of unknown matter were left behind. Hua Yi's body seemed to have completely dissipated. Jezzalan's Adam's apple floated for a moment, and he asked tentatively, "Brother Monkey, is he dead?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "I can still feel his breath." As he said that, he tilted his head and looked at Killin. "Little girl, connect to my dark plane and release the integrated solar flare. I will give you the authorization, but don't pry into my privacy." Killin nodded heavily, and while connecting with Sun Wukong according to the plan, she smiled and teased, "Brother monkey, don't worry. I never like love stories, and I won't read them randomly." Sun Wukong clenched his teeth and said unhappily, "Why did Chu Yang say that?" The only person on Earth who knew about what happened between him and Eri in the past, apart from the top leaders of the Xiangbing Company, was Chu Yang. The top leaders of the Xiangbing Company would never treat him as gossip and tell the soldiers under their command, so what Killin knew could only come from Chu Yang. Brother monkey, we are not outsiders, what can we hide? Liu Chuang picked up the axe, covered the wound on his abdomen, and smiled slyly. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment and gritted his teeth and said, okay, even you know it? After this battle, I will find Chu Yang to have a good talk. At the same time, Killin had completed the secret guard confrontation with Sun Wukong and helped him to charge. In fact, most of the soldiers of the Xiangbing Company present were not too nervous. This war was more like a test for them. Even if Chu Yang left the Milky Way directly, in order to create a sense of crisis in the subconscious of the Earth Warriors, Chu Yang, the guardian god, was still the last line of defense. It is precisely because of this that they can still be in a mood to talk and laugh in the face of crisis. Hua Yi's body reorganized again, twisted his neck, and stared at Sun Wukong with a sinister look. I heard that before, Chu Yang. You were the strongest fighter on Earth. But if that's all, then today Earth will surrender to me. 70%, 75%, 80%. The progress of the charging of the Liang energy kept ringing in Sun Wukong's ears. He looked at Hua Yi and sneered, submission? There has never been a word of surrender in Chinese history. Charging completed. Law of heaven and earth. The next moment, Sun Wukong's body quickly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant across the universe, smashing down with a stick. This scene was very similar to the scene above Liang Star, but Su Xiaoli only used part of the power inherited from Sun Wukong's super gene. Sun Wukong's law of heaven and earth is the complete version. Hua Yi's body was surging with dark energy, and he actually caught Sun Wukong's stick. He grinned and said, your god-killing algorithm can only progress algebraically, but my void algorithm can multiply exponentially. As he spoke, dark energy enveloped the entire body of Sun Wukong in the state of Fashan Xiangdi, and continued to erode it. You can understand this as my dimensionality reduction attack on the gods of the universe. Hua Yi's tone was confident and arrogant. But just when he thought he had won, the dark energy in this space suddenly fluctuated unsteadily, and Sun Wukong's voice rang out. Dimensional reduction attack. Are you worthy of it? Unknown mysterious energy surged out, and Sun Wukong's body in the state of Fashan Xiangdi began to shrink rapidly, but the energy in his body did not dissipate, but compressed. When it turned into normal size, Sun Wukong was surrounded by layers of golden light, as if the Buddha had descended to the world. The dark alloy long stick was spinning and dancing in front of him. Sun Wukong bent his finger and gently probed at one end of the long stick, and the long stick turned into a golden stream of light and flew towards Hua Yi. During the flying process, the long stick kept shrinking, like a golden needle, piercing directly through Hua Yi's eyebrows. The dark energy in the sky dissipated in an instant, and Hua Yi stood there blankly, like a walking corpse. There was a small golden wound between his eyebrows, and strands of dark purple energy overflowed from it. Cracks spread around the wound. In just a moment, the cracks covered his whole body. Hua Yi was like a supernova about to explode, with manic and unstable energy surging in his body. Boom. The terrifying explosion swept across, and Sun Wukong just waved his hand lightly, and the barrier formed by the fighting spirit blocked all the aftermath of the explosion. Jezaialan, who was in the barrier, changed his face and quickly established communication with the Earth Command Center and said in a hurry, Chief, start the Sky Shield system immediately. Hua Yi was blown up by Monkey Brother. But before the command center could react, the originally mighty explosion, as if time was reversed, the waves generated by the explosion rapidly shrank towards the center of the explosion. Hua Yi disappeared and was replaced by a ball of light like a bubble. Through the light ball, you can see the turbulence inside. It's not that the explosion was resolved, but more like someone compressed the explosion into the light ball with mysterious means. Pop. The bubble like light ball exploded, and everything returned to calm. A figure suddenly appeared. Chu Yang absorbed part of Hui's genes from the shattered light, and at the same time, he intercepted all of Hui's information and data before the big clock recovered the data. Chief, I think there is no need to activate the Sky Shield system. Jezaialan was a little embarrassed. The instructor is back. Everyone in the command center breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the news of Hui's death and Chu Yang's return spread throughout the entire Sun defense line, and all the soldiers in the Xiangbing company cheered. Instructor, that bastard is dead. Liu Chuan came forward and looked at the gradually extinguished light, feeling unreal. Chu Yang glanced at him and said lightly, dead. Liu Chuan let out a long breath, laughed and said, hey, what did I say? After we chop that bastard down this time, the name of our no-star god of war will probably resound throughout the universe. Chu Yang raised his hand and patted him on the back of his head. He looked around at all the first generation warriors of the Xiangbing company and said coldly, in this battle, except Killin, everyone's performance is unsatisfactory. Especially Jezaialan. This is a battlefield of God, not a fight between gangsters. You only know how to raise your sword and slash around. Where is your void controller? Where is your concept rewriter? Hui actually redefined the space so easily. Except Killin, everyone is not allowed to go out for a month after returning to Earth, and they must memorize a set of void level algorithms every day. If you can't memorize 30 sets of algorithms in a month, I will seal your genetic data and make you work as a space station maintenance worker for a year. Everyone's face fell. For a super soldier, corporal punishment is useless. But memorizing the void calculation algorithm still requires memorizing a set every day. That can be fatal. The most important thing is that once you accept this endless punishment, you will probably be laughed at by your comrades for the rest of your life. Chapter 317. The Three Gods Era of Earth. Rose visits. Clean bottle. Jezaialan didn't care too much about Chu Yang's punishment, but said in a hurry, Instructor, Mars. Hui went to the meeting alone, but sent the Cheyenne Corps to Mars, which made it the main battlefield. The defense force of the Chiwu star system was concentrated on the Sun defense line, and only the Liang civilization was fighting alone on Mars. Chu Yang was not in a hurry, but just looked up at Mars. Then, the space trembled, and a beautiful figure walked out of the wormhole. Suzaili threw out a ball of light, then smiled and said, Brother Yang, according to your instructions, I'll let Ruining and Sumali go, but I intercepted their genetic data and the information data of the installed Void engine. Some of the scum escaped, some died, and 100,000 were captured alive. Chu Yang took the ball of light, felt the surging space-time energy on the ball of light, looked at the large number of scum sealed inside, and had lost the power to resist, and smiled and said, from now on, the Heavenly Palace will completely become a thing of the past, and the scum will be buried in history. Needless to say, the angels will definitely not let go of the scum who escaped. The soldiers of the Xiangbing company were all stunned, looking at each other, looking at Suzaili, and then at Chu Yang, and finally their eyes fixed on Killin. In fact, the Xiangbing company had known about Suzaili's existence for a long time, and also knew about her relationship with Chu Yang. With the technological means possessed by the Xiangbing company, coupled with the comprehensive control of the Earth, unless Chu Yang deliberately shielded her, Suzaili could not be hidden at all. Chu Yang did not intend to hide it too much. Instead, he had already listed Suzaili as one of the members of the heroic company, and even made her a trump card of the Earth. But no one expected that Suzaili would be so powerful, and even destroyed the Cheyenne Corps by herself. Killin took a deep breath, and finally smiled, walked to Suzaili, stretched out her hand and said, hello, my name is Killin. Suzaili looked at Chu Yang, then smiled, shook hands with Killin and said, I have heard from Brother Monkey that Brother Yang has a very beautiful girlfriend. Seeing her today really makes me feel ashamed. Everyone's brain crashed, and they just felt that they could not understand the scene in front of them. Shouldn't the rivals be particularly jealous when they meet? Why would someone as proud as Killin greet him with a smile? Why did Suzaili retreat to the end and put Killin in the position of the real girlfriend? Of course, they didn't know that Suzuki had positioned herself as Chu Yang's lover from the beginning to the end. Chu Yang coughed lightly, then waved his hand and said, Suzuki will be a non-staff member of the Xiangbing company from now on. If you encounter any difficult problems, go find her when Monkey Brother is not here. As he said that, he threw the ball of light in his hand to Jezaialan, and then said, strip the genetic data of these scumbags, and then throw them all to the solar defense line, and let them be responsible for repairing and building a new space station. Also, the matter of interstellar orbit will be put on the agenda soon, and then let them do all the dirty work. Depriving the genetic data means that the scumbags are not much better than ordinary people. At most they have a longer lifespan. But whether it is to improve the solar defense line or build an interstellar orbit, it is a long and huge project. It can be expected that these scumbags will work all day long in their future lives until they die. This batch of labor can be said to have solved the urgent needs of the Earth. North Star, Sahalan. Sun Wukong sat in the pavilion, looking at the peaches on the table, and said with an unhappy face, you are the supreme god, and you only use these to treat me? Chu Yang picked up a peach and took a bite, curling his lips and said, it's good to have something to eat. Killin and Suzuki are together all day, and now I'm alone. Sun Wukong smiled with some gloating. Chu Yang looked at him and asked softly, Brother Monkey, how does the new power feel? Sun Wukong clenched his fists, great. I now feel that among all the gods in the universe, there is no one I can fight. Chu Yang smiled teasingly, why don't we try it? Sun Wukong's expression froze, and he stared and said, go away. I don't want to be abused. Release your fighting spirit and show me. Chu Yang stopped joking. Sun Wukong raised his hand and released a ball of fighting spirit. After Chu Yang carefully sensed it, he frowned slightly. No wonder Sun Wukong still had to work hard to deal with Hua Yi after training. He was not a real fighting spirit at all, but was converted from dark energy. The super god world did not have the concept of spiritual energy, which greatly limited Sun Wukong after his transformation. If he was placed in the fighting spirit world, his strength would definitely not be limited to this. What? Is there something wrong? Sun Wukong looked puzzled. Chu Yang shook his head and said, no problem, but if you focus on training, you have to abandon some combat algorithms. Or let the computing system support these algorithms. You mean I need to give up the dark plane? Sun Wukong thought. Chu Yang nodded and said, that's right. Using fighting spirit for combat is a completely different system from the algorithm, and the power of actual combat will be greater than the algorithm's drive on dark energy. When the fighting spirit in your body completely replaces the dark energy, if you use the algorithm to replace the fighting spirit, there will be big problems. You can understand it as going astray. Abandon the algorithm and fight with fighting spirit. Sun Wukong thought about it, then his eyes lit up and said, you mean, the great way is simple. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Sun Wukong to be able to perfectly summarize everything with just 4 simple words. No wonder so many people, whether it is Teacher Wu, or in myths and legends, say that Sun Wukong has wisdom. Regardless of his talent in cultivation, his comprehension is really good. Chu Yang looked at Keelan lying on the bed, shook his head and laughed. Don't be so nervous. This is the process of life sublimation, not the guillotine. Keelan glared at him and said, it's easy to say. Zyoli told me that it will be very painful in the initial process of evolving the ultimate gene. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, things are different now. With her as the first successful case, I have improved the gene sequence to a certain extent. So this process will not be too painful, and it will be shortened to a great extent, at most a few days. Keelan was relieved to hear him say this. Chu Yang did not inject Keelan with genetic reagents, but ran Pangu to the extreme, directly rewriting Keelan's genetic code, and in the process, replaced Hua Yi's genetic code. Half a month later, a series of news shocked the entire universe. The Earth leapt to a high civilization. Chu Yang withdrew from the War Council, and his position as the leader was taken over by Huazar. Originally, the major civilizations were extremely opposed to this matter, and even united to reject Chu Yang's decision. But another half month passed. During this half month, the 3 gods who walked out of the Earth almost crossed half of the known universe. They left a great reputation wherever they went. Until this time, everyone finally realized that the Earth had entered the third era after they went to the universe. The first era was the pre-nuclear era. For the Earth, it was a dark period and was slaughtered at will by the various advanced civilizations in the universe. The second era was the Pangu era. This was the name given by the major civilizations in the universe because in that era, Chu Yang shocked the entire universe and pulled the Earth to the top of the pyramid of cosmic civilization. And now, the Earth has entered the third era, called the Three Gods era. Chu Yang completely retreated behind the scenes, allowing the Earth to adapt and buffer before he left the main universe and went to the void. The so-called three gods are the demon god Suzayanali, the goddess of Cheyenne Killin, and the god of fighting Sun Wukong. Killin's god name was taken from her hometown Cheyenne City. At the same time, the Cheyenne battle was also the first war that the Earth faced with extraterrestrial civilizations, which was quite meaningful. Sun Wukong's name is the god of fighting, where fighting comes from fighting spirit and war comes from the name of fighting Buddha. However, in the eyes of many people, even if the three of them reach the king level combat power, they are not enough to suppress the entire war council. But as they gradually show their strength, the opposition voices in the council are getting smaller and smaller, and the major civilizations have completely lost their temper with the Earth. Because the three of them have all surpassed the concept of the king level, and even surpassed the level of Holy Kesha. Supreme. After Chu Yang, there are three more supreme gods on Earth. But now everyone understands that Chu Yang can no longer be measured by the supreme god. This guy's existence completely exceeds all concepts in the known universe. Earth, Cheyenne City. Standing on the rooftop of the New World building, Chu Yang overlooked the prosperous night below, and for a moment he was a little emotional. A few years ago, he was still sitting in the office below, worrying because he was weak and about to face the war between cosmic civilizations. But now, he has stood at the highest point of the known universe. The space behind him trembled slightly, and a figure walked out of the wormhole. Without even turning his head, Chu Yang said, "I've waited for so long, and finally you're here." Kyang Lui was stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, "You knew I would come?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "As long as you meet Principal Space, you will definitely come to me." Kyang Lui was silent for a moment, and then said, "I have indeed met him, and even he cannot understand your existence." Instructor, what is the truth of the universe and the truth of prehistory? I heard Principal Space mention the Big Bang. What is that? Chu Yang turned around and said unhappily, "Do you really think of me as a god who survived prehistory?" Kyang Lui blinked, "Isn't it? There are too many incomprehensible things about you, and it seems that only those from prehistory can be barely explained." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "I was born and raised on Earth, and all my experiences can be found. How could they be from prehistory?" Kyang Lui was silent again. Chu Yang thought about it, and then said, "The truth of the universe and the fault lines in history may only be figured out in two places. Either in the depths of the void, or in the depths of a black hole. I will find a way to figure out the secret of the void, but for the black hole, it's up to you and Morgana." Since mastering the black hole engine, Chu Yang has not been very interested in black holes. The power of black holes is limited, and only applies to the super god world. If it is taken to other worlds, it will have no value. This is like the wormhole algorithm. In the super god world, the effect can be maximized, but in the Dalki world, a comprehensive analysis of the spatial structure is required. All the technology and data related to black holes are for the super god universe. If you want to create a black hole in other universes, or mobilize the power of a black hole, you need to update this technology. Black holes are a level that can only be touched after the understanding of the universe has reached an extremely high level. This requires an extremely long process, and Chu Yang does not have so much time to spend on it. If he had that much time, he would probably have practiced to the domination realm in the Dalki world. The principle of space gave me this. I thought I could use it against Tuayi, but now he's dead. I wonder if it can help the instructor? Rose raised her hand gently, and the clean bottle that should only exist in the 4-dimensional world appeared in the 3-dimensional world. Chu Yang took the clean bottle, and the Pangu computing group was fully operational. The computing core power soared to the maximum, but it still couldn't analyze it. "Do you want to use this thing to exchange for extreme matter?" Chu Yang looked at Rose meaningfully. Rose did not deny it, but nodded and said, "That's right. Morgana asked you to be a lobbyist. Is it to play the emotional card?" Chu Yang smiled playfully. Rose shook her head and said, "She doesn't know about this. Extreme matter has fully armed the earth, and Morgana speculates that you will open it to the entire universe sooner or later. I want the demons to become the first civilization to possess extreme matter after the earth." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Morgana concluded that he would open extreme matter to the entire universe, which was undoubtedly a signal. This means that Morgana has determined that the void will be completely connected to the main universe in the future. No matter how strong the earth is, it will be unable to support itself without Chu Yang, and the existence of the War Council is to achieve a balance among the major civilizations in the universe. Once a large number of civilizations are destroyed, the existence of the War Council will become empty talk. So from any perspective, Chu Yang needs to bring some allies to the earth to jointly resist the void. Chu Yang does not think that Morgana will see through his plan. I'm afraid that she has absolute confidence in Carl. But think about it, no one can surpass Carl in the understanding of the void in the known universe. I promise you, but I have to wait until the 6th war between angels and demons is over. No matter what the outcome of this war is, I will open the ultimate matter to the demons. Chu Yang paused, then said, "But let me be frank, I will only provide the ultimate matter. I will not give you the technology of the ultimate matter. Of course, if you have a way to analyze and replicate it, that's your ability." Chu Yang was just talking about the second half of the words, because no matter how advanced the technology is, it is impossible to create the ultimate matter out of thin air. After all, there is no Saitama in the super god world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Visiting Riz. The Origin of God. Becoming a God. Earth, the headquarters of the Super Seminary. In the past, this place could only be regarded as a branch of the Super Seminary. But with the awakening of the super warriors under the Shen civilization system, and the return of Riz, this branch has become the orthodox one. The major civilizations that participated in the construction of the super seminary have now fallen apart, especially the scholars of that year, who are now few and far away. There is only one Heezy left on the angel side, Morgana on the demon side, and Carl from the Death Song Academy. The rest are either dead or have gone to the corners of the universe to pursue scientific truth. In a sense, the Dena Galaxy is an extension of Shen, where the space principal Jilan has devoted a lot of effort, and the Dena senior leaders headed by Dukeo have also participated in the research of the super seminary. Coupled with the genetic inheritance under the Shen system, it is reasonable for the super seminary on Earth to become the headquarters. Of course, the most important point is that there is no extremism on Earth, which is more in line with the original intention of the super seminary. Sitting in an office, Chu Yang fiddled with the clean bottle in his hand. Although he got this thing from Kyangri, he was really at a loss. Clean bottle is a product of 4-dimensional space. Creatures in 3-dimensional space can barely understand it, but it is difficult to use it. In the original plot, Kyangri was able to borrow the power of Clean Bottle to a certain extent, because she could enter high-dimensional space through the ability of space-time sequence. Before the fusion of the Ultimate Gene, Chu Yang could not do this. Moreover, even if he could do it, he could only enter high-dimensional space in the Super God world, and it was difficult to do it in other worlds. Therefore, for Chu Yang, it is more important to figure out the value of Clean Bottle itself. However, whether it is Pangu or the scientific research team of the Soul Palace, it is difficult to make achievements in the research on Clean Bottle. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Chu Yang waved his hand to put away the Clean Bottle, and at the same time, the door of the office was pushed open. An old man with extremely sparse hair, wearing a pair of round frame glasses, and a hunched figure walked in. When he saw Chu Yang, the old man couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Teacher Rui, I've heard of your name for a long time." After Riz looked Chu Yang up and down, his eyes lit up slightly. "You are Chu Yang? Chu Yang nodded and said, "It's me. I came to see you today because I have some questions to ask teacher Rui." Chu Yang had some respect for this old school scholar who had lived for a long time and had a deep understanding of space and runes. Riz smiled and said, "Don't be so polite. Strictly speaking, you are not a student of the super seminary. I have heard of Pangu and extreme genes. You have already stood at the highest point in the universe in the field of technology and genes. There is no order of learning. The one who is more accomplished is the teacher. I'm not worthy of being called your teacher." Riz was very free and easy. He quickly brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Chu Yang. After both of them sat on the sofa, Riz smiled and asked, "You just said that you came to me today because you have questions to ask, but don't hold your hopes too high. I'm afraid I can't help you with a question that you can't even understand." Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "This question has nothing to do with academics. Perhaps only those who participated in the construction of the super seminary back then would know something. Keisha is dead. She didn't leave much information about that time in the sacred knowledge treasury. Carol can't possibly solve my doubts, and Morgana only has a vague understanding. In fact, during the super seminary period, there were only a few people who stood at the highest point in the field of cosmic science. Keisha was one, and Carol was one. In addition, there was Chilan and Riz in front of Chu Yang. Indeed, whether it was the heavenly base King Hexi or the apocalypse King Liang Bing back then, both were geniuses among geniuses, even comparable to Carol and Keisha. Keisha once said that, if Hexi hadn't followed her to fight everywhere, she would definitely have achieved higher achievements in the academic field. Liang Bing, or Morgana, has used her talent to its fullest, but she specializes in the time-space sequence, which is the most difficult field to conquer in the known universe. In fact, Carl and Morgana are geniuses of the same level, but the former has mastered the Great Clock and is more crazy and extreme than Morgana. Morgana is obsessed with the field of time and space, and she was imprisoned by Keisa for a period of time, so she doesn't know much about the truth of the universe. The same is true for Heezy, who is fighting everywhere. At present, the only ones who can solve Chu Yang's doubts are Riz and Carl. Riz narrowed his eyes and vaguely guessed something from Chu Yang's words. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "Not long ago, I went to Angel Star and caused a large-scale space collapse. The principle of space met with me for this. He hopes that I can restrain my power and maintain the stability of time and space and the universe. I want to know why." Chu Yang leaned forward slightly. "If the orderly operation of the universe requires an absolutely stable space to support it, then how do you explain the existence of black holes? Black holes are inherently unstable and can cause large-scale damage to the universe. Although the damage Chu Yang caused on the 19th line was great, it was still far from the full-scale explosion of the black hole." Hearing his words, Riz was stunned for a moment, not because of Chu Yang's problem, but because it was really hard to imagine that someone could cause a large-scale space collapse by his own strength. But thinking of some of Chu Yang's deeds and Ukeo's evaluation of him, Riz was relieved. After thinking for a while, he said, "We can understand black holes as a natural phenomenon, affected by the laws of heaven. No matter how much damage is caused, it will be compensated in the cycle of natural phenomena. But if the universe is destroyed frequently and on a large scale by humans, it will cause irreversible damage to the universe and affect the stability of the space. I believe you are also familiar with the concept of suborganisms. Once the space of the main universe is no longer stable, it may be invaded by subplanes or low-dimensional spaces. This threat comes not only from the void, but also from other existences." Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Ruz's explanation was easy to understand. Then, Chu Yang's expression became serious, and he said, "I want to know something about the truth of the universe and historical faults, or prehistoric civilizations." Ruz's expression was lifted. After a long silence, he slowly said, "Have you ever thought about where the concept of God came from before the emergence of God-level civilization?" Chu Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and suddenly he felt like he had suddenly realized something. "God. Before theocracy appeared, before the major civilizations in the universe had developed super genes, why did there exist the concept of God? You mean?" Chu Yang's eyes flickered. Riz nodded and said, "Prehistory. Theology is the last information left in prehistory. Professor Dinghija once speculated that before the historical fault, the main universe was an era that truly belonged to God. Technology and genes are just our later generations trying to use technical means to replicate the power of God. Professor Dinghija believes that a disaster may have occurred in the universe 100,000 years ago, leading to the death of the gods, the demise of civilization, and the restart of life. Through analysis of the universe, the super seminary judged that the disaster was a big explosion, but the cause of the explosion is unknown. After all, no one can imagine how terrifying an explosion covering the entire known universe would be. Chu Yang pondered and asked again, so the earth is related to prehistoric gods? Riz took a deep breath and said, we have confirmed the existence of the heavenly Dao, but we cannot grasp it or explore it. The heavenly Dao Tower of the Liang civilization can establish a connection with the heavenly Dao and absorb the heavenly Dao factors. In the known universe, some civilizations have retained some words and phrases from prehistory. For example, the heavenly court, and then Shenzhou. Ruse paused, and then said, you must have guessed that all the major civilizations gathered on Earth, because the Earth hides a great secret. But few people know that this secret is about prehistory and gods. Except for the principal, I'm the only one who knows that the secret is not on Earth at all, but in China. China, Shenzhou, was once the place where gods fell and witnessed the twilight of the gods. Ru shook his head and sighed, that's all I know, and I haven't found anything on the land of Shenzhou. For so many years, the only abnormality is Chicha Wu. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Sun Wukong is a genetic code hidden in mythology. He is likely related to prehistoric civilization. But compared to Sun Wukong, Teacher Wu, who discovered his genetic code and cultivated him, is more mysterious. Prehistory and the like are all things of the past. We can't trace them back or explore them. Ru spread his hands. Professor Dinghija once tried to forcefully explore this secret, but he ended up suffering from great fear and was unable to protect himself. Carl's understanding of prehistory is far less than mine, but he deduced the theory of ultimate fear through the information about Professor Dinghija recorded in the big clock. He is a genius who traced the source of fear back to the void, but no one knows the truth. Chu Yang pondered for a long time before slowly getting up and politely saying, thank you, Mr. Rui, for clearing up my doubts. Ruse pointed to the coffee table and smiled, why don't you stay for another cup of tea? Chu Yang shook his head and said, I've benefited a lot today, so I won't bother Mr. Rui. Ruse nodded and didn't insist. But just as Chu Yang walked to the door, he suddenly said, regarding the historical fault, the truth may not be hidden in the void. Perhaps there are still some kingdoms of God in the unknown universe. Chu Yang paused and then pushed the door open. Void black hole, unknown universe, heavenly Dao, prehistory, the age of gods. The harvest from Riz made Chu Yang more and more interested in the truth of the universe and the super god world. Dalki continent, Jayamar Empire, Yunlan sect. Chu Yang sat at the stone table in the back mountain courtyard, drinking tea comfortably, and from time to time stretched out his fingers to mess up the clouds in the sky, constantly forming various shapes. He tried to simulate the structure of the medicine cauldron with clouds, but it was always unsatisfactory. It is not difficult to cast a cauldron, but you can only find suitable materials. The medicine cauldron obtained from the alchemist guild was overwhelmed when it was used to refine the Wanshao pill and became scrap iron. The higher the grade of the elixir, the stronger the medicinal power it contains, and the greater the energy fluctuation when the elixir is formed, which is difficult for ordinary medicine cauldrons to bear. It is precisely because of this that Chu Yang's alchemy skills have once again encountered a bottleneck. Usually, he can only refine some low-grade elixirs in his spare time to help Yunlan sect relieve the pressure of elixir supply. During this period of training, his cultivation has reached the peak of the 2-star Daosheng, but the various forces have not yet launched their actions against the Yunlan sect. The northwest region is turbulent, and the strong men in the top forces on the continent have gathered, but no one has taken the initiative to attack the Yunlan sect. On the contrary, some strong men or forces with old grudges have frequently had conflicts in the past half-month, and many bloody incidents have occurred. Chu Yang knows that this is like a fuse, and the people behind the scenes will soon be unable to sit still. The people behind the scenes want to use the major forces to attack the Yunlan sect in groups and then reap the benefits, but if these forces start fighting among themselves, his plan will be in vain. Therefore, the other party will attack the Yunlan sect before the conflict intensifies and the impact of the internal strife expands. The war between the Yan League and the Three Empires has been completely settled. With the betrayal of Xiao Yixin, the leader of the Poison Sect, and the full support of the Heavenly Snake Palace, the Flame Alliance fought back and almost wiped out the Loan Empire and the Mulan Empire, as well as the powerful Soul Palace hidden in the dark. During this period, the Yunlan sect slowed down its expansion and focused on improving the cohesion of the sect and formalizing the sect rules. It is worth mentioning that the strength of Yun Yun, Nailin Yanran, Xiao and Dantong are all advancing at a rocket-like speed. Although the Emperor level skills are just a simplified version of the source formula, they should not be underestimated. Yun Yun's strength has reached the peak of Daozun in one fell swoop, and she is only one step away from Daozun. Nailin Yanran broke through to the 8-star Daohuang. If Chu Yang and Xiao Yan did not come out, she would definitely be the first person of the younger generation of the Jia Empire. Even in terms of cultivation alone, even Xiao Yan can't catch up. Xiao and Dantong were always missing, and they were like treasure hunting boys under Chu Yang. While they were rapidly improving their own strength, they also brought back some natural treasures to Chu Yang from time to time. Chu Yang didn't have a suitable medicine cauldron now, but he had accumulated enough resources to support the refining of a large number of 8th grade elixirs. He tried to use Pangu to create a medicine cauldron with a concept rewriter, but it was undoubtedly a failure in the end. It was the same principle as the wormhole algorithm. The material concept of the Dalki world was completely different from that of the Super God world, and the concept rewriter was useless. At this moment, Chu Yang's movement suddenly froze, and the constantly changing clouds in the sky exploded with a bang, and a terrifying momentum rose to the sky. But at the same time, Chu Yang covered the entire Yunlan sect with source energy, preventing this breath from leaking out. In the small courtyard, Chu Yang's body was full of light and color, as if he was a banished immortal covered with clouds, and fell into the mortal world, or as if he was an ancient god reappearing in the world. The Ultimate Gene. The 4th generation of Divine Body. Chapter 319 Pangu Bloodline. A great war is about to begin. I've waited for so long, and finally I didn't let you down. Chu Yang clenched his fists, and the strange phenomena in the sky subsided, with a smile on his face. Just now, Super God Chu Yang completed the sharing with everyone. After receiving the news, Dalki Chu Yang also entered the Soul Palace, as soon as possible. After meeting Riz, Super God Chu Yang merged the 2 ultimate genes, and upgraded to the 4th generation of Divine Body at the same time to maximize the benefits. Sitting in the small courtyard, Chu Yang felt the surging power in his body, and his mind was shaken. His realm jumped to the peak of 3-star Daosheng, but this is not the most important thing. After fusing the 2 ultimate genes, the biggest improvement is blood. Pangu blood. The concepts of genes and blood have a certain degree of interoperability, or to be more precise, this is a different understanding of the same thing due to the difference in concepts in different worlds. In the Daoki world, it is called blood, and in the Super God world, it is called genes. The 3 Emperors' blood laid a solid foundation for Chu Yang, and the starting point was extremely high, which resulted in the 2 ultimate genes not occupying a dominant position. Instead, after the fusion, they were all swallowed up by the 3 Emperors' blood. This is a good thing, because many powers of the ultimate gene cannot be used in other worlds, and new algorithms for different worlds need to be created. But after the ultimate gene was devoured by the 3 Emperors' bloodline, this problem was no longer there. The 3 Emperors' bloodline also transformed into the Pangu bloodline in one fell swoop. It's just that the Pangu bloodline is in an unawakened state, but even so, it has brought great benefits to Chu Yang. The first is that the speed of cultivation has been increased again, and the second is the qualitative leap of physical strength. Before the awakening of the Pangu bloodline, it did not show much advantage, but it was equivalent to further raising Chu Yang's upper limit. Compared with the implicit improvement of the Pangu bloodline, the improvement of Chu Yang's strength by the 4th generation of the Divine Body is much more obvious. Yuan Wu True Body. The fourth generation of the divine body and the Yuan Wu true body have a chemical reaction, which has increased the strength of the Yuan Wu true body by nearly double the original basis. In addition, because Chu Yang maximized the benefits of this comprehensive evolution, part of the power of the ultimate gene was also inherited by the fourth generation of the divine body, giving the Yuan Wu true body some new abilities. For example, the law of heaven and earth. Another example is reorganization and aggregation, as well as the semi-illusion state. The semi-illusion state surprised Chu Yang the most. It did not require him to become a half-human, half-ghost like Huai, and it could avoid physical damage to a great extent. It was a magical skill. Just as Chu Yang was thinking about his evolved bloodline and Yuan Wu's true body, a golden light like a flowing cloud passed through the sky and landed on the back mountain of Yunlin sect. Next to the stone table, Sun Wukong, wearing golden armor, suddenly appeared and drank from the teapot without any hesitation. "Why did you come back suddenly?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. This Sun Wukong was naturally a clone. At present, whether it was strength, bloodline background, or growth limit, it was far inferior to the original body in the super god world. But the bloodline characteristics similar to the fighting saint body, as well as the endless means and magical powers, still made Sun Wukong invincible in the world of fighting spirit. Sun Wukong suddenly widened his eyes, bared his teeth, and said unhappily, "How come this is wine?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "It was tea before, but I wanted to drink to celebrate some happy events, but you drank it all in one gulp." Sun Wukong was speechless for a while, then said seriously, "I met a villain, and learned from him, that those outsiders in the northwest area are accumulating strength, and preparing to invade my Yunlin sect." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and asked, "When?" 3 days later. Sun Wukong took out a peach, suppressed the alcohol in his mouth, spit the peach pit fiercely on the ground, and said coldly, "Why don't I go to the border of the Jama Empire now, wait for those people to come, and kill them without leaving a single piece of armor?" The cloning technology of the Soul Palace has some disadvantages, that is, the clone will infinitely magnify a certain character of the original body. The first generation of experimental subjects in the fairy world is to maximize Sun Wukong's kindness, just like a real Buddha, nagging the disciples in Shushan all day not to kill. Even in his opinion, all the Evildoers in the world have unspeakable difficulties or tragic experiences, and even if they are treated, they should not be killed or given life at will. The immortal hero Chu Yang had a headache for a long time because of this matter, and Shushan was even more disturbed. And the clone of Sun Wukong in the Daoqi world has infinitely magnified the killing intention. At present, Sun Wukong is only at the level of 6-star Daozun. Although his combat power is comparable to the peak of Daozun, and his cultivation is increasing day by day. But this guy's tone is like a Daosheng. Your grandpa son will kill him without hesitation. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't bother so much. Wait until they come to the door, and then it won't be too late to catch them all in one fell swoop." After thinking for a while, he asked again, "Did you bring back the villain you met?" Sun Wukong curled his lips and said, "That person was too weak to be beaten, and he has died under my stick." Chu Yang was speechless for a while. He wanted to try to find out who was behind the scenes. Now it seems that it is unrealistic to expect Sun Wukong to catch them alive. After thinking for a while, Chu Yang ordered, "Bring back Zio and Dantong, and let Yun Yun and Nail and Yanran lead the disciples of Yunlin sect as the first line of defense. When they are unable to cope, you, Zio and Dantong will attack together." Sun Wukong scratched his cheek. "Why don't you just attack and kill all those guys?" In his opinion, there is no need to make such trouble for this matter. Chu Yang can suppress it by himself. Chu Yang was too lazy to explain to him the meaning of playing the long game and advancing step by step, and waved his hand and said, "I have my own arrangements." Sun Wukong curled his lips, said no more, and flew away. Imperial capital, Yandmeng. Xiao Ding looked at Xiao Yan and said with some concern, "Xiao Yan, the northwest region is in turmoil now. You must be careful when you go to the Blackhorn region this time." Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, big brother. I will know my limits." Xiao Li next to him was concerned. "How is the poison in your body?" Xiao Yan looked relaxed. "Xiao Yixin has helped me seal it." The magic poison spot contains pure fighting spirit. After I refine it all, my strength will definitely be improved. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, and the three brothers turned their heads to look. Green barbarian girl. Didn't you go back to the Sky Snake Empire? Xiaoding was a little surprised. Luman said hurriedly, I'll learn some news on the way. Those foreign strongmen and forces in the northwest region are gathering rapidly. Their target is the Gamma Empire. Oh. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and chuckled. It seems that they can't sit still anymore. In that case, I will stay for a few more days and go to Yunlin Sect to join in the fun. Xiao Li said worriedly, will this matter affect the Yan League? Xiao Yan shook his head. If they want to deal with the Yunlin Sect through the Yan League, they can directly help the three empires in secret. Why wait until now? Presumably the person behind this matter is trying to cut the Gordian knot and control the impact to a minimum. The war on our side has just ended. They took action at this juncture. People who are not aware of the situation will only think of the three empires. I just don't know. Having said that, Xiao Yan looked up in the direction of the Yunlin sect and murmured, how will Chu Yang respond? The top forces from all sides of the continent, and even strong men from Zhangzhou, are definitely a force that cannot be underestimated. In his opinion, although Chu Yang is a Daozun, he is afraid that he will still find it difficult to resist such a strong enemy. Daozun masters may be able to dominate the northwest region, but in the eyes of the top forces in Zhangzhou, they are really not good enough. In just 3 days, the entire northwest region seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. All local forces were dormant, and some even closed the mountain gates and ordered their disciples not to go out. Only strong men above Daowang dared to approach the scope of the Jaiamar Empire and watch from afar. Everyone is not a fool. Yunlanzong made such a big fuss and even took out the heavenly level skills and fighting skills. Then the strong men and top forces from all sides gathered, causing chaos in the northwest region. Everyone knows that the foreign forces and strong men are heading for Yunlanzang, and those who ran to the Jaiamar Empire to join in the fun are not to fish in troubled waters and want to get a piece of the pie. After all, no one wants to die, knowing that this level of confrontation is far beyond the ability of the local forces in the northwest region to intervene. They just wanted to see whether the Yunlan sect, which rose overnight, would continue to write legends or become a joke and be eaten by others. In the whole storm, the name Chu Yang undoubtedly became the focus of the focus. After lying dormant for many years, he suddenly became a sensation. At the age of 16, he was the best Daozun in the continent. There were rumors that Chu Yang had obtained some kind of ancient opportunity, which was why he took out so many high-level skills and fighting skills. However, most people sneered at his actions, thinking that this young man was too ignorant of the limits to rise to the top in one step. If he took out a large number of treasures openly, would he not have the strength to protect this heritage? But some people did not think so, such as the Yan League. Whether it was Xiao Yan or the Yan League's top leaders, they all felt that this matter was not simple. Since Chu Yang showed his talent, he was not as exaggerated as the rumors outside, but acted steadily and carefully. He revived the deadlock of the Jaiamar Empire, resolved the grievances between the Zhao family and the Yunlan sect, and made the two sides reach a mutually beneficial alliance. This method does not seem like a foolish move. Yunlan sect, the square on the top of the mountain. All the disciples, deacons, and elders of the Yunlan sect are present today, all gathered on the square on the top of the mountain, ready to fight. They know that the Yunlan sect will encounter a disaster today, but no one escapes. These are the people who stayed after Yun's careful selection, with clean backgrounds and good character. Of course, they are not fools, and will not die in vain, but are taking a gamble with their lives. If you win the bet, you will break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly with the Yunlan sect. If you lose the bet, the worst result is nothing more than the destruction of the Yunlan sect. Moreover, if it really comes to the point where it is impossible to do anything, you can just fly away when the disaster comes, and the worst case scenario is to flee to the end of the world. The world of cultivators is like this, fighting with people and fighting with the sky. As long as there is some blood, even if there is a slight chance, you will choose to go against the current. The road is under your feet, whether it is a worm or a dragon, you will know after fighting. In the process of recruiting disciples, deacons, and elders, Yun Yun put talent and strength in second place, and put character in first place. Therefore, no one from Yunlin sect chose to flee in the face of danger, and they all planned to fight for the chance to change their fate. Today's sky is a little dark, and a thin layer of clouds covers the sky, covering the scorching sun, and the atmosphere seems a little depressing. On the high platform of the square, Yun Yun sat in the first place, and Nailin Yanran stood beside her. The expressions of the new and old sect masters were very calm, as if they were not worried about the upcoming danger at all. Waves of fighting, pressure came from afar and approached quickly. The top of Yunlin Mountain was surging in an instant. Then, a series of breaking air sounds rang out, and dense figures whistled in. At a glance, there were thousands of them. Moreover, most of these people carried fighting wings, and the weakest were all Dao Wang. Among them, there were many people who stepped on the void, obviously Dao Zhang strongmen. Those local masters in the northwest region, who were hiding a few miles away, were secretly shocked when they saw this scene. Thousands of Dao Wang. Thousands of Dao Huang. More than 100 Dao Zhang. There are even a few unfathomable existences, most of whom are Dao Zun masters. Such a lineup is enough to sweep the entire northwest region. This scene is simply unprecedented. The Yunlin sect is in danger. Someone commented and shook his head with regret. The northwest region has been in chaos for too long. If a force that can take on the responsibility appears, it will surely drive the development of the entire northwest region. But unfortunately, the Yunlin sect did not succeed in its mission, and took too big a step. There are also people who feel sorry for Chu Yang, lamenting that the monster with natural talent is about to fall. Some people also found that Chu Yang did not appear in the square on the top of Yunlin Mountain, and secretly speculated whether he had escaped from the Jama Empire. No one would look down on him for this, but instead thought it was a wise move. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. With Chu Yang's talent, he will stand at the top of the continent one day, and then he can repay all the debts today. On the top of Yunlin Mountain, among the dense array of strong men, an old figure slowly stepped out of the air, and said with a smile to the people below, "Is this the Yunlin sect?" Yun Yun said in a concentrated voice, "Yes. I heard that your sect has found many useful treasures in the ancient ruins. We are all here for this. I wonder if we can learn from them?" The old man's tone was flat, as if the superior was issuing an ultimatum to the inferior. "Our sect has been waiting for you for a long time. Now that you are here, there is no need to waste time." Yun Yun slowly stood up, a sharp look appeared on her beautiful face, and her cold voice shook the sky. "Either fight, or get out." The old man's expression darkened, and he said sinisterly, "Don't make a mistake, sir, or your sect's proud son will die because of a momentary thought." Yun Yun raised a mocking arc on her red lips. "What you just said came from Chu Yang's mouth." "Oh." The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "Who is Chu Yang?" Nailin Yanran stepped forward and shouted coldly, "With your strength, you are not qualified to let my junior brother take action." Chapter 320, The Powerful Yunlin Sect. The ancient demon spirit Ushilui. The top of Yunlin Mountain suddenly became quiet, and even the powerful people from all sides, who were watching the excitement from afar, were dumbfounded. No one expected that in the face of this situation, Yunlin sect not only did not give in, but showed unprecedented arrogance. The old man was obviously a Daozun strongman, and judging from his age, he should be a veteran Daozun. In the eyes of many people, no matter how talented Chu Yang was, at best he had just recently broken through the Daozun realm. After all, he was only 16 years old, and it was impossible for him to start practicing since his mother's womb. In this case, where did Yunlin sect get the confidence from? The old man laughed instead of getting angry, shook his head and said, "In this case, don't blame us for being rude." In his opinion, Yunlin sect was probably in a remote place, and had never seen the real top forces and strong people, so they dared to shout like this. The old man waved his hand, and the strong people swooped down like locusts. "Form a formation." Nailin Yanran shouted delicately, and the Yunlin sect disciples below the Daowan quickly formed a formation. Clouds and smoke covering the sun formation. This was the Yunlin sect's protective formation, but it has been improved many times by Chu Yang, and has a power that is not inferior to the heaven level Dao skills. Nalan Yanran stood at the center of the formation, and the Dao Ki gathered by the formation was added to her. Her momentum rose steadily, and in the blink of an eye she reached the peak of Dao Zhang. However, since most of the disciples needed to maintain the formation, the remaining combat power was much less. Fortunately, the disciples who formed the formation were only at the level below Dao Wang, and there were more than 100 deacons and elders above Dao Wang. Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran led the inner sect elders to stop all the Dao Zhang masters, while the outer sect elders and deacons were responsible for dealing with enemies at the Dao Wang and Dao Huang levels. This was a battle with unequal numbers, but the Yunlin sect showed shocking strength and heritage. Any one of them could fight 3 at once, and the best of them could fight 5 at once. Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran even stopped 10 high-level Dao Zhangs each. This is the difference between martial arts and fighting skills. Even if most of the invading enemies have some background, you can't treat earth-level martial arts as cabbage like Yunlin sect. But even so, Yunlin sect is still at a disadvantage, because the number of enemies is too large. Seeing that the situation was a bit stalemate for a while, the strong men watching from a distance were all shocked, and even the old Daozan frowned. The existence behind them had long blocked the news from the northwest region, and limited the intelligence to a controllable range, wanting to minimize the impact of this matter, and make a quick decision. If the stalemate continues, it is inevitable that the news will leak out, and the giants in Zhangzhou will know about it and intervene. In order to block the news, those who participated in this action were only the affiliated forces under the command of the big man, and the core forces were not used. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful sect in this remote place. The old man took a deep breath. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to grow. As soon as the voice fell, his figure flashed and appeared directly in the battle, slapping Nalan Yanran with one palm. Obviously, the old man wanted to capture the thief first. As long as Nalan Yanran was solved, the clouds and mists covering the sun formation would collapse directly, and the thousands of disciples in the formation would also suffer heavy losses. But at this moment, you old guy finally couldn't help it. But you made me wait so long. A loud shout sounded, followed by a dazzling golden stick shadow, which smashed down on the old man's head. The old man's face changed slightly. He was at the level of 3-star Daozun, but at this time he felt a terrifying oppression, and his hair on his body counted down, so he wanted to withdraw and retreat. However, how could his speed be faster than Sun Wukong? Although Sun Wukong is only at the level of 6-star Daozun now, let alone 3-star Daozun, even a strong man at the peak of Daozun may not be his opponent. Bang! The golden hoop landed firmly on the old man's head. The old man didn't even have time to scream. His head exploded like a rotten watermelon, and he became a headless corpse. Not only his body, but also the old man's soul was directly shattered by Sun Wukong's stick. This is also one of Sun Wukong's talents. All attacks can cause physical and soul damage at the same time. It was because of this talent that he was able to break up Hua Yi's divine body with one stick, and it took a long time for it to reassemble. The battlefield became quiet in an instant. Whether it was the disciples of Yunlin sect or the invading enemies, they all looked at Sun Wukong in shock. The strong men watching from a distance were even more shocked, and there was even a trace of fear in their eyes. Where did this monkey jump out from? When did Yunlin sect recruit such a strong man? A few miles away from Yunlin Mountain, Xiao Yan stood on the top of a mountain, looking at the scene from afar. He couldn't help but take a breath and muttered, he killed a Daozun strongman with a stick. This person's strength is so terrifying. After a long time, he slowly came back to his senses, turned his head, and asked several elders of the Yan League, who knows his origins? The elders looked at each other, and shook their heads. Not to mention in the Jama Empire, even in the entire northwest region, there has never been such a person. The monkey-like strongman should be a demon beast, but which demon beast with this strength is not dominant? Even in Zhangzhou, it can occupy a place. Yunlin Mountain Peak. As the old man was killed by Sun Wukong's stick, the morale of the Yunlin sect soared. On the other side, the invading enemies were terrified and shocked. But at this moment, a cold voice rang out. Where did this evil beast come from? A middle-aged man in a white robe appeared in front of Sun Wukong, and behind him, there were 5 old men. Whether it was the middle-aged man or the 5 old men, their aura was as majestic as a mountain, and the space around them was faintly trembling, and the terrifying aura of oppression swept the entire venue. Daozun. A full 6 Daozun. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with golden light, and he glanced at the 6 people, then looked into the distance and sneered, "If there were only 6 of you, you would not be qualified to fight with me, son. Let those villains hiding in the dark come out together." Sun Wukong's fire eyes and golden pupils have the ability to detect, even ordinary Daoshengs cannot compare with it. If he breaks through to Daosheng, in terms of spiritual detection, leaving Chu Yang aside, he can even be the best in the continent. Although Sun Wukong had a strong desire to kill, what he said just now was not arrogant. The 6 people in front of him were only between 3-star Daozun and 7-star Daozun, and they were really not his opponents. Arrogant. The middle-aged man had a cold expression, but just when he was about to attack, a young figure suddenly appeared. This was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, with long black and white hair. General Shura. The 6 Daozun, including the middle-aged man, saluted. The young man waved his hand and said, "Leave this man to me. You join the battlefield and fight quickly." "Yes." The 6 people responded. But just as they turned around and prepared to rush to the battlefield, Sun Wukong suddenly shook his body slightly, and 6 figures that were exactly the same as him separated and greeted the 6 Daozun. His clones were not as powerful as his original body, but they were comparable to 2-star Daozun. In addition, he had endless means, and he actually stopped the 6 Daozun strongman. Sun Wukong's original body looked at the young man called General Shura, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This young man was only a 7-star Daozun, but he gave him a feeling that he was not easy to deal with. The young man raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "Interesting. I have never heard of a magical beast like you on the road. Could it be an ancient alien species?" Sun Wukong ignored him and directly raised his long stick and said coldly, "Either fight or get out." Chu Yang's words have completely become the purpose of the Yunlin sect in facing these enemies this time. The young man did not get angry but laughed. "What a rebellious monkey. I will definitely tame you." Sun Wukong said nothing. His figure flashed in front of the young man and swung his stick down. He was a 6-star Daozun, and the young man was a 7-star Daozun. Both had the ability to kill enemies above their level. For a while, they fought back and forth. But soon, the young man lost his initial calmness because he found that Sun Wukong had too many methods, and any one of them was comparable to the existence of the heaven-level fighting skills. He didn't know that this was because Sun Wukong was just a clone and was limited by his strength, so he couldn't use all kinds of magical powers to the extreme. Otherwise, even the emperor-level fighting skills cannot compare with it. With one stick, the young man was repelled. Sun Wukong's whole body was shining with golden light, his fighting spirit soared to the sky, and his powerful momentum suppressed the whole audience. The young man stabilized his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became solemn. At this moment, a playful chuckle sounded. "Isn't this the ancient demon commander? How did he get beaten so badly?" As the voice fell, the space above the Yunlin sect slowly cracked open, as if it was torn apart alive, and figures came out one after another. The leader had a beautiful appearance and a tall figure. He held a jade flute in his hand, and looked at the young man with a smile. The ancient demon's face changed, and he frowned and asked, "Lingayu, this is a matter of our clan. Do you want to forcefully intervene?" Lingayu curled her red lips. "Don't use the ancient clan to pressure me. Although my Ling clan is not as good as the ancient clan, if I really force it, I'm not afraid of a fight. What's more, you said this is a matter of the ancient clan, but why didn't anyone else from the ancient clan come except you?" The ancient demon fell silent. In order to block the news, the ancient clan only sent him this time, and the rest were all strong men from the affiliated forces. Glancing at the people behind Lingayu, the ancient demon suddenly sneered, "You are different, but you don't have any clan members with you? It seems that the Ling clan doesn't dare to fight with our clan openly. Why waste so much words? Why don't we work together to solve the Yunlin sect first, and then discuss how to distribute the spoils?" A muffled voice sounded. Then the space tore open a hole again, and a man with an extremely burly figure, like a small mountain, and gray skin walked out. Behind him, there were a group of burly men, all of whom gave people a feeling of explosive power. Guyeo's face sank again. The Shi clan also wants to have a share? The gray-skinned man grinned. I'm afraid that you will kill us all, so I plan to help my friends in Yunlin sector continue the inheritance. Ling Yu snorted and said, Shilei, you are still as hypocritical as ever. I say. Some inappropriate voices suddenly interrupted. Have you discussed it? Who will die first? Sun Wukong put the golden hoop on his shoulder and looked at the three parties with contempt. Beside him, a young girl and a child who looked 5 or 6 years old appeared at some point. Xiaoxiao and Dantang are growing very fast. As their strength increases, their rages gradually increase. What a beautiful little brother. Come to your sister. Ling Yu stared at Dantang with her beautiful eyes. She had already discovered that Dantang's true body was extraordinary. Chu Yang said that today, all enemies who come to attack, as long as they enter the territory of Yunlin sect, will be killed without mercy. Sun Wukong bared his teeth at Xiao and Dantong. You two little guys, don't be soft-hearted. Dantong waved his fist and said in a baby voice, beat them. Xiao's big eyes slowly turned into vertical pupils, full of cold killing intent. The 6,000 who had been fighting with Sun Wukong's clone before have now become cold corpses, lying on the square below. Little girl, you are really cruel. Let me experience it. Everyone saw that it was Xiao who quickly solved the 6,000. Shilei's eyes flashed with fierceness, and he was full of fighting spirit. Then let me deal with this little brother. Ling Yu smiled sweetly. The ancient demon looked at Sun Wukong, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. No matter from any angle, this is the hardest bone to chew, and now it has fallen on his head again. The battle was about to break out. The people brought by Ling Yu and Shilei were planning to join the battle, but they were all stopped by Sun Wukong's clones. Dantong has now reached the Daozang realm, but his speed is extremely fast. For a while, he entangled Ling Yu. Xiao broke through the 8th level, comparable to the 3-star Daozan of humans, but he did not use the ultimate beast body. He only fought with Daoqi cultivation, and fought back and forth with Shilei. Only Guyeo was injured just now, and now he is completely suppressed by Sun Wukong, and struggling to support. The situation here is deadlocked, but the battlefield below has a tendency to decide the outcome. The difference in numbers between the two sides is too great. Even if the individual combat power of the Yunlin sect is stronger, it is still difficult to fight 4 hands with 2 fists. But the strange thing is, that every time a Yunlin sect strongman is about to die, he will be pulled into the space crack by an invisible force. As time goes by, the number of Yunlin sect strongmen is getting smaller and smaller, but the square is full of the bodies of invaders. After repelling the ancient demon with one stick, Sun Wukong glanced at the battle below and shouted to Xiao, it's almost done. Stop playing around. Make a quick decision. The reason why Chu Yang formulated the progressive tactics was, on the one hand, to draw out the mastermind behind the scenes, and on the other hand, to allow the Yunlin sect's strong men to make a breakthrough between life and death. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to hold back. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Xiao responded, and then, in the eyes of the horrified people in the room, his momentum suddenly changed. Xiao's speed suddenly became countless times faster. Instantly appeared in front of Shilei, raised his white little hand, and slapped him directly on the chest. Chapter 321. The clouds have been cleared and the sun has appeared. The blood has flowed like a river. The Holy Land has stopped. Bang! Shilei's mountain-like body flew backwards. His entire upper body was covered with cracks, but there was no blood flowing, as if his entire body was made of rock. Shilei's body smashed a deep pit in the square, and there was no movement at all, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ling Yu and Guyeo both looked pale, and finally saw Xiaoxiao turned around and rushed towards them. But at this moment, the sky, which was already a little gloomy, suddenly became completely dark, and waves of dark clouds covered the sky and the sun, and a terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire Jama Empire. The oppression of that breath was extremely strong, and the Daowangs and even the Daohuangs on the battlefield could not bear this oppression, and they knelt on the ground with a plop. Only the Daozan could barely support it, but the disciples of the Yunlin sect were not affected at all, as if there was an invisible force that helped them isolate this pressure. Daosheng. At this moment, all those who were paying attention to the situation in Yunlin Mountain had these two words in their minds. Some were shocked, some were terrified, and some felt incredible. No one had ever thought that this small Jayamar Empire, this small Yunlan sect, would actually attract a Daosheng strongman to come one day. But no one could find the source of that breath. Only Sun Wukong and Zhao Zhao, who stood proudly in the air, looked at the square below. The smoke and dust on the square slowly dissipated, revealing Shilei, who had no breath in the deep pit, and an old man standing next to his body. The old man was thin and had grey skin. It was obvious that he belonged to the same clan as Shilei. It's Shizen, the second elder of the Shi clan. Ling Gaiu and Gu Yao looked at each other, and they knew that this matter today might be a big deal. Shilei and Ling Gaiu are both the most outstanding talents of the younger generation in their respective clans. At the same time, they are also the direct descendants of the clan. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the young clan leaders. Gu Yao's status in the Gu clan is slightly inferior, but he is also the top prodigy of the Gu clan. Now that Shilei died here, I'm afraid it will be exposed. The human soul is destroyed. What a cruel method. Shizen's voice was cold and hoarse. He slowly turned and looked at Xiaoxiao. He is only at the Daozan realm, but has a body comparable to that of a Daosheng. He has been hiding and waiting for the opportunity to kill him with one blow. What a scheming mind. Xiaoxiao smiled contemptuously and said, "Old man, don't be so self-righteous. If I wanted to kill him, why would I have to spend so much effort?" Sun Wukong also grinned and said, "Finally, the big fish was caught." Shizen raised his eyebrows. "Oh, are you trying to lure this saint to show up?" Then he shook his head and sighed. "I haven't fought with anyone in my old bones for some years. Shilei's death today can only be buried with the entire Yunlin sect, otherwise I can't explain to the patriarch." It can be seen that Shizen did not take Shilei too seriously, otherwise he would never be so calm. Shizen tilted his head slightly, looked at Ling Gaiu and Gu Yao, and asked, "Little guys from the Gu clan and the Ling clan, for the sake of your two groups of elders, I will not embarrass you. Take your people and leave now." Ling Gaiu's eyes flashed. Yunlin sect is undoubtedly a big cake, and no one wants to give it to others easily. But now, this battle, which was originally a battle between the younger generation and the forces under their command, has actually led to the participation of the elders of the clan. The Shi clan has broken the rules, but even if it is attacked by various clans afterwards, it is worth it compared to being able to obtain many heaven level skills and fighting skills. Gu Yao gritted his teeth and bowed his hands and said, "Elder Shizen, this is originally a matter between my Gu clan and Yunlin sect. I'm afraid that it is a bit inappropriate for the Shi clan to take over by force." Shizen said lightly, "The one behind you is not my opponent." Gu Yao's heart sank, but then a charming voice sounded. "Shizen, Gu Kingyang is no match for you, but what if I'm added to the mix?" As the voice fell, a charming young woman with fluttering skirts appeared beside Ling Gaiu. Ling Yu's expression lit up with joy, and she bowed quickly, saying, "Aunt Mei." Shizen narrowed his eyes. "Ling Mei, you were expelled from the Ling clan a long time ago, so why bother to get involved in this mess?" Ling Mei sneered. "If it weren't for the pressure from the various clans back then, why would the clan leader and the elders of the clan have no choice but to expel me from the clan? I still remember that the person who represented the Shi clan back then seemed to be Elder Shizen." As she spoke, she tilted her head to look into the distance and said in a firm voice, "Gu Kingyang, if you don't show up again, I'm afraid that neither your Gu clan nor my Ling clan will get any benefit from the opportunity of the Yunlin sect today." The space beside the ancient monster trembled, and then a young man with a stern face appeared, staring at Shizen and said, "Elder Shizen, I don't care about the old grudges between you, but the Yunlin sect. Our clan is determined to win." Shizen's old face was a little embarrassed for a moment. Although he was a 3-star Daosheng, Ling Mei was a genuine 2-star Daosheng, and the methods of the Ling clan have always been mysterious. Gu Kingyang is the second most talented person in the Gu clan after the eldest lady. He has reached the peak of 1-star Daosheng at a young age. The most important thing is that the Gu clan is powerful and has a strong foundation, and Gu King Yang has pure blood. When these two people join forces, he really can't do anything to them. Unfortunately, one of them is no longer a member of the Spirit Clan, and the other is a young generation. Only he broke the rules, but he couldn't control the situation. I say. Sun Wukong suddenly sneered and said, "You haven't even broken through the mountain gate of my Yunlin sect, and you are already fighting for the spoils?" He turned his head to look at Malin Yanran, and asked with a smile, "Sect Master Girl, what do you think?" Malin Yanran sneered, "You don't know what you are talking about. You don't know whether to live or die." The three Daosheng masters were stunned at this time. They really didn't expect that in the face of three Daoshengs, the Yunlin sect would dare to be so tough. Gu King Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "If the Yunlin sect is willing to become a vassal of our ancient clan, I can propose to the Council of Elders to make an exception and let Chu Yang marry into the clan. In this way, we are a family." Gu King Yang's calculations were crackling. He wanted to use this party to monopolize the foundation of the Yunlin sect, and he also wanted to recruit Chu Yang, a talented monster, to work for them. "It seems that no one will come except you." A lazy voice suddenly sounded. Chu Yang stood beside Yun Yun without knowing when, stretched his waist and said, "Let's end this fast today. I will give you 3 clans a chance. Either each of you will come up with a complete heaven level fighting skill, and from then on, your clan members will no longer step into the Jayamar Empire. Or, everyone who has stepped into the territory of my Yunlin sect today will stay." As Chu Yang stretched his waist, it was as if an angry dragon had awakened in his body. The terrifying momentum instantly overwhelmed the 3 saints, causing all the creatures in the entire Jayamar Empire to tremble. That was the pressure from Pangu bloodline combined with Chu Yang's 3-star Daosheng peak cultivation. 3-star Daosheng, Shizen and the other to change their expressions. On the one hand, it was because they felt the pressure brought by Chu Yang. That was the aura of a 3-star Daosheng peak, even Shizen could not compare to it. On the other hand, they were shocked by Chu Yang's talent. A Daosheng powerhouse who was less than 18 years old, and a 3-star Daosheng peak. What a joke. A 16-year-old Daozun was exaggerated enough. It has only been more than a year. Chu Yang is not even 18 years old, but he has reached such a level of cultivation. It is said that Chu Yang has obtained some ancient inheritance, but what kind of inheritance is it that can create such a monster? Could it be the inheritance of the Dao Emperor? If it is really the inheritance of the Dao Emperor bloodline will be no less than the first generation of Dao Emperor bloodline, and it is indeed possible to have such a talent. Thinking of this, the hearts of the 3 people were hot. "It seems that you 3 didn't take my words to heart." Chu Yang chuckled, and then his figure instantly appeared above Shizen, raised his palm and slowly pressed down. Shizen's pupils shrank. He raised his arm to meet the attack, and his fighting spirit surged out. His skinny grey-white skin actually gave people a sense of heaviness. Crack. Chu Yang's palm just brushed lightly, and Shizen's arm shattered like a rock, and the whole person vomited blood and flew backwards. Chu Yang's figure was like lightning, and no one could see his movements clearly. But in the next moment, Ling Mei and Gu King Yang also flew out like a broken sack, and blood spurted out, as if it was free. Zero, kill. Chu Yang's expression was indifferent. "Don't spare anyone." Zero didn't even think about it, and rushed directly towards the Daozun strongman of the 3 forces, while Sun Wukong and Dan Tong rushed to the battlefield below. Massacre. It was a completely one-sided crushing. Zero's body, which was comparable to that of a Daosheng, exploded completely. Those Daosheng masters were seriously injured immediately. If they were hit head-on, they would definitely die. Sun Wukong dealt with a group of Dao Wang, Dao Huang and Dao Zhang masters as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Whenever someone wanted to escape, Dan Tong would entangle him at a very fast speed. On the mountaintop square, there were continuous screams, and some even knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Chu Yang dodged a few times, and stood on the high platform of the White Jade Square. At his feet were the 3 Daoshengs, Gu Yao and Ling Yu, who were lying on the verge of death. It's really unexpected for me that the ancient clan, one of the 8 ancient clans, is stirring up trouble in this northwest region. Chu Yang sneered. Even the Stone Clan and the Spirit Clan have joined in. But this is understandable. Dalki Continent is a place where the weak are preyed on by the strong. You call yourself hunters, so you must be prepared to become prey. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yang waved his hand lightly, and the space vibrated, and 5 people were killed on the spot. Looking up and squinting his eyes, the source energy filled the sky, and it actually dispelled the haze in the sky, and brought back the sun. Chu Yang slowly raised his hand, and raised his index finger. Pangu's voice kept ringing in his ears, and then a golden red light column shot down in the shining sun. At the same time, all the members of Yunlin sect on the square were thrown to the back mountain by Chu Yang through space means. Boom. The scorching sun column fell, and the sect square disappeared in an instant. A small mushroom cloud exploded. All the strong men of the 3 tribes, nearly 10,000, were killed. Chu Yang stood with his hands behind his back, looking around, and said loudly, "This is the fate of those who offend our Yunlin sect. If the 3 ancient clans want revenge, they can come to me. Of course, you can also destroy the Yunlin sect, but whether you can withstand the revenge of a Dao Sheng who no longer has any scruples, you can weigh it yourself." The world was silent. Whether it was the powerful people watching from afar, the spies of various forces on the continent, or Xiao Yan and the top leaders of the Yan Meng, at this time, they still couldn't recover from the shock. Dao Sheng. Chu Yang actually reached the realm of Dao Sheng. Just like when he broke through Dao Zhang quietly, and then made a big splash. The most important thing is that no one dared to despise what he said just now, and no one thought he was overestimating himself. No matter how powerful the force is, it is never willing to offend a Dao Sheng who has no ties. To put it bluntly, everyone knows that once the Yunlin sect is destroyed, Chu Yang will be barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. Even if he couldn't beat the top masters of the 3 tribes, he could still kill the younger generation. Cutting off their inheritance is far more cruel than confronting them head on. The most important thing is, Chu Yang's talent is there. Or 3-star Dao Sheng who is less than 18 years old will become the top master on the continent in the future. It is almost certain. Maybe he can impact the legendary Emperor realm. Any force will be restless if they offend such a monster. So in the eyes of a discerning person, the 3 tribes lost more than they gained this time, but they can only accept the defeat. Especially the ancient tribe, which lost a young Dao Sheng. I'm afraid the senior members of the ancient tribe will be heartbroken. Breaking through the Dao Sheng at a young age means that Puking Guiyang's future achievement will be at least a mid-level Dao Sheng. With a little effort, he can step into the level of a high-level Dao Sheng. If there are some more opportunities, he can even become a Dao Sheng peak. I'm afraid the ancient tribe didn't expect that such a genius would actually fail in the northwest region, in the remote Jayamar Empire. Waving his hand to disperse the mushroom cloud, Chu Yang's voice once again spread throughout the Gamma Empire. From today on, before the first Dao Sheng appears in the Gamma Empire, no one in the Saint Realm may enter the Empire. Violators will die. Chu Yang once again set a rule for the Gamma Empire, but this rule is undoubtedly a good thing for the entire empire. The matter of the Yunlin sect will inevitably ferment rapidly in a very short period of time, and the Gamma Empire will be pushed to the forefront of the continent. If there is no such rule, even if no one dares to cause trouble for the Yunlin sect, I'm afraid that the Gamma Empire will be completely in chaos. Yunlin sect, Back Mountain. Chu Yang sat at the stone table in the courtyard, looking at Nailin Yanran who looked aggrieved, and smiled and said, "I'm not going to stay forever, and with Xiaoxio and Dantong here, you won't be alone." Now that Guhi has broken through to the 7th grade alchemist, the Yunlin sect has been completely stabilized. The rules I set are actually a test for you. Chu Yang said meaningfully, the first Dao Sheng in the Jayamar Empire must come from the Yunlin sect. Nailin Yanran knew that, if this Dao Sheng must come from the Yunlin sect, it would naturally be her, and it could only be her, otherwise how could she convince everyone? Thinking of this, Nailin Yanran clenched her fists, waved them and said, "Junior brother, wait. When this sect master breaks through to the Dao Sheng, I will go to Zhongsao to find you and the teacher." Sun Wukong said with an unhappy face, "So I, old son, have no status in your heart, right?" His words made everyone shake their heads and laugh, and the atmosphere of parting was also relieved a lot. Chapter 322 Arriving in Zhongsao. Burning Flame Valley, Mountain Melting Cauldron, Borrowing Fire. Just when the Jayamar Empire attracted countless attention from the entire continent and the empire was completely boiling because of the Yunnan sect, Chu Yang, the instigator of everything, quietly left the northwest region. The only people who knew about this matter, even in the Yunnan sect, were Nalan Yanran, Zio Zio, and Dantong. The losses in the Battle of Yunnan Mountain would inevitably make the three tribes furious. At this time, they were angry, but they needed to be wary of Chu Yang's strength, and would not rashly attack the Yunnan sect. But if they knew that Chu Yang was not there, I'm afraid that the three tribes would probably come to cause trouble. After this period of time, the top leaders of the three tribes will calm down and take Chu Yang's threat to heart, so as to weigh the pros and cons. Even if someone wants to take action against the Yunnan sect, the rulers of the three tribes will not agree. As I said before, they can't afford the reckless revenge of a young Dao Sheng with unlimited future and talent. Even if the 7 ancient tribes stand at the top of the continent, they dare not act recklessly. Because the 7 ancient tribes were not united, nor did they have the same blood and branches, they fought openly and secretly. If one tribe got into trouble, the other tribes would definitely take the opportunity to trip them up in secret. It was also because of this that they would not act rashly before they could confirm whether Chu Yang had left Yunnan sect. Killing the 3-star Dao Sheng Shizen in 1 second was enough to show that Chu Yang was far more powerful than his peers. If they wanted to deal with him, they had to send a large number of strong men. In addition, the long journey would lead to a lack of strength in the tribe. It was possible that someone would take this opportunity to kill them halfway, greatly weakening the strength of the three tribes, and further intensifying the contradiction between them and Yunnan sect. Few of those who could stand at the top of the continent were fools, and no one would act on impulse. To put it bluntly, the 3 ancient tribes would suffer this loss no matter what. In the world of the strong, strength is the highest criterion, but it is not the only criterion. Sometimes, only by grasping the hearts of the people can you be more like a fish in water. Zhangzhou, Northern Territory. In a desert, a space crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and Chu Yang walked out with Yun Yun and Sun Wukong. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, shook his head and laughed. So there is a space crack here, no wonder. Yun Yun looked confused. What do you mean by that? Chu Yang waved his hand. It's okay, let's go to the nearest city first. In the original plot, when Zio Yan and his party first came to Zhangzhou, they encountered a space storm in the wormhole, and Zio Yan fell into this desert. Now it seems that this matter is not completely a coincidence, because there is a space crack here. To put it bluntly, it is a loophole in the space structure of Daoki continent. Chu Yang left a coordinate signal through Panbu, which was a pleasant surprise for him. Maybe he can make a big fuss about this space crack in the future. Xianbei City is a city close to the northern desert. After Chu Yang and his party came here, they got a map of Zhangzhou and left directly. For Chu Yang, there was no need for any teleportation array to travel. As long as there was a map, relying on the control of space by Dao Sheng Strongman and the blessing of Panbu, it was enough to reach any place on the mainland in a short time. However, this time, Chu Yang did not travel with Yun Yun and Sun Wukong. The 3 of them separated and left in different directions. Everyone has their own opportunities. Although they can keep their lives safe by following Chu Yang, it is not a good thing without the tempering of life and death crisis. It is just unknown whether Yun Yun will inherit the inheritance of Huazong under his influence. What kind of storm will Sun Wukong stir up in Zhangzhou? Compared with the 2, Chu Yang's goal was much clearer. It took only half a day to reach the central part of Zhangzhou, and then went straight to Danyu. Danyu is where Dan Tower is located. It is also the place with the most high-level alchemists on the mainland, the holy land of alchemists. Chu Yang has no need for opportunities. His strength improvement does not need to rely on natural materials and treasures. It is also difficult to find treasures worth refining into limbs, or integrating into the frontal bone on Daoki continent. Or to be more precise, as his strength increased, Chu Yang's vision became higher and higher. Ordinary treasures were not worth his refining with the treasure refining technique. On the contrary, the alchemy technique encountered a bottleneck due to the lack of a suitable medicine cauldron and the lack of a pill formula. So no matter what, it was necessary to go to the Dan Tower. However, before going to the Dan domain, Chu Yang first came to the Blazing Fire Mountain range. This is where the Burning Flame Valley is located. As one of the first-class forces in Zhongzhou, all the large and small sects and families within a radius of dozens of miles all follow the lead of the Burning Flame Valley. This is an endless volcano with extremely rich fire attribute energy. Therefore, whether practicing fire attribute skills or refining medicine here, there will be a certain blessing. Chu Yang did not rush in directly, but came to the front of the mountain gate, looked at the mountain guarding disciple and smiled. Please inform this friend, I want to see the Supreme Elder of Gugu. The disciple was immediately confused, as if looking at a fool. Meet the Supreme Elder? Are you kidding? Not to mention a young boy who came out of nowhere. Even the master of their Burning Flame Valley would find it difficult to meet the indifferent Grand Elder. Pulling the corner of his mouth, the disciple said tactfully, brother, don't be funny. Chu Yang frowned, knowing that he looked like a fool, but he had no background in Zhongzhou and no reputation, so there was no other way. After thinking for a while, he said again, please inform me, brother, just say, this saint wants to see you. The disciple was stunned again, and his eyes became like looking at a madman. This guy actually called himself the saint? But after thinking for a while, the disciple hesitated. In Zhongzhou, you can often encounter some strange people and strange things, and there are some strong people who have the ability to keep their youth and even rejuvenate. There was no scene of looking down on others, because the disciple knew very well that in Zhongzhou, few people dared to come to Burning Flame Valley to cause trouble. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said, I dare to ask for your saintly title, senior. Chu Yang shook his head and said, I have no name or title. How about this? First, tell Valley Master Tangzen about this matter, and say that I can save his daughter. After the matter is done, ask him to introduce me to the Fire Cloud Saint. The mountain guarding disciple felt that this matter was reliable, and it was related to the life of the eldest lady. But he was a little curious. The eldest lady had suffered a serious injury and left a hidden disease a few days ago because of the forced fusion of the Nine Dragons Thunder Gang fire. It is said that the news has not been spread yet. How did this person know it? But he did not delay too much. Whether Chu Yang was pretending to be a ghost or was really extraordinary, this matter was not something he could decide. Please wait a moment, senior. The disciple saluted Chu Yang with a fist, then turned around and walked away quickly. Not long after, he came back with an old man. The old man looked Chu Yang up and down, frowned slightly, and then bowed his hands and said, Your Excellency calls yourself a saint, and we dare not doubt it, but the Supreme Elder has been in seclusion, and even the Valley Master dare not disturb you rashly. Can you please? Before he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose from Chu Yang, and all the creatures within a radius of dozens of miles trembled. Chu Yang had a smile on his face, and he was not dissatisfied with the old man's temptation at all. If you want him to prove his strength, just say it directly. This is undoubtedly the simplest and most direct way. If he was not afraid of being mistaken by the Burning Flame Valley as someone with bad intentions, why would he go around in such a big detour? However, Chu Yang's aura was restrained in just a moment. The old man who almost knelt on the ground wiped the cold sweat and said respectfully, I hope you will forgive me. The disciple who guarded the mountain fell to the ground, looking dumbfounded. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, It's okay. This is exactly what I want. I think the Fire Cloud Saint has already sensed my presence. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a red-haired old man, thin and wearing a simple linen shirt. The old man bowed to Chu Yang and said, I'm Tangzen, the current master of the Burning Flame Valley. I hope you will forgive me for neglecting the saint. Chu Yang smiled and said, I came here uninvited. This time I have something to ask for. Master Tang, there is no need to be polite. This is the benefit brought by strength. Even though Chu Yang has no background, and even though he looks young, no one dares to look down on him. A moment later, in a hall, Tangzen left the first seat vacant and sat with Chu Yang and asked politely, what is the saint's name? No name or title, just call me Chu Yang. Chu Yang waved his hand and then went straight to the point. I came here this time. First, I want to meet the Fire Cloud Saint and ask him for help with something. On the other hand, I want to exchange something from Valley Master Tang. After confirming that Chu Yang had no ill intentions, Tang Zen breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled heartily and said, "Mr. Chu Yang, just tell me what you want. As long as Fenian Valley can give it to me, I will never frown. As for the exchange, there is no need for that. Being able to do a favor with the Daosheng is far more practical than any bargaining chip." Chu Yang was not polite and said directly, "I heard that Master Tang has a Shanranding, which is listed in the Shanding ranking. I wonder if you can give it up." Tang Zen was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect Chu Yang to actually want a medicine cauldron. Then he waved to the red-dressed woman standing not far away, who was his daughter Tang Hua, and said, "Hua, go and get the Shanranding quickly." Tang Hua responded, looked at Chu Yang curiously, and then turned and left. The medicine cauldrons that can be listed in the Shanding ranking are all top-grade medicine cauldrons. As long as the high-grade elixir does not frequently explode in the furnace, it is enough to support Chu Yang to refine all elixirs below the imperial grade. Seeing that Tang Zen was straightforward, Chu Yang said again, "Since it is an exchange, I will not let Master Tang suffer a loss. I will refine a few furnaces of 7th grade elixirs for Fenian Valley, and at the same time, help Lin Qianjin recover from his injuries." Tang Hua's injuries require the 7th grade high level elixir Huo Pudan to treat, but for Chu Yang, it is not necessary to be so troublesome. "In that case, thank you very much, sir." Tang Zen's expression was delighted, and he stood up to salute. Tang Hua was the future hope of Fenian Valley, and he was also the apple of his eye. He had been troubled by this matter recently, but he was also troubled by not being able to find a pharmacist who could refine the 7th grade high level elixir. After a while, Tang Hua took the mountain melting cauldron over, and Chu Yang did not waste any words, and started to refine the medicine directly. He refined more than a dozen furnaces of elixirs in a row, and the quality was all top grade, and the efficacy was nearly twice as strong as the elixir refined by ordinary pharmacists. On the one hand, this batch of elixirs can further enhance the overall strength of Fenian Valley. On the other hand, it can also give the strong men of Fenian Valley more chances of survival at the critical moment of life and death. Tang Zen was so grateful for this, that he not only met a Daosheng strongman, but also exchanged a medicine cauldron for so many benefits. He was really making a fortune. Chu Yang refined the medicine very quickly, and the whole process took less than an hour. Just when he finished refining the medicine, and was chatting with Tang Zen, he suddenly looked up, and looked outside the hall. Tang Zen was confused and asked, "Sir, what's wrong?" Chu Yang stood up, and said with a smile, "Saint Firecloud, I came here uninvited, and I hope you can show yourself." As he finished speaking, an old figure in a red robe and red hair appeared in the hall, blowing his fiery red beard and said, "What a powerful young man. I'm afraid you have already discovered me, when I just came out of retreat." Chu Yang said without comment, "Congratulations senior, for breaking through to the Daosheng." Tang Zen and Tang Hua, reacting, quickly stood up to greet them. Ancestor Firecloud glanced at them and said unhappily, "Tang Zen, I had high hopes for you back then. After so many years of cultivation, you are not as good as a young man." Looking at Tang Hua, he said again, "But this girl is not bad. You have a good daughter." Tang Zen was a little confused, looked at Chu Yang, and his mouth gradually opened wide. Young man? Could it be that Chu Yang is not a man with a secret to maintain his youth, but a genuine young man? "Tell me. We are strangers. What do you want to see me for?" Hoyan Patriarch sat down on the chair with a carefree look. He has always had a strange temper, and does his own thing. He will not flatter others, just because they are strong, nor will he lower his head, and look down on others, because of their strength. If not, he would not have offended the Soul Palace that year. Chu Yang smiled and said, "I see that the senior has a hidden injury on his body. Why don't I help you heal it?" Hoyan Patriarch curled his lips and said, "There is no such thing as a free lunch. Tell me your purpose first." Chu Yang stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "I want to borrow the 9 Dragon Thunder Gang fire. As the grade of the elixir is getting higher and higher, although with his level of refining medicine, plus the value of Panbu, using any fire will not affect the success. If there is a help of the strange fire, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort, and even improve the quality and efficacy of the elixir." Bang! Patriarch Hoyan slammed the table, and glared at it, saying, "How can you call this borrowing? This is clearly robbery. Everyone in Zhangzhou knows that the Nine Dragon Thunder Fire is the inherited fire of the Fenyan Valley. If you want to rob it, just say so. Don't think that, just because your cultivation is stronger than mine, I'm afraid of you. Chu Yang pulled the corner of his mouth and said, don't be impatient, senior. I haven't finished what I said. I can borrow it in another way. Why not let Miss Tang stay with me? She will control the Nine Dragon Thunder Fire, and I can borrow it whenever I need it. If you think highly of me, I can accept Miss Tang as my disciple. Patriarch Huan's face trembled, and then his attitude suddenly made a 180-degree turn. He laughed and said, ha ha ha. Why are you panting when you speak? In that case, there is no need to discuss this matter. I'll make the decision. I'll agree to it. Chapter 323, Danyu, Shengdan City, an unexpected encounter. The change in the attitude of Patriarch Huan was so abrupt that even Chu Yang did not expect it. He was stunned for a moment before looking at Tang Hua and said with a smile, let Miss Tang decide on this matter herself. For many sects, Chu Yang would not agree to snatch away the outstanding disciples from the sect. But this generation of Burning Flame Valley is different. Tang Hua is Tang Zhen's biological daughter. No matter who she worships as her master, she cannot sever the relationship between her and Burning Flame Valley. So for Tang Zhen and Patriarch Huan, it is a good thing to have such a young Dao Sheng teach Tang Hua. The most important thing is that Chu Yang can reach Dao Sheng Xiu at such a young age, and his future will be limitless. This move not only found a good teacher for Tang Hua, but also put Burning Flame Valley in touch with a future top powerhouse. Surprisingly, Tang Hua pursed her lips and did not agree directly, but said softly, Mr. Chu Yang, I was born and raised in Fenyan Valley, and my father is the master of Fenyan Valley. Even if I become your disciple, I will not draw a clear line with Fenyan Valley. Her meaning was very clear, that is, to say the ugly words in advance, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, when it is difficult to balance between the master sect and the family. Tang Zhen looked anxious, fearing that his daughter's words would cause dissatisfaction to Chu Yang, and everyone would break up. On the contrary, the old ancestor Huan stroked his beard, and looked at Tang Hua with admiration. Facing the Dao Sheng strongman, he was still able to be neither humble nor arrogant, which made him feel as if he saw himself when he was young. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, you can think of this as a deal. I need you to stay by my side and borrow fire at any time. As a condition, I will provide you with cultivation resources and guide you in cultivation. When I no longer need the help of the strange fire, our relationship as master and disciple will be over. Hearing him say this, Tang Hua no longer hesitated and immediately knelt on the ground, performing the ceremony of apprenticeship. Disciple Tang Hua, hello to the teacher. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, raised his hand to take out a jade slip, and handed it over. This is a fighting skill with a very high upper limit. Although it only starts at the Zuan level, if you can comprehend the true meaning, you can even surpass the Shan level. Just treat it as a gift for apprenticeship. Ancestor Huan and Tang Zhen widened their eyes, shocked. They really didn't expect Chu Yang to be so generous. They had never even heard of a fighting skill with an upper limit that could surpass the Shan level. Tang Hua also knew the importance of the matter and took the jade slip with great care, saying happily, thank you, teacher. With the relationship of master and apprentice, Tang Hua no longer acted in a reserved manner and looked like a little girl who was excited. After thinking for a while, Chu Yang said, I will help Hua treat his hidden illness first, and then heal the old injury for the Fire Cloud Saint. The Fire Cloud Patriarch waved his hand. I'm not in a hurry. It just so happens that inheriting the Nine Dragons Thunder Gang fire requires a lot of preparation. Tang Zhen and I will take advantage of this time to make arrangements. Then Tang Zhen took Chu Yang and Tang Hua to a secret room, and he and the Fire Cloud Patriarch started to work together. It was not until the next morning that Chu Yang walked out of the secret room with Tang Hua. The latter's whole spirit and energy seemed to be radiant, and even his cultivation had broken through a small realm. It was not difficult for Chu Yang to treat Tang Hua's injuries. The reason why it took so long was because Chu Yang had caused some impact on Tang Hua's foundation through his source energy. This influence is positive. The original inherited skills of Burning Flame Valley can enable practitioners to inherit the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire and integrate the power of the different fire into Dalki from an early age. On the Dalki continent, this is indeed a good thing, which can make practitioners have stronger combat power at the same level. But if you look at it in the long run, this will affect the upper limit of the practitioners. After all, the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire is only the 12th different fire on the different fire list. Once you rely too much on it, I'm afraid that barely breaking through Daosheng will be the limit. Chu Yang integrated the source energy into Tang Hua's foundation, so that the power of the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire and her Dalki can complement each other, but not be inseparable as before. In this way, once the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire affects Tang Hua's practice, she can separate it at any time. Seeing that his daughter's injuries have finally recovered completely, Tang Zen's old face is full of joy, and his attitude towards Chu Yang is more polite. After Tang Zen dragged Tang Hua to inherit the strange fire, Chu Yang took Patriarch Hoyan into the secret room again, but this time it only took half an hour to heal his old injury. My friend, I have something to ask. Accepting the invitation of Lord Chu Yang, Patriarch Hoyan also became more polite, no longer speaking directly, and his words were more tentative. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Senior, please feel free to ask." Patriarch Hoyan smiled and said, "It's not a big deal, but I'm really curious about your actual age. Why don't you guess it, Senior?" Chu Yang kept it a secret. Patriarch Hoyan narrowed his eyes. "Yesterday I heard that a demon level figure appeared in the northwest region. He was obviously from a small sect in a remote area, but he showed the strength of a Daozun at the age of 16. Not long ago, he was not yet 18 years old, and he crushed 3 Daoshengs in a row, challenging the Ancient Clan, the Stone Clan, and the Spirit Clan head-on." At this point, Patriarch Hoyan paused, looked at Chu Yang meaningfully, and asked, "I wonder if you have ever heard of this person?" Chu Yang knew that his story had long been spread throughout the continent, and he would not hide his head and show his tail for this, so he smiled and said, "I don't dare to call him a demon, but he just has a little talent." However, as he had already guessed, Patriarch Hoyan couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and then asked, "The outside world is rumored that the man got a great opportunity, and it may even be the inheritance of the Dao Emperor, so he ascended to heaven in one step. Do you think that he can reach the Holy Realm at such a young age? Is it due to opportunity or talent?" Chu Yang looked directly at the Fire Cloud Ancestor and smiled meaningfully. "I think it's probably talent. After all, I've never heard of any Dao Emperor with similar methods. If it's a prehistoric Dao Emperor who has no records, that's even more nonsense. Even if the 8 ancient clans with Dao Emperor blood have been passed down to this day, the Dao Emperor blood is becoming increasingly rare. How could the prehistoric Dao Emperor blood survive to this day?" The Fire Cloud Ancestor didn't say much, and fell silent with his eyes flickering. After a long time, Tang Zen brought Tang Hua into the hall. The former's aura was a little weak, and it was obvious that the separation of the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire had a certain impact on her. On the contrary, Tang Hua's cultivation level directly jumped to the peak of Daozang, and her aura was full. At this moment, the silent Hoyan Patriarch suddenly stood up, with an extremely serious expression, clasped his fists, and saluted towards Chu Yang, and said in a deep voice, "From now on, Hua will trouble you to take care of me. If there is an order in the future, even if it means going through fire and water, the people in Fenian Valley will follow your lead." Hoyan Patriarch was expressing his position, and his previous silence was weighing the pros and cons. This statement meant that Fenian Valley would be completely tied to Chu Yang, even if it was possible to stand on the opposite side of the 3 ancient tribes. Hoyan Patriarch was making a big gamble, using the entire Fenian Valley to bet on a future. Tang Zen also realized this. Although he didn't understand why Hoyan Patriarch did this, he still saluted Chu Yang with a solemn expression. Chu Yang stood up and said with a smile, "Since Hua has taken me as his master, we are considered a family. You two don't have to do this." After everyone sat down and exchanged greetings for a while, Chu Yang took Tang Hua and left Fenian Valley. Standing in front of the mountain gate, watching Chu Yang tearing open the space and leaving with Tang Hua, Tang Zen asked softly, "Teacher, although Chu Yang is extraordinary, is it worth it to bet the entire Burning Flame Valley, based on what I have learned in the past few days?" Ancestor Hoyan glanced at him and snorted, "What do you know, kid?" Looking at the closed space crack, he took a deep breath and suddenly asked, "How many years has it been since a dowdy appeared on the continent?" Tang Zen's pupils suddenly shrank, and his mind was shocked. Danyu, Shengdan City. Walking on the bustling streets, Tang Hua kept looking around. She rarely left the Burning Flame Valley, so even though the Burning Flame Valley was not far from the Danyu, she had never been there. "Teacher, look at that old man. He looks like an immortal. Could he be a high-grade alchemist?" Tang Hua pointed to an old man not far away. In fact, her personality was not so jumpy, but rather calm and polite. The reason why she behaved like this was, on the one hand, because she had a kind of joy that the sky was high and the birds flew freely. On the other hand, it was because of the support of Chu Yang, the teacher, that she dared to act recklessly. Everyone has two sides, and it was because Chu Yang saw this side of Tang Hua that he taught her the fighting skill. In Chu Yang's view, Tang Hua had a pure heart hidden under her appearance. The old man was obviously very powerful. After hearing Tang Hua's words, he looked over, but he was not dissatisfied with her impoliteness, but smiled gently. Tang Hua blinked and felt a little embarrassed. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and suddenly quickened his pace and walked in front of the old man, bowed his hands and said, "May I ask, Senior, are you from Danta?" The old man looked at him and asked, "Why do you say that?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Senior, your cultivation is not bad, and your soul power is even stronger. You appeared in this Shengdan city, so I guess Senior is most likely from Danta, and your status is not low." The old man's expression was serious. "I wonder which saint you are." The other party could see his cultivation at a glance, and even penetrate his soul, but his soul power probed it, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Obviously, the other party's cultivation is much stronger than his. He is a peak Daozan strongman, so the other party can only be a half saint, or even a Daosheng. The old man thought the same as Tang Zen at the beginning. Chu Yang is likely to be an old monster with a method of keeping his youth. Chu Yang smiled and said, "I have no name or title. I came here for Danta." "Oh." The old man's eyes lit up. "Are you an alchemist?" Chu Yang nodded, and the old man let down his guard. His expression became much more friendly, and he clasped his hands and said, "I'm Zuan Kangzi. May I know your name?" Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, although he guessed that the old man must have a good status in Danta. But he never thought that he would meet one of the three giants of Danta on the street when he just came to Shengdan City. It turns out to be Senior Zuan Kangzi. "I'm sorry for my disrespect." Chu Yang also clasped his hands and gave him enough face. "My name is Chu Yang. I came from outside Zhangzhou, and I encountered a bottleneck because of the lack of Dan formula, so I came to Danta." This time it was Zuan Kangzi's turn to be stunned. Every day, countless alchemists came to Shengdan City, either to join Danta or to learn from a master. But he had never heard of such an outrageous reason. Lack of Dan formula. Are you kidding? Whenever a pharmacist's rank is upgraded, the circle around him will also change, and he will naturally be able to access higher grade pill recipes. In this way, almost no pharmacist will be troubled by the pill recipe. Moreover, this person's strength is unfathomable, and he may be a semi-saint or even a Daosheng. For a strong man of this level, even if he wants to get the recipe of an 8th grade pill, it is not a difficult task. After thinking about it, Zuan Kangzi said, "In this case, why don't you come with me to the Dan Tower?" No matter what this person's purpose is, it is always a good thing to be able to form a good relationship with a strong man. Even if the visitor is not kind, even if the other party is a Daosheng, Dan Tower is not afraid. The most powerful place of a pharmacist is often not his own strength, but the influence he has. As the largest pharmacist force on the continent, Dan Tower's influence has reached a terrifying level. What's more, there are also Daosheng strongmen in Dan Tower. Tang Hua looked at Chu Yang and then at Zuan Kangzi and was a little confused for a while. After learning about Zuan Kangzi's identity, she thought that her abruptness would cause trouble, but she never expected that the two of them would actually start chatting. And while chatting, this Danta giant actually invited the teacher to be a guest. Tang Hua finally explained the key point after following Chu Yang and Zuan Kangzi into Danta in a daze. Strength. I'm afraid that they can have such treatment mostly because of the teacher's strength. Thinking of this, Tenryūbito strengthened her determination to become stronger and also had a little more admiration for Chu Yang. Danta is located in the center of Shengdan City. The outer area of Shengdan City is fully open, but the inner area is heavily guarded. Usually only forces related to Danta or high-grade alchemists can enter. However, with Zhu and Kangzi leading the way personally, Chu Yang and his party naturally did not encounter any obstacles. Danta is a towering black tower with majestic momentum. Zhu and Kangzi took Chu Yang and Tenryūbito directly to the upper floors of Danta. This is where he usually lives, practices, and refines medicine. But before the three of them could sit down, a figure rushed in a hurry. "Teacher, you are finally back." It was a woman with a hot body and a look that was not inferior to Tenryūbito, but with a little more charm than Tenryūbito. "Jinga, don't be rude." Zhu and Kangzi frowned, but he didn't seem angry. Instead, there was a hint of pampering in his eyes. "Who are these two?" The woman looked at Chu Yang and Tenryūbito. She was a smart woman. She knew that it was not ordinary to be invited here by the teacher, so she didn't look down on them at all. Zhu and Kangzi smiled at Chu Yang and said, "I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Chu Yang. This is my disciple Yang. Jinga, this is Mr. Chu Yang and his disciple." Yang looked at Chu Yang curiously, saluted and said, "Hello, Mr. Chu Yang." Chapter 324 Zhu and Kangzi's guess. Identity revealed. The recipe for the elixir finally revealed. After paying respect to Chu Yang, Yang looked at Zhu and Kangzi and said quickly, "Teacher, Elder Zhu and I have something important to talk to you about." Zhu and Kangzi frowned, then looked at Chu Yang and said apologetically, "Mr. Chu Yang." Chu Yang raised his hand to interrupt him and said with a smile, "Since you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll wait here." Zhu and Kangzi thought for a moment, walked to the display stand not far away, took down a few scrolls, put them in front of Chu Yang, and said, "These are some recipes for 8th grade elixirs. They are not precious things. Mr. Chu Yang can look through them at will. I'll be back soon." Chu Yang's eyes lit up, picked up the scroll and started reading. But at this moment, another figure rushed in a hurry. Before the person arrived, the voice fell into the ears of everyone. "Zhu and Kangzi, you are so arrogant. I have something to ask you, but you have to ask for an interview again and again." Zhu and Kangzi's expression froze, and he gave Chu Yang a bitter smile, then raised his head and said to the visitor, "Zhu and Yi, you are old, can't you be more calm? No wonder that old guy looked down on you." The visitor was a beautiful woman who looked about 30 years old and was wearing a cheongsam. Hearing Zhu and Kangzi's words, her originally gloomy face suddenly became even uglier, and her eyebrows were raised. "Zhu and Kangzi, do you believe that I will turn against you?" After she finished speaking, she noticed that there were outsiders here, and her expression eased a little. "If it wasn't for something important, why would I be so anxious?" While the two were talking, Chu Yang had memorized all the pill recipes through Panbu, and gently placed the scroll on the table. Zhu and Kangzi coughed lightly, and then said, "Mr. Chu Yang, this is Zhu and Yi. Her cultivation and alchemy level are almost the same as mine. She is not like this usually. It turns out that she really encountered an emergency. I'm sorry to make you laugh." Chu Yang smiled politely and said, "I have heard of Senior Zhu and Yi's name for a long time, but I didn't expect that Senior Zhu and Yi is so young. No matter how old a woman is, when someone praises her youth, she will be very happy." Chu Yang's casual words eased the slightly awkward atmosphere. Zhu and Yi also greeted Chu Yang and kept looking at him. Like Yang, she realized from Zhu and Kangzi's attitude and address that Chu Yang must be an extraordinary person. "In all these years, except for the matter about that old guy, I have never seen you so nervous. What happened? Take me to see it." Zhu and Kangzi gave Zhu and Yi a look. With Chu Yang and Tenryūbito, two outsiders, present, this was obviously not the place to talk. So, the two of them walked out of the room directly. After turning a few corners, Zhu and Yi raised his hand to condense a soul barrier to isolate the outside world from detecting, and then said with a serious expression, "Do you still remember what happened in the northwest region?" Zhu and Kangzi nodded and said, "Of course I remember. There was a monster in the Jayamar Empire in the northwest region. He showed his Daozen cultivation at the age of 16 and broke through to Daosheng before he was 18. He even killed 3 Daosheng masters from the Ancient Clan, the Stone Clan, and the Spirit Clan. This matter has been widely circulated on the mainland. I remember that you have always been responsible for finding out the situation in the northwest region. Could something have happened again? Zuan Kangzi was a little confused. This matter had nothing to do with Danta. After all, no matter how rebellious that monster was, he was just cultivating talent. Besides, the grievances between the other party and the 3 ancient clans did not involve Danta. In this case, why should Zuan Yi be so anxious about it? Zuan Yi took a deep breath and said, I got accurate information from the northwest region. In addition to his talent in cultivation, that monster also has a terrifying talent in alchemy. It only took him 1 month to break through from a layman to a 6th grade alchemist. In order to try to win him over, I conducted a comprehensive investigation of the situation in the Jayamar Empire. Zuan Kangzi couldn't listen to Zuan Yi's next words at all. His mind was full of a layman breaking through to a 6th grade alchemist in 1 month. How could this be a monster? Even if the Medicine Emperor was reincarnated, he would be no more than this, right? Are you listening to me? Seeing that he looked like he was in a trance, Zuan Yi was unhappy. Zuan Kangzi came back to his senses and asked blankly, what did you say? Zuan Yi was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he also knew how horrifying the monster's deeds were, so he could only repeat the next words. I just said that I got the news about Yao Chen while investigating the Jayamar Empire. He accepted a new disciple there, and that disciple is really talented. Zuan Kangzi widened his eyes. Did you find that old guy? Zuan Yi shook his head with a gloomy look and said, no, he was captured by the Soul Palace, and now his life or death is unknown. But I guess that the Soul Palace has spent so much effort to capture him, and they will definitely not let him die easily. I want to save him. I need your help. Zuan Kangzi was silent for a long time, and then said, I will naturally not stand idly by on this matter, but the Soul Palace has always been mysterious. I'm afraid it will not let us find people easily. In a while, the alchemy conference will begin, and the matter of the 3000 flames is imminent. So no matter what, the matter of rescuing Yao Chen must wait until the end of the alchemy conference. Zuan Yi nodded and said, I know the importance. So the two of them returned along the way. When they were about to reach the door, Zuan Kangzi seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, by the way, what is the name of that monster from the Jayamar Empire? Zuan Yi said without hesitation, Chu Yang. But as soon as she finished speaking, the two of them widened their eyes and looked forward. Wasn't the young man sitting in the room behind the door named Chu Yang? Zuan Yi opened his mouth and murmured, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Zuan Kangzi smiled bitterly and said, I was wondering before, when did Zhang Zhao have such a person, who has both the strength of a Daosheng and an unfathomable soul foundation? I think he and Chu Yang in the northwest region are most likely the same person. I just didn't expect that he would take the initiative to find us before we took any action. I don't know if it's good or bad. Zuan Yi stopped and frowned and asked, why did he come to Danta? Zuan Kangzi's expression was a little strange. I came to ask for the recipe of the elixir. I was a little suspicious before, thinking he had other purposes. But now it seems that he has such a monstrous talent for alchemy. With his rapid progress in alchemy, it is reasonable that he has no time to accumulate foundation. That's why I'm sure he is Chu Yang from the Jayamar Empire. In the room, Kao Yang pulled Tang Hua to chat with him in a familiar manner. Chu Yang walked to the display stand, looked at the scrolls listed on it, and picked up a scroll from time to read it. Kao Yang did not stop him. As Zuan Kangzi said, most of these scrolls were recipes for pills. They were not rare and even had no value. These recipes could only work in the hands of high-quality alchemists. In the alchemy circle of Daoki continent, recipes were everywhere, but there was a lack of high-quality alchemists who could make them. But when Kao Yang saw that Chu Yang had set his sights on the recipe for the 9th grade pill, her eyelids twitched. Kao Yang remembered that the teacher had said that in order to prevent someone from overestimating their own abilities and forcibly trying to make high quality pills, which would cause them to suffer backlash, he left different levels of restrictions on the scrolls that recorded the recipes for pills above the 7th grade. Chu Yang was able to open the scroll without any effort, and it was obvious that he had broken the restrictions without any effort. The restrictions on the 9th grade pill recipe were imposed by the teacher with all his strength. How strong is a soul restriction set by an 8th grade peak alchemist? Chu Yang had not been exposed to that level, so she could not measure it, but she was sure that, even if Chu Yang was not a pharmacist at the same level as her teacher, at least his soul power was at the same level. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and Zuan Kanzi and Zuan Yi walked in side by side. Seeing Chu Yang next to the display stand, both of them looked at each other, and Zuan Kanzi stepped forward and said with a smile, "Mr. Chu Yang, I have kept you waiting for a long time." Chu Yang put down the scroll, shook his head and smiled. "It's okay, but after reading the recipes of those 8th grade pills, I looked through the 9th grade recipes without your permission. I hope you will forgive me." The two of them exchanged pleasantries, and then sat at the table, and chatted about this and that. Zuan Yi sat next to them without saying a word, and occasionally couldn't help but look at Chu Yang a few times. After chatting for a while, Zuan Kanzi suddenly asked, "I wonder how old Mr. Chu Yang is?" As soon as this was said, everyone in the room, except Chu Yang, held their breath, and focused their eyes on him. Although Tang Hua knew Chu Yang was very young, she didn't know his specific abilities, so she was a little curious. Chu Yang had always thought that Chu Yang was an old monster who had the ability to maintain his youth, but after hearing the teacher's question, she felt something was wrong and became curious. Zuan Kanzi and Zuan Yi were looking forward to Chu Yang's answer, wanting to use this to thoroughly confirm whether the Chu Yang in front of them and the Chu Yang of the Gamma Empire were the same person. "I will be 18 in a few days." Chu Yang took a sip of tea and said lightly. When this was said, everyone opened their mouths and was stunned. Zuan Yi was the first to react. He stood up and bowed to Chu Yang and said in a deep voice, "May I ask, little friend Chu Yang, are you from the Gamma Empire?" Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. She had also heard about the Gamma Empire and instantly thought of Chu Yang's identity. Chu Yang nodded. "Junior is indeed from the Gamma Empire. I wonder why Senior Zuan Yi has given such a great gift." Zuan Yi said with hope in his eyes, "Have you ever heard of Yao Chen, young man?" Chu Yang finally understood why this Danta giant had been absent-minded. He didn't beat around the bush and said, "I've heard of him. Xiao Yan had some conflicts with my Yunlin sect. He is Xiao Yan's teacher. However, Mr. Yao fell into the hands of the Soul Palace. Many people in the Jaiamar Empire know about this." All the news was confirmed. Zuan Yi gritted his teeth and murmured, "Soul Palace." Zuan Kanzi stared at Chu Yang and asked, "I wonder what rank of alchemist you are now?" Chu Yang said frankly, "I'm at the peak of the 8th rank, but due to the lack of pill formulas, it's always difficult to reach the 9th rank." There was a sound of people sucking in their breath in the room. Even Tang Hua didn't expect that her teacher's alchemy level would be so high. Everything was laid out on the table, so Chu Yang no longer hid his secrets and spoke frankly to seniors. "I came to Danta for the recipes and the resources. I need a lot of recipes, and I want Danta to provide me with the herbs needed for refining. As a condition, I will give half of the elixirs I refine to Danta as the cost of purchasing the herbs. In addition, I owe Danta a favor for this matter. If you need anything in the future, just come to me." If it were any other young man who said this in front of the two giants of Danta, Zuan Kanzi and Zuan Yi would definitely sneer. Although a favor from a Daosheng is very valuable, with Danta's influence on the mainland, it is a daydream to want to eat and get something for free at Danta just based on this. But Chu Yang is different. Even if we put aside his identity as an 8th grade peak alchemist and his demon level alchemy talent, his cultivation talent alone is enough to make Danta pay attention to him. As I said, as long as Chu Yang does not die young, he will surely become a top powerhouse in the future. From any angle, this deal is a huge profit for Danta, but there is also a crucial problem. That is the conflict between Chu Yang and the 3 ancient tribes. If Danta is on good terms with Chu Yang, it is very likely that the 3 ancient tribes will be angry with it, or even stand on the opposite side of them. Zuan Kanzi thought about it, and then said cautiously, "My friend, I think you also know that, in order to support an alchemist, to break through the 9th rank, the resources required will be extremely huge. so I can't make the decision on this matter yet. I need to ask the Great Elder for instructions. But don't worry about the pill formula. The pill formula that I have in Danta will be fully open to you. In fact, half of what he said was an excuse, just to ask a higher level big shot to make the decision. After all, it might offend the 3 ancient tribes, and he didn't dare to make his own decision. Chu Yang politely bowed and said, in that case, thank you very much, Elder Zuan. The word Elder Zuan further brought the relationship between them closer. Therefore, in the next few days, Chu Yang read almost all the recipes collected by Danta, and completely made up for his shortcomings in this aspect. 9th grade elixir can be said to be a qualitative change, transcending the level of 8th grade elixir, and even transcending the ordinary concept of refining medicine. Rather than refining medicine, it is better to say that it is a process of creating life. Because most 9th grade elixirs will give birth to spiritual intelligence, and even can transform into life. Dantong is actually a special case. Chu Yang added extreme substances during the refining process, otherwise an 8th grade elixir would never directly transform into a living being. Even if it is a 9th grade elixir, it still needs opportunities to completely transform into life. For example, the ancestor of Danta, his body is a 9th grade mysterious elixir, but the pharmacist who refined him died of exhaustion at the moment the elixir was made. When he fell, a trace of spiritual intelligence was integrated into the elixir, which led to the mutation, and prompted the elixir to turn into life. The imperial elixir above has wisdom that is not inferior to that of humans, and can truly practice independently and become stronger. It can be said that the 9th grade elixir is a whole new level, which is one of the reasons why Chu Yang is interested in alchemy. He wants to use this as a foundation and combine the methods of various worlds to tinker with something shocking. Chapter 325, 9 Mysterious Golden Thunder, the ancestor of Danta, the Thunder Dragon trapped in the Heavenly Gate. After getting the recipe, Chu Yang did not rush to try to refine the 9th grade elixir, but began to practice a large number of 8th grade elixirs. For him, the elixir that he had never refined before only needed 2 or 3 trials and errors to succeed. As long as the elixir had succeeded once, there would be no failure rate. So, in the past few days, thunderclouds continued to appear above the Dan Tower, often in colorful colors, shaking the Dan Tower. Those were all 8th grade elixirs. Such exaggerated efficiency and success rate of refining medicine, they were simply unheard of. Even the 9th grade pharmacist could not compare. If we talk about the richest power on the mainland, Dan Tower is definitely the well-deserved first. But after seeing Chu Yang's efficiency and success rate in refining elixirs, the top leaders of Dan Tower finally understood what it meant to master the wealth code. Zhu and Kangzi found the elders of the small Dan Tower early and told them everything about Chu Yang. However, the elders have been hesitating. After all, Chu Yang has not joined Danta. Although this is a cost-effective investment, it will offend the 3 ancient tribes and must be treated with caution. However, no matter how many rumors there are, no matter how outrageous the things heard are, it is better to see it with your own eyes. After seeing Chu Yang's terrifying talent for refining medicine, the elder of Zaya Danta, Lin Leogui, immediately made the decision and agreed to this matter. Zhu and Kangzi told Chu Yang the news, and Chu Yang was not polite. He directly made a list, which listed various medicinal materials. After seeing the list, even Zhu and Kangzi couldn't help but tremble. There are hundreds of medicinal materials on the list, each of which is priceless. If all of them are taken out, even Danta will have to bleed heavily. So because of this list, the elders of Zaya Danta held a meeting again, and finally decided to give out the medicinal materials on the list step by step, and did not intend to give them all to Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't care about this. He needed to accumulate the proficiency of refining medicine and continuously refine various 8th grade elixirs that had never been refined. This process also took a lot of time. But just after Danta gave 3 portions of medicinal materials for refining the 9th grade elixir, Chu Yang's first batch of 9th grade elixir was produced in just 3 days. The 9 mysterious golden thunder, which seemed like a world-destroying catastrophe, completely made the entire Dan domain boil. In the inner area of Dancheng, above Danta, the endless Dan thunder had long been talked about by the Dan domain masters and alchemists. In their opinion, it was probably the high quality alchemists in Danta who were refining medicine together, which created that scene. Although they didn't know what the purpose was, being able to witness Dan thunder again and again also opened the eyes of many people. But this time was different. It was the 9 mysterious golden thunder. Only when the 9th grade golden elixir came out would it attract the 9 mysterious golden thunder. Looking at the entire Dalki continent, how many 9th grade alchemists can refine the 9 mysterious golden thunder? Everyone had the same answer in their hearts. No. Danta was the most authoritative alchemist force on the continent, but even in Danta, there was no 9th grade alchemist. Of course, this is just on the surface. Only those who have reached a certain level will know the secrets of this continent. For example, the Great Elder of the Small Dan Tower in Dan Tower is a genuine 9th grade alchemist. For another example, the top alchemists of the Yao clan among the 8 ancient clans are enough to crush the Dan Tower. But even if you count them carefully, no one can refine the 9th grade golden elixir. Even in the history of Dalki continent in the past few thousand years, no one has seen the 9 mysterious golden thunder. This means that in the past few thousand years, there has never been an alchemist master who can refine the 9th grade golden elixir. Not to mention the various strong men and alchemists in the Dan domain. Even the elders of the Small Dan Tower were shocked beyond words. They never thought that Chu Yang could refine a 9th grade golden elixir with only 3 medicinal materials. The most important thing is, the recipe that requires those medicinal materials is obviously a 9th grade precious elixir. The 9th grade elixir is divided into 3 levels, from low to high. They are the 9th grade treasure elixir, the 9th grade mysterious elixir, and the 9th grade golden elixir. Among them, only the 9th grade golden elixir can attract the 9 profound golden thunder, so there is no doubt that the elixir refined by Chu Yang has reached the golden elixir level. But before they can think about the reason, they can't be too shocked. There is a more critical problem in front of them. That is, how to deal with this 9 profound golden thunder. You know, the 9 profound golden thunder is the most powerful elixir tribulation. Even ordinary Dao Sheng masters will end up in ashes if they are slightly touched. The golden thunder dragon jumps in the thunder cloud, full of destructive power, making countless masters in the Dan domain tremble. Even the Dao Zun masters who are usually high above are now terrified and try their best to escape from the Dan domain quickly. Even the few Dao Shengs in the Dan domain are all cold. The emergence of the 9th grade golden elixir is the supreme honor for Danta, but it also brings the advent of destruction. Many Danta elders came to Chu Yang's residence at the first time. Looking at Tang Hua who was guarding the door, the elder of the small Danta, old Monsterlin, asked anxiously, "Girl, let us in quickly." Tang Hua shook her head firmly. "Seniors, the teacher said that no one can go in until he comes out." Old Monsterlin was sweating profusely. He pointed to the sky and said with his eyes wide open, "Do you know what that is? 9 profound golden thunder. Although I'm a 2-star Dao Sheng, I'm still as small as an ant in front of the power of the masses. If the 9 profound golden thunder falls, the entire Shengdan city will be reduced to ashes. At this time, the only way to resolve this crisis is to let little friend Chu Yang give up the pill formation." Seeing that Tang Hua was unmoved, old Monsterlin quickly softened his voice and said earnestly, "Girl, your teacher's talent is unprecedented. Even if he gives up the pill formation now, he will be able to refine the 9th grade golden pill again when he grows up in the future. You decide for yourself what's more important. If you don't get out of the way, we'll have no choice but to force our way in." Danta wasted its saliva with Tang Hua here, and it was already a huge honor for Chu Yang. Otherwise, how could a young man who hadn't yet broken through to Daozun stop them? "Seniors, don't embarrass Hua. I can handle this thunder tribulation myself, and I won't implicate Danta." Chu Yang's voice suddenly came from the room, and then his figure appeared above Danta. The mountain melting cauldron in front of him kept trembling, and the 9 dragon thunder and fire ordnance whirled. Chu Yang looked up at the sky and waved his hand downwards. Tang Hua understood, formed a seal with her hands, and once again drew out the origin fire of the 9 dragon thunder and fire, and swept towards him. Chu Yang led the flame into the medicine cauldron, and a layer of chaotic light was attached to his eyes. The computing power of Pangu's computing group soared to the extreme. The elders of Danta knew that this was Chu Yang's intention. to completely condense the elixir. They wanted to stop him, but Chu Yang's powerful aura made them feel powerless. How could they stop him if they couldn't beat him? Chu Yang's aura at this moment seemed to have reached the early stage of a 4-star Daosheng. The strongest person in Dan Tower, Lin Leogui, was only at the early stage of a 2-star Daosheng. To be frank, if Lin Leogui stepped forward to stop him, Chu Yang could slap him away with a slap. But can a 4-star Daosheng withstand the 9 mysterious golden thunder? No one knows, because the 9 mysterious golden thunder has not appeared on the mainland for thousands of years, and no one can measure its specific power. But judging from the terrifying aura, it seems that at least a high-level Daosheng can compete with it. At this moment, the vibration of the mountain melting cauldron suddenly became more intense, as if some prehistoric beast was sealed in the top, and it could break out of the cauldron at any time. I didn't expect that in these years. Dan Tower would have such a genius. An old voice full of vicissitudes of life sounded, and then a gap appeared in the space above Dan Tower, and a green bull stepped out. On the green ox sat a boy who looked about 10 years old, wearing a rough linen shirt. Ancestor. Lin Leogui's eyes were filled with tears, and the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. The old ancestor of Danta. The old monster who was often called the Little Danta, a legendary figure who had lived for countless years, and was rarely seen. Due to the special nature of his body, the old ancestor of Danta could be reborn through some secret methods using a dead fetus, and he always liked to experience different lives. Even the 3 giants of Danta had only seen him once before, and I'm afraid only Lin Leogui could recognize him at a glance. The old ancestor Danta came to Chu Yang and looked him up and down. He looked very young, but his voice was very old. Little guy, I didn't expect that there would be a monster like you in the current Daoki continent. Chu Yang was distracted. While controlling the pill to take shape, he smiled at the old ancestor Danta and said, I have heard of your name for a long time. I have also created a small creature with an 8th grade pill. If there is a chance in the future, I hope you can give him some pointers. The old ancestor Danta was a spirit, and his body was a 9th grade Zuandan. After years of practice, he has now reached the peak of the 5-star Daosheng, and is infinitely close to the level of the 9th grade Jinden. Oh. The old ancestor Danta was stunned. Even with his knowledge, he had never heard of the 8th grade pill turning into life. After being distracted for a moment, Patriarch Danta waved his hand and said, let's talk about this later. Just condense the pill. I will help you block the 9 profound golden thunder. But Chu Yang shook his head and said, Senior, I'm somewhat interested in the 9 profound golden thunder. Let me do it. Are you sure? Patriarch Danta raised his eyebrows, but his young face showed such an old-fashioned look, which was really funny. Chu Yang nodded. After a moment's silence, the Danta Patriarch said, in that case, I won't interfere. I'm about to break through. If I can draw a wisp of 9 mysterious golden thunder into my body, I can increase the success rate of the breakthrough. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, don't worry Senior. I will definitely leave a wisp of 9 mysterious golden thunder as a gift to you. The Danta Patriarch laughed and said, what a crazy little guy. You really want to subdue the 9 mysterious golden thunder. But just go ahead and do it. Even if it's impossible, I can keep you safe. The two of them were chatting in the sky, but the Danta elders below were staring at each other. Damn it. What's the matter with the ancestors' immediate visual sense of pampering the junior? Chu Yang is not their Danta disciple. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the mountain melting cauldron. Everyone's pupils shrank, and they subconsciously thought that it was the pill furnace exploding. But then, the golden thunder dragon that had been hovering in the thunder cloud for a long time in Fujian roared down towards the medicine cauldron. It was not the furnace that exploded, but the elixir was completed. Otherwise, the 9 mysterious golden thunder would not fall. The elders of the Dan Tower held their breath, and the strong men in the Dan domain, who did not have time to escape, also looked at this scene. Everyone knew that today they would either witness the birth of the first 9 mysterious golden pill in thousands of years, or witness the destruction of the Dan Tower's heritage. Above the Dan Tower, Chu Yang laughed loudly. The sun and the moon rose from the sky, the 4 saints appeared, and then rushed directly into his body. Chu Yang was like wearing a set of half real and half illusory imperial robes covered with the 4 saints. He looked like an emperor with the sun and the moon on his shoulders. The pupils of the Dan Tower ancestor, who had originally looked nonchalant, shrank. The blue bull under his seat trembled all over and could not help but kneel in the air, pretending to crawl and kowtow. White light flashed. Heavenly Palace appeared in his hand, and Chu Yang swung out with a sword. The sky suddenly darkened, and two bright stars rose side by side. One of the stars turned into the Big Dipper constellation, and the other star released the supreme divine power with a majestic purple aura. Ziwi. Big Dipper. Between the two, a looming portal slowly became clear, magnificent and majestic, as if it could suppress the heavens. The three big characters written on the door plaque made everyone present feel unfamiliar, but they could read them unconsciously. Southern Heavenly Gate. At the same time, the Thunder Dragon transformed by the 9 profound golden thunder slammed into the Heavenly Gate, but the Heavenly Gate did not even tremble. Instead, the Thunder Dragon began to struggle frantically, as if it had met its nemesis, trying to escape. Threads of white light overflowed from the Heavenly Gate and entangled with the Thunder Dragon, making it unable to break free no matter what. And this scene was also witnessed by everyone in the Dan domain. Anyone with a little knowledge, even if they haven't seen it in ancient books, has heard of the existence of the 9 mysterious golden thunder. That is the great power of heaven and earth that only high-level Dao Sheng can contend with, but now it was countered by a casual sword. The most important thing is that the person who drew the sword and the person who refined the medicine were the same person. Who can refine the 9th great golden elixir and possess such strong strength? Where did this peerless figure come from? Some powerful people with extraordinary knowledge secretly speculated whether it was Yeodan, the patriarch of the medicine clan, who had made breakthroughs in both strength and medicine refining. After all, looking at the entire continent, he is probably the only one who can hope to refine the 9th great golden elixir. They could never have imagined that the person who refined the 9th great golden elixir and fought against the might of heaven would be a young man who was not yet 18 years old. If the people of the 3 ancient clans knew that Chu Yang had such strength and was able to refine the 9th great golden elixir, they would probably kill him at any cost. Even if they were Dao Sheng peak powerhouses, they wouldn't necessarily be that afraid, but a 9th grade golden elixir alchemist was a strategic level existence. To put it bluntly, in today's Daoqi continent, Chu Yang, a 9th grade golden elixir alchemist, was the undisputed #1 alchemist on the continent. His influence and appeal would reach an extremely terrifying level. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.